Chapter 1021, Times Have Changed. Zhao Minutes gave Chen Mo a document, a plan for super promotion. In the age of the universe, as the decision-makers of the Marching Ant Group, their pattern has long surpassed the height of all mankind and is no longer confined to the nations of the earth. Now that the Marching Ant Group has become the overlord of the universe, they don't want the human beings on Earth to be so weak. At the meeting, Lan was right that the Earth is their hometown. No matter how special this place is, the other races in their star territory are not qualified to have an opinion. The Marching Ant Group has risen from here, and the Earth people are the first soldiers to defeat the dynasty. Besides, this is where Chen Mo's population and hometown are. The first beneficiary group to popularize superpower is naturally human beings. The Earth should change, Zhao Minutes said. Chen Mo picked up the file and glanced at it. On the vertical day, the Marching Ant Group announced to humans around the world in a strong posture that in the future, it will gradually enter the development of super energy for all people. Every human on Earth can develop and evolve and possess powerful super energy. At the same time, the interstellar spacecraft will be opened. Humans on Earth can take the public interstellar spacecraft to go to other galaxies and planets. The prerequisite for interstellar travel in a spacecraft is that it must undergo physical development. Otherwise it will not be able to adapt to the atmosphere and viruses of other planets. So human beings, upon hearing these news, the first words that popped up in their minds were, "Times have changed." Under the strong influence of the Marching Ant Group, all nuclear countries on the planet began to destroy nuclear weapons. With the assistance of the Marching Ant Group, led by the Huaxia official, integrated the world and started the global human integration. Under the absolute strength of the Marching Ant Group, the Earth's change is proceeding smoothly. Some Americans and Europeans protested and marched, rejecting the integration of human beings, rejecting the development of superpower, and believing that the Marching Ant Group is killing humans. However, all the protesters were captured by the Marching Ant Group and the rights to superpower development were cancelled. In the age of the universe, there are still demonstrations for this 1/3 of the Earth to protest this stupid behavior, which is destined to be eliminated by the times. In this era, to refuse to use technology to accelerate the evolution of life is to put oneself in a disadvantaged position. This kind of ignorance and short-sightedness is harmful to the future of the Earth. After that, the Marching Ant Group issued a report. Anyone who publicly spreads and clamors against big integration and superpower development will prohibit superpower development and use all the science and technology of the Marching Ant Group, allowing him to live in the era of 1 acre of 3-point field guarding the Earth. The Marching Ant Group's iron-blooded and decisive means immediately stopped those who wanted to emerge. With the cooperation of all continents, superpower academies have been established on the Earth, and superpower laws and rules have also been issued. The Earth is changing in an orderly manner. The vigorous superpower transformation has made the Earth the first pioneer in the universe to enter the superpower era. Lan scanned the pieces of information that came up. Many small groups of troops infiltrated and harassed the periphery of the Sloan Great Wall. Not one or two, but as many as tens of thousands. Once they chase, the other party will flee and will not entangle them. Although these small units will not cause much loss, they are overwhelmed. If they are accidentally caught by the opponent's loopholes, they may cause big losses. From the action point of view, some people want to do things behind their backs. The opponent's purpose is very clear. Let the Hongqiao battlefield of the Sloan Great Wall be distracted to deal with them and give the Hongqiao battlefield an advantage. The methods are clean and neat, and the action is organized. It is not an idle force looking for trouble. I am afraid that the forces behind this are not small. Lan stared at the intelligence and said, "It is definitely not a small civilization that can achieve this level." Now the Marching Ant Group is strong and the limelight is flourishing. Small forces have to deal with them, and they must weigh the consequences. "Can you find which power it is?" Chen Mo asked. Lan shook his head and said, "The small groups of troops who came to harass all have smart chips implanted in their brains. Once caught, The smart chips will be activated to confine their memories and perform brainwashing. For the time being, they are not sure which one they are. What are you going to do? Shenmue frowned slightly. Kill a few chickens and show the monkey behind. Lan's long, narrow eyes flashed with cold light like a knife. The harassment of the Sloan Great Wall is getting more and more serious. If it is allowed to develop, once it causes irreversible huge losses, it will not be a good thing for the Honkiao battlefield of the Sloan Great Wall. It's not clear which force is behind, but it's easy to figure out which ethnic group. Soon, Lan asked the Great Demon War Department to go to the constellations outside the Sloan Great Wall and destroy 20 small civilizations in a row. However, they were a step late. Those small civilized royal families and those in power had already led the core ethnic groups and important personnel to flee, leaving some innocent lives on the planet. Father, we have sent a small group of troops to harass the Sloan Great Wall according to your request. Prince Wu respectfully reported. Emperor Wu showed satisfaction, with a smile on his rough face. Emperor Y and Emperor Yu both showed light joy. In the final battle of the Star Festival, he has already demonstrated his strength, and now the Hercules does not need to be as low-key as before. Seeing that Prince Wu had doubts on his face, Emperor Wu said, "Are you wondering why we should act on the marching ant group?" Prince Wu nodded and said, "Now the marching ant group is in full swing, and we are not wise to engage with it. It is not wise to add a powerful enemy out of thin air. Offending them is not good for us. You can say that. It means that you have carefully thought about the gains and losses." Emperor Wu glanced at Prince Wu with admiration, then said, "But you can't just care about temporary gains and losses. You think we don't do anything. The army ants treat us. Isn't the threat less?" This. Prince Wu hesitated for a while, and after careful consideration, he said, "There are also threats. The marching ants are right next to us, bordering the stars. They are powerful and the threat to us always exists." "That's right." Emperor Wu nodded calmly. "Now the marching ants are strong, and they have the qualifications to compete in the universe. We are bordered by their star field, and a war is inevitable in the future. Alliance with the Phantom Civilization, against the marching ant group. Once the Phantom Civilization breaks the Honkiao of the Sloan Great Wall, and the two of them will enter a full-scale war." Prince Wu thoughtfully. Seeing his unclear appearance, Emperor Wu continued, "The strength of the marching ant group should not be underestimated. It can be said that the army is strong and the technology is not weak. If they go to full-scale war with the meditation civilization, the two will definitely consume seriously, and even both sides will suffer. This is very beneficial to us." Prince Wu suddenly realized, even if they choose to form an alliance with the Pluto civilization, in this era, there are no permanent friends. If the marching ant group is destroyed, and the star field of the marching ant is received by the Scorpion civilization, then the stellar civilization bordering their star field is the Spit civilization, which is a bigger and more dangerous beast. Maybe the butcher will come to them. And if the losses of the Pluto civilization in this battle are too serious, their Hercules may not be able to use the benefit of their allies to demand the takeover of the Honkiao of the Sloan Great Wall. No matter how bad they are, they can collect some of the star domains of the marching ant group to obtain greater benefits. Big brother, have you ever thought that once the meditation civilization is defeated in the Baiwu Honkiao? Emperor Y asked this question subconsciously. As soon as he said this, the hall fell silent. This subconscious question seemed to pierce another wall and put a series of questions on the surface. Even Emperor Y, who asked this question, suddenly woke up. Yes, they didn't count the possibility of the failure of the meditation civilization from the beginning of the decision. But the defeat of the god-level civilization is a bit hard to imagine. However, the meditation civilization did have several somersaults in the hands of the marching ant group, and the failure may not exist. Emperor Wu was stunned by this question, frowned and thought about it, and then tuned out the star map. The three emperors all paid attention to the star map and began to talk quietly. It's impossible for the meditation civilization to fail in such a critical war, Prince Wu muttered. Nothing is impossible. The Emperor Yu shook his head and said, Nephew, You are still young and have not experienced many wars. For war, never say that it is impossible. War has any possibility. As soon as Emperor Wu's dun teaching was finished, Emperor Wu spoke. If the Pluto civilization fails, it will be lively. Many top civilizations in the universe have long coveted the status of God-level civilizations, and even several God-level civilizations hope that they can destroy a few, so that they can dominate and gain greater the power and interests of the world. Once the Descent civilization appears, the end will not be any better than the Dark Forest. Father's point is that if the Ming body fails, it will split. Prince Wu asked in shock. Emperor Wu shook his head and said nothing. Chapter 1022, Dangerous Situation. Armed Headquarters. The generals and stars from all warheads of the marching ant group gathered together. Wang Hai, Black Eagle, Guao, Wat Mu, Damazu, Zihi, Xili, Xiu, Zhongli, Kai Jin, Qushan and others are discussing the current situation. Among them, Wang Hai, Wu Mu and other generals stationed outside appeared through projection. First, I will introduce you to a new colleague, Ming Tu. Chen Mo looked at Ming Tu beside him. Taking him back to the planet and their star field for so long, this is the first time that Ming Tu has officially met with the generals of the Armed Forces Department. In the future, Ming Tu will be our comrade in arms, and can give back to each other's comrade in arms. Chen Mo said solemnly. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the court looked at Ming Tu and applauded. And Ming Tu next to Chen Mo, raising his eyes to look at Chen Mo, his always cold expression rarely softened. As the judge of the meditation civilization, he can get such trust, which is unprecedented. In the meditation civilization, he is faced with endless monitoring and restriction, as well as indelible hatred. It is here that he feels a little warm. At least here, someone is willing to trust him. Just say a word. Chen Mo led the words to Ming Tu. After a stunned start, Ming Tu said quietly, "My name is Ming Tu." Just 4 words, 1 sentence indeed. Not shy, nor unfamiliar. During this time of contact, Chen Mo also knew about Ming Tu. Special encounters and special physical imitations have allowed him to seldom communicate with other lives for hundreds of years, let alone feel the temperature, so he naturally develops a solitary and introverted character. It is obviously unrealistic to let him talk a lot. Ming Tu just joined us, and he will lead the Ming Tu battle department in the future. I hope everyone will take care of each other and be the most trusted comrades in arms. After Chen Mo finished speaking, let everyone sit down. This time, the Great Wall of Sloan was harassed by a large number of small units, and some eyebrows were investigated. Zihi stood up and reported the intelligence. According to our investigation, there is a high probability that it is related to the Hercules. Hercules? Xiu was shocked. That is the land of martial immortals, the first of the 12 lands, and it is among the most powerful top civilizations. The star area spans tens of billions of light years. It just so happens that the territory has some borders with them. The holographic star map appeared on the combat platform, and the bordering star regions of the 2 sides were clear at a glance. During this time he was worried and had been dealing with harassment. After all, that is his hometown, and the other party's harassment on such a large scale. He is also afraid that something will happen and bring trouble to the battlefield of Baiwu Hongqiao. That is the most serious. After joining the marching ant group, he performed well, was willing to learn, and had the stability of a veteran star. He quickly integrated into the group. After Lan's training, his tactical ability was greatly improved. His warhead also uses the various technologies of the marching ant group to complete the transformation, which is 1 level higher than before. Therefore, in the Battle of the Great Wall of Sloan, he was stationed at the Great Wall of Sloan as a ready-to-support force, and also protected the rear of the War Department of Wat Mu guarding Hongqiao, so as to be foolproof. After all, their opponent is the meditation civilization, and this war cannot be lost. Now there is one more Hercules. Why does Hercules come over to harass us? Xiu asked. The Battle of Mu's Dancing? Was it because of Dancing's suicide note in the hands of the boss? Or They were afraid that we would become bigger and affect their safety. After Xiu's question, all the questions about the reason for Hercules' intervention were asked. The place they chose is the Sloan Great Wall. We failed in the Sloan Great Wall. What good will it do for them? Black Hawk asked. That's a good question, Lan said at the beginning. What good will the war of the Sloan Great Wall do to Hercules? The court fell into short thoughts. We weaken our strength. We are bordered by the Hercules. We are strong, and it is not good for them. In the words of the earth, there is no room for two tigers in a mountain. Watuki said. But if we lose, Hercules may usher in a stronger tiger, and there may be some kind of benefit agreement between them. Wang Hai said. The generals all set their sights on the star map, bordering the Baiwu Hongqiao, Pluto civilization. When it comes to the civilization of the meditation body, the generals are all looking towards Mingtu. He was born in the Pluto civilization, that is his old club, and he is undoubtedly the one who knows the Pluto civilization and their generals best. I saw Mingtu at this time, staring at the star map, with a ray of hatred in his eyes, cold and ruthless, and murderous. In this situation, it seems that the meditation civilization is preparing to live with the marching ant group endlessly. Yan smiled calmly. In the black pupil civilization, Yan's physique is considered thin, the black pupil color patterns are chaotic, and his personal strength is weak, but it does not affect his military achievements. Once served as a staff member of the Black Eye 1st Army Corps, he fought in all directions. He killed courageously and made the enemy frightened. Now the person in charge of the General Staff Headquarters of the Black Eye civilization has a higher power. A lot of Tongqing's decision on the situation must come to Yan to discuss. His real power is almost under Tongqing. In terms of age, Tongqing is bigger, but Yan's appearance looks older. He fights all the year round and is decisive In the eyes of mental exhaustion, he is naturally not as energetic as the powerful Tongqing and looks younger. Withdrawing his gaze from the star chart, the pupil was green and thoughtful. The prestige of the meditation civilization has been hit again and again in the hands of the marching ant group. Only by destroying the marching ant group can the meditation civilization be prosperous. After the sudden change in Hongqiao, the situation of the Pluto civilization is getting worse and worse. If they win the marching ant group this time, other civilizations will be afraid, and they will be able to solve their current dilemma. If you don't win, who do you think can win this war? Tongqing asked calmly. Yan thought for a while, and said, it's hard to say who wins and who wins. Wars are changing rapidly. At least, there is no obvious gap between the two sides in the weapons and technologies that have been exposed. Hai Tu-Min nodded in agreement. From the current intelligence point of view, their technology is not backward. Mastering so many advanced technologies in such a short period of time should be the core of technology left over from a certain top civilization. However, their super technology may be a lot more advanced than us. I don't need to worry too much about the superpower problem for the time being, Yan said. The mainstream warfare in the universe competes with technologies such as weapons of war robots, and warships. The confrontation of individual soldiers mostly occurs in encounters, or offensive and defensive battles when weapons are exhausted. Superpower affects the individual strength of life, but does not affect the mainstream of war technology. In space war, discover and destroy. Once the fleet is discovered by the enemy, it will face a devastating blow. Under the space weapons and the speed of light destruction weapons, even the most powerful individual soldiers are like reptiles. Chen Mo's abilities are not simple. Do you know what it felt like to fight against Muse Sky Star that time? Tongqing had memories in his eyes. When Yan raised a little interest, it would make Tongqing say that it was not a simple life, but not many. Dan did not get this evaluation back then. I'm a little curious now. Like facing a black hole, you will never see his whole cards. A sense of powerlessness. If you change your life as a sense of despair, your confidence will be destroyed in the constant fight with him, which is very tricky. He sighed and said, it was when I fought him at that time, I was sure that he had hidden the secret of life in the fourth dimension. Yan was horrified and moved. Close to the subject, at the Great Wall of Sloan, shall we send troops there? Tonking said. There are 10 cities between us and the marching ant group, and there is no direct territorial contact. Sending a small group of troops there is not very effective. Sending a corps in the past will cause insufficient supplies and insufficient reinforcements. It is easy to cause problems. The vigilance of the surrounding forces. Do nothing. It is the best state now. Watch them fight against the meditation civilization. Yan pointed to the division of forces on the holographic star chart. Don't worry that the Pluto civilization will keep your hands. This war is very important to the Pluto civilization. The Pluto race must win by all means. Otherwise, Chapter 1023, Honkiao Offensive and Defensive Battle Report. There is an emergency report from the front, and the marching ant group dispatched the Kunping Battle Department, and Chen Bing joined the star field. This news caused the 3 emperors on the court to raise their eyebrows. Emperor Wu chuckled and didn't care. It seems to know that we are making trouble. It's a bit fast. It seems that this marching ant group has something. Emperor Wei said in a gloomy tone, jokingly. Think about how to deal with the problem. Emperor Yu gently picked up a drink and drank it all at once. He is the one with the mildest personality among the 3 emperors. He usually does things and never panics, but he is confident. The question of playing or not playing. Fighting, we will definitely suffer losses, but it can hold part of the opponent's forces, which is beneficial to the battlefield of the meditation civilization. If not, the meditation civilization will definitely doubt the sincerity of our alliance. Emperor Wu pondered. If you want me to say I can yell at them. Wide Eye's character is relatively hot, anxious. It's not right. Emperor Yu shook his head. That will become a war between us and the marching ant civilization. This is not worth the gain for us. Emperor Wu also nodded, agreeing with Emperor Yu's statement. It's a compromise. We will join forces with Chen and Bing, posture, and then fight with the marching ant group to create tension. Don't do anything. Just watch other things. To meet some of the opponent's military requirements. Aren't you afraid that he will do it on us in turn? Widey puzzled. They won't, Yudi said. Now the marching ant group is at war with the major god-level civilizations, and it is at war with the Pluto civilization. And it will do more harm than good. As long as the opposing commander is not a fool, they will not choose take the initiative to fight us. Ming Ading stared at the star map in front of him. On the holographic star chart, there are various dense and complex marks. Garrison, troop strength, Honkiao, supply, defensive line, battlefield, enemy layout, supply, troop strength and garrison. All kinds of densely packed marks. In the hologram, the degree of complexity is beyond ordinary life can understand. This is not a star war, but a space war. The spherical war of the planet is useless in the age of the universe. In the age of the universe, on the battlefield of the cosmic space dimension, your enemies may attack you from any position. 8 quadrants, countless changes, and at the same time be careful of black holes, pulsars, and space turbulence in the starry sky. There may be hundreds of thousands, millions, or even more civilizations that are adjacent to their star fields, such as the god-level civilizations with vast star fields like the Pluto civilization. This is not as simple as hundreds of civilizations on a certain planet, and the complexity of cosmic wars is unimaginable. With such a huge star field and complicated external environment, as a star, you need a powerful brain and an excellent overall view. After the shocking changes in Honkiao, this kind of neighboring relationship between literary stardoms became more complicated. Pluto civilization is the worst one. After the sudden change in Honkiao, their response was insufficient and the other party occupied Honkiao. The point is that many of the civilizations occupying Honkiao are powerful top civilizations. There are even 2 Honkiao, connecting the star fields of Black Eye civilization and Thor civilization, almost making them desperate. Fortunately, The two companies do not intend to do anything to them. This sudden change in Hongqiao completely disrupted all military defensive deployments of the Meditation civilization, and the Hongqiao leading to the Great Wall of Sloan under their control, close to the hinterland of their star field, was also lost because of Ming To defecting. Today's Meditation civilization is at war with many top civilizations, and the defense line is fragmented. Ming Ah stayed on the spot, standing motionless for 2 hours. This kind of layout, once a detail is missed, may cause a chain reaction of the entire war, causing them all to lose. If Ming Tu is there, he can share half of the pressure. And if Minayulu is still he can also give him some reference tactics. Ming Tu defected, Ming died in battle, both of which are related to one life. Chen Mo. Ming Ah's gaze fell on the star field of the Great Wall of Sloan connected by the Baiwu Hongqiao. He wanted to avenge Minayulu, but as a commander, he could not be guided by hatred, otherwise he would die. Ming Ah stared at the star field of the Sloan Great Wall. Whether it is public or private, it must be one here, Master Boming. The subordinate's report interrupted his thoughts. Ming Ah didn't look away from the star map, and his voice had no emotion. There will be news from the front that the warhead of the Hercules and the Chen Bing border of the marching ant group have quarreled. Fighting? Ming Tu was taken aback, then turned to ask. Yes, quarreling. The Hercules and the marching ant group are accusing each other of initiating a dispute, but they didn't really do it. Which army of the marching ants is on the border? Kunping Battle Headquarters. Kunping Battle Headquarters? It should have been discovered that Hercules harassed the Great Wall of Sloan. My lord, do you want Hercules to increase the harassment of the opponent's Sloan Great Wall? Said a general in the battle room. No, don't pin your hopes on other civilizations, otherwise you will die miserably. Ming Ah looked up at the holographic projection. At the junction of the Hercules and the marching ant star field, the two warhead marks had appeared. Pluto civilization is now at war with many top civilizations, because the location of Hongqiao is very sensitive, and even Hongqiao appears in the small universe. It can be said that they have reached the most critical moment. The most critical battle is here at the Sloan Great Wall. This Hercules is very clever. If he doesn't confront us, he will create a topic to support us, Lan said to Chen Mo beside him. The two parties seem to be arguing, but the two parties have not suffered any loss. However, they must guard against each other. Master Lan, the Great Wall of Sloan has returned the news, and the Ming body has stepped up its offensive. Kai Jin told Lan the information. The members of the War Department suddenly came to their minds. The star maps and table opened, and the situation of the Sloan Great Wall appeared in front of them. The situation of the marching ant colony is much better than that of the Pluto civilization, because their territory is relatively small, and the inner star field variation Hongqiao is relatively small. Later, 2 Hongqiao bridges were added to the star field. One leads to a huge cosmic hole that has not yet been discovered by civilization, and the other leads to a remote Xiaoin star field. They quickly controlled that small civilization without much effort. Strength. Because the Rainier Kia supergalaxy, where the marching ants are located, is in a remote location, there are not many large civilizations bordering it. Pluto civilization is different. Now it is multi-line combat. Ming Tu defected to them and was known as Minayulu, who is most likely to become the third top general star. Because he underestimated the enemy was killed by them, there is only Ming in the Ming body civilization. In the layout of the space war, the mental effort is very huge, and the overall situation needs to be considered. The more battlefields there are, the more factors that will be considered by the star. They don't need to be distracted too much to worry about other battlefields. In this regard, they have some advantages. Increase your troops and defend Hongqiao. Lan only issued the simplest order. The explosion of antimatter is extremely dazzling in space, silent and beautiful, bursting out infinite rays of death and energy. The Hongqiao battlefield is full of war firepower. The first stage of the interstellar war offensive and defensive warfare, firepower is consumed. Unmanned warships shuttle, space-based laser sweeps, antimatter bombs like rainstorms, war robots like schools of deep-sea fish, depicting the battlefield of the end times in silent space. A steady stream of weapons and antimatter energy is being transported, thrown into the battlefield, destroyed, transported again, and so on. The planets near the battlefield were all mined and digested, eroded, turned into a steady stream of weapons, and sent to the battlefield. The collision of antimatter bombs, the strafing of space-based laser weapons, the debris of space-based weapons and unmanned battleships, as well as the remains of war robots, are all over the space, which becomes a sea of death, a space ruin. No life dared to approach. Approaching is death. Under the blockade of space interference and space interference, this kind of battlefield is unable to carry out the projection of space weapons and light-speed weapons, so it can only head hard. Both sides know the meaning of this battlefield. My lord, the 13th wave of stealth soldiers died. Launch the 14th wave. With an order, thousands of stealth soldiers entered the space battlefield, scattered to all quadrants, and went to the enemy's defense line. Stealth soldiers will not be detected by quantum radar. They are ghosts on the battlefield. Their mission is to destroy as many space-based weapons as possible, create firepower advantage for them, and disrupt the enemy's defense line. Mink's Eye's face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on the battlefield projection. The 13 waves of stealth soldiers have limited results. However, the number of stealth soldiers is decreasing, and the quality is decreasing. The consumption is too serious, and the cost of this offensive and defensive war is too great. He felt that he was not attacking an ordinary civilization, but a god-level civilization of the same level, and the opponent's war technology was not worse than them. Suddenly, a subordinate hurriedly came over and said cautiously, "My lord, there is an urgent report from above." Chapter 1024, Super Weapon. Congratulations, passed the assessment. A voice seemed like a natural sound. Carrie retired from the virtual battlefield and exhaled. The assessment is to stand out among the many stars. She faces the competition of the other 7 stars in the virtual reality battlefield. At the beginning, she said it was a virtual reality assessment, but she didn't care, because the simulated battlefield of virtual reality is very different from the actual battle. The powerful star in the virtual reality battlefield may not be like this in the real battlefield. But after entering, he found the difference. At the beginning, an examiner named Fox asked a series of questions about war. Even if she was a star, it was a bit difficult. Later, she began to compete against the assessment. The result is obvious: she was taught enough miserable. Defeated. It's been a long time since I lost so badly in the simulated battlefield of virtual reality. After that, she refused to admit defeat, and played 3 more games with each other, all of which failed. This made her wonder. Obviously this organization has top generals, but it still has to recruit generals. But when this doubt appeared, she was relieved. In the age of war, it is difficult to find a general in 1,000 armies. What's more, this organization may have other top forces behind it in secret. Coming out of the virtual reality cabin, Carrie looked at a dozen other stars. They have all played and cooperated in the battlefield of virtual reality, and they are considered comrades in arms, and they are quite sympathetic. Seeing the poisonous girl coming in, all the lives on the court were awe-inspiring. If they guessed correctly, the leader of this dark organization is the female life in front of them. To be one of the overlords of Chaos Land, they don't think this female life is simple. Congratulations, Carrie. Red sequence. Your assessment results are in the first sequence. The poisonous girl said 2 names. Hongzhu is different from Kali. Kali was born in a shepherd city and belongs to the top civilized general. With a red root, he receives the most formal war college training and the most systematic education. The Red Order was born with a battle armor regiment, or an obscure medium-sized war armor regiment. The battle armor regiment was kicked out of the team because of the head's perseverance, and he was disarmed and returned home. In the subsequent operations, his original battle armor regiment was destroyed, and he could only be a tactical teacher at the Planetary Military Academy in a corner of a certain planet every day, relying on virtual reality combat and classroom theory to satisfy his command. Kian Jun's dream, until the organization found him. Almost without even thinking about it, he joined the other party's organization. If a General Star does not die on the battlefield, but dies in a muddle, it would be an insult to him. After 3 rounds of virtual reality simulation war selection, he stood out and was sent here. During this period of time, the teaching and assessment of the mysterious general will be useful to all generals on the field for life, regardless of whether they were born in grassroots or extraordinary. At this moment, they have gained a lot, standing on the same stage. Congratulations, you all passed the assessment, but if you want to go further or complete the transformation, you still need to go to the real battlefield. The girl with the poisonous skin was expressionless, and her expression was so cold that she was cold. Next, Kali and Hongsu will be divided into 2 teams to form their own warheads. Remember, you are colleagues and competitors. Who can become the commander of the team in the future will depend on your respective achievements and performance on the battlefield. Kali and Hongsu looked at each other, then retracted. Both of them can see the meaning of war in each other's eyes. Well, you two, among your comrades in arms, start to choose a team. Carrie has the highest overall score in the assessment, and Carrie chooses the first place first. The poisonous woman's voice was beyond doubt. Cheng Liuo. Carrie said a name without hesitation. A middle-aged life slowly walked to Carrie. Inagi. Hongzu said 66. Xiaoyu, do me a favor. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and blinked. Do you still want me to help? Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo in surprise, but seeing the grin on his face made him feel uneasy. Say it. I will ask you to do a research. Are you addicted to studying your wife? Xiaoyu cursed with a smile. It's not studying you, it's studying your abilities, Chen Mo said. Is there any difference? Yes, Mo Nu and I are Wash Wang. We are developing a special weapon that may end the cosmic war, Chen Mo said mysteriously in Xiaoyu's ear. Weapon? This weapon is called a woman? Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo jokingly. I found out that a woman can destroy the world, then grab me to study? Hey, I found that you have become humorous. This is a good idea. Go away. Xiaoyu gave him a white look and became serious. You study weapons. How can I help? Super weapon. Super weapon? Xiaoyu suddenly turned his head and stared at Chen Mo, as if he found a monster. Chen Mo was also frowned upon by her. This is what you and Mo Nu have done with Wash Wang's recent gods and secrets. Recently, the father and daughter, as well as the Mo girl, went out early every day and didn't come back until very late. Sometimes they didn't come back at all and studied in the laboratory overnight. Xiaoyu couldn't help them. They didn't say what to study, and she couldn't take the initiative to ask. Now Chen Mo actually told her. Chen tacitly nodded. The disclosure of superpower technology means the arrival of the universal superpower era in the universe. Superpower is very special and involves consciousness. Until now, many civilizations have not solved the mystery of superpower. However, these mysteries are solved here by Chen Mo and Mo Nu. Can superpower still have weapons? Xiaoyu asked. Yes. Chen Mo nodded and solemnly explained. What if the superpower is enlarged? Chen Mo stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the water glass in front of him, only to see the water glass floating in the air, turning into a transparent glass ball in front of them, and falling on Xiaoyu's hand. This is the ability to control objects. What if my ability is expanded to manipulate planets like a water cup, or even a star system or galaxy? Hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a bit cold in the glass ball in his hand. Dreaming about the scene where one person controls the entire star system, she felt a little hairy. Chen Mo didn't pay attention to her reaction and continued. Like the battle between Tong King and I in the Star Steel Forest, if our 2 superpowers continue to rise, with our own strength, the possibility of the existence of the planet is destroyed? Impossible. It takes a lot of energy to destroy a planet. A living body cannot have that much energy, right? Xiaoyu asked uncertainly. Conservation of energy is for the existing cosmic system. If it is the 4th dimension, that mysterious dimension? Do you say that its energy is not conserved? Just like the two-dimensional world cartoons written by us humans, there is no conservation of energy. This scene rises to the scene of a four-dimensional world versus a three-dimensional world. While in the Star Steel Forest, Shenmue was aware of the energy used by his body. He does not know whether it is the energy of the existing universe, the energy of an unknown dimension, or their special quantum body that has stolen the energy of the time dimension in the past or the future. However, in his and Monu's bodies, there is indeed a steady flow of energy, but it will not affect them. Hearing what Shenmue said, Xiaoyu stared, feeling that the worldview he had constructed was collapsing. To develop superpower weapons, I have also thought about it. In today's cosmic wars, the fastest rate of destruction is the speed of light. Calculated by 100,000 light-years in the Milky Way, it takes 100,000 years to destroy a single space weapon, taking the diameter of the universe hundreds of billions of light-years. In other words, the progress of the war is too slow. If space weapons are deployed regardless of the number, they will be out of control, the damage will be too great, and the cost will be too great. Superpower weapons are just as expensive. According to you, they are equally destructive. Xiaoyu shook the glass ball in his hand. This situation is better than space weapons destruction, it is also controllable than space weapons, and there is a solution to war beyond the speed of light. Beyond the speed of light? Xiaoyu asked. Yes. Superpower involves consciousness. Consciousness is a fourth-dimensional matter. It is not restricted by the highest speed of the universe. Consciousness can go anywhere in the universe at any time, just like Mogirl can open the space door and send you to Muse Skystar. Same. In the Tanxing Steel Forest, the words recorded by Muse Tanxing gave him an initiation. Consciousness is the fourth dimension of matter. After that, the gate of the fourth dimension opened to him, giving this world unlimited possibilities. What can I help? I think of a method that does not work on the destruction of planets and galaxies, but works on the fundamentals, which might end war quickly. What way? Remember that brainwave device of Dr. X? Chapter 1025. Hand of God. The general headquarters of the Marching Ant Venus is as busy as usual. All kinds of intelligence are gathered here in the War Department and then uploaded to the staff room of the War Department. 100,000 urgent news also came in. The news has just been sent back that Ming War Department has joined the Hongqiao battlefield of the Sloan Great Wall. When Lan announced the news, there was a commotion in the operations department. Pluto, the top general of the Pluto civilization, is also one of the most famous generals in the universe. Nowadays, the Pluto civilization is fighting hot, and he is presiding over the overall situation of the battle. Let the civilization of the underworld, which should have been chaotic, remain relatively stable. In the Ming body civilization, some people describe Ming A's style as a strong, steady and old-fashioned handsome talent. Ming Tu's style is as cold as a blade, as fierce as a fire, and too murderous. It is also said that only Ming A's style can stabilize the current situation of the civilization of the Ming body, and if another general star comes over, it will not do better than Ming A. In order to ensure the security of the Sloan Great Wall battlefield, the Hongqiao battlefield may need support. Lan said, I'll fight. Mazur stood up. I'm here. How? Xili also responded. Soon, they felt the atmosphere in the combat room was weird, and everyone looked in one direction. I saw Ming Tu staring at Ming Ah, bursting with infinite murderous aura and hatred, cold like a knife. Me. Ming Tu's voice was low. Okay. Ming Tu is over. Lan chose Ming Tu without hesitation. Not only the generals on the court, but even Ming Tu was a little surprised. Zhao Lan nodded slightly. Remember, do you want to develop that thing? Xiao looked at Shenmue incredulously. Do you use that thing to control all mankind? It's not about controlling all human beings, but all life in the universe. Xiao Yuteng stood up, and before she could speak, Shenmue stopped her and comforted her to sit down. She knew what Xiaoyu was thinking. Xiaoyu must have thought he was crazy. But Xiaoyu did think so. This plan was too terrifying, and only lunatics would dare to play like this. It's not as scary as you think. Listen to me. Chen Mo comforted Xiaoyu. Your ability is very special. You can see the consciousness of all life. If you develop an instrument, like Dr. X, expand this consciousness through quantum space-time, spread to the entire universe, and then control the consciousness of all life. Xiaoyu heard this and looked at Chen Mo like a monster. I dare to think of any ideas, I thought. This is the fastest way to end the war in the universe. Every technological change will bring about changes in the times, as well as wars. As far as the Earth is concerned, the Stone Age was ended by the Iron Age, which was a tribal war. The cold weapon era is vulnerable to hot weapons. In the technological age of aircraft and tanks, thermal weapons have no power to fight back. With regard to the current history of the universe, the war armor era appeared, which changed the past cosmic disputes and created the Ziwei civilization of the war armor system, and became a god-level civilization. After the emergence of space weapons, the process and speed of war became the speed of light, and lives who were unable to escape at the speed of light faced the danger of being driven into dust by a space weapon at any time. The war in the Stone Age may take two tribes to fight in a generation. Wars in the cold weapon era have existed for several years and decades. In the era of thermal weapons, the duration of war was shortened to months. In the interstellar age, the speed of warfare is counted by the day. If you do not pay attention, the entire planet and warhead will be destroyed with one weapon. As the tools and abilities controlled by intelligent life change, the methods of warfare are also changing. Now that the age of superpower is coming, the technology of the new era can be used to end disputes. The speed at which this war ends can be even shorter. Let you participate in the research, let Mo Girl and I learn your abilities, and then we will operate the instrument. Chen Mo said. Xiaoyu shook his head with a firm expression. I can't let your hands be covered with blood. War will die. But even if too many people die, even if they die by the warhead, I don't want you to kill yourself. So many lives die. Chen Mo's heart warmed and said, I didn't say that I used that instrument to kill people. What do you mean? You are still so stupid. Stupid and cute. That instrument is really successful. Do I still use it to kill people? With that ability, it is God, consciousness control, and there is no need to kill the enemy. Can it succeed? This world is full of incredible. Chen Mo said. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo blankly, thinking for a long time. What is the name of this project? Hand of God. The meditation civilization is ready to die with the marching ants. Yan stared at the holographic sand table with a faint smile. The meditation civilization is a little anxious. Why? Haitumi asked curiously. Yan knocked on the information in his hand and handed it to Tong King. Interesting changes are taking place at the upper levels of the meditation civilization. The old patriarch is trying to cut flesh from the hands of the elders of the meditation civilization, concentrate power, and pave the way for Ming to come to power. This is a bit difficult, Tong King said. He knows how difficult it is to withdraw power from those nobles and higher-level ethnic groups. He has a great say in this. At the beginning, he used external pressure to complete the centralization and integration of the Black Pupil civilization, and get rid of the internal corruption of the Black Pupil civilization and the situation of fighting each other. Otherwise, the current situation of the Black Pupil civilization is equally bad. If the centralization of power fails, the result will be the appearance of the Dark Forest civilization. Once the centralization is completed, even if the meditation civilization is weak, it will be difficult to destroy them. But no matter how difficult it is, they have to do it. Otherwise the Abyss Black Hole will greet them. However, Ming's reputation is not enough. It takes a victory enough to reach the prestige of the underworld civilization and set the way to power. So they chose Chen Mo. Tong King heard Yan's meaning. Yes, Ming Tu surrendered, Ming Lua died, Ming Ku and Ming Yan were killed, and the delegation was slaughtered. They were all marching ants. They ruined the marching ants, enough to make Ming A's reputation reach the top of the military civilization. With this prestige, and with the support of the old patriarch, it is logical to take over the meditation civilization. Can't let them integrate. Tonking shook his head. With the help of defeating the prestige of the former speaker of the Black Eye civilization, Thunder completely secured the position of the king of Thor civilization, rectified the inside of Thor civilization, and became the strongest civilization after Black Eye civilization. If you let the Ming body civilization replicate, let Ming take over the power of the Ming body civilization and take over as the patriarch of the Ming body civilization. After a burst of blood exchange, it will be another Thor civilization. Then give them something. Yan smiled, and Zizu's self-confidence. Help the marching ants? It's not impossible. The marching ants are too immature. Although Chen Mo is mysterious, the distance is a threat. It is still near the fire, and there are Hercules stumbling them, and there is the 10-city alliance. Tonking said. The key is, will they believe us? Tonking thought for a while, then smiled. Then it depends on whether their decision makers have the courage. Do you know who came from the news? Lan looked at the information in her hand, her eyes uncertain. Just now Zhi sent him a piece of information. This piece of information is a bit unbelievable. If this piece of information is true, it can determine the direction of the entire battle. Do not know. Zhi was not sure about a wry smile. As an intelligence officer, providing inaccurate information may face very terrifying consequences. But this information is too important. Even if she is not sure, she will bring it. The other party does not want us to know his identity. There must be many methods, quantum communication, which cannot be cracked, so this is an uncertain message. Okay. Lan dumbly looked at the intelligence in his hand and thought. He was thinking about who might help him with them. If it is the Endless Sea civilization, there is no need to be anonymous. If it is a few other companies, it is possible. But at the same time it is also possible to pit them. If it is false news, they may suffer considerable losses. If it is true news, they can win this victory. Zhi hesitated and said, should you let the boss decide? Chapter 1026. The old chief of the White Star civilization. How did you get this information? Lin Han was also very surprised by the information passed by Zhi and Lan. It is a very serious matter that such important information as the meditation civilization actually flows out. Not sure. It was passed to us by an anonymous person, so the credibility of this information cannot be determined. Zhi smiled bitterly. Anonymous. Chen Mo was taken aback. Lan, what do you think? Maybe it was passed to us by one of several other families. Lan said, in fact, it is easy to understand. See if this news is true, who will benefit the most. For now, the Pluto civilization has been defeated, and the other which companies have the greatest interest. What if it's fake? Chen Mo asked. We may lose a little, but the loss is within the controllable range. There are pros and cons, so let you make an idea. Really? We won the war, fake. Our loss is controllable, and will not directly affect the Sloan Wall battlefield. Direction. Lan said. Chen Mo stared at the intelligence and thought, you can take a risk. This is an uncertain piece of information. Zhi sent the piece of information to Ming-Tu. When he spoke, his voice was very serious, as if he was afraid that Ming-Tu would not know. This was an uncertain piece of information. Seeing the content of the intelligence, Ming-Tu was taken aback. His eyes flickering, very humane. The value of this information is very special. You should know better than me. We asked the boss for his opinion. The boss chose to take a risk and start implementing it. Let me show you this information first. Do you want to implement it? Zhi said. Good. Ming-Tu nodded slightly, the hatred in his eyes bursting with light. The next day, a fleet of the Ming-Tu battle department quietly separated from the team, turned on the space engine, and jumped into the depths of space. Thunder stared at the training ground in front of him. Super training ground. This is based on the training ground of Thor civilization. Wang, these are all successfully developed lives. A researcher handed a list to Thunder, with a serious expression. We improved the technology we got in the hands of Demon Flame civilization. The side effects were reduced. It could have been put into use later, Loi Nu's results were announced. We improved his theory and made further improvements. The success rate was higher. I haven't found it yet. How many special abilities have been discovered so far? Thunder asked while looking at the list. Most of them are ordinary abilities. There are a total of 193 abilities. Only one special is Iron Control, but it has not yet reached the practical level, let alone participating in combat. It is not very supportive for the armor system. Development success rate it's about 4%, but there are a few superpowers with multiple abilities. We are studying to make their abilities stack up. Research on useful abilities, otherwise it will not greatly improve the combat troops. Wang, if you upgrade, there are still some. Most of our soldiers are top-level beings. After using the medicine, even if they don't successfully awaken the superpower, their reaction speed is much faster than before, which is equivalent to the god-level life. We have summarized this data from 100,000 volunteers who were veterans. Their health is obviously better than before, and their strength is stronger than before. Not bad. There was thunder in Thunder's eyes. The results of the Demon Flame civilization were exchanged by Dan from Shigangsing for his life, but the information was somewhat incomplete, so he had been studying and improving secretly. The results announced by Loi Nu allowed them to break through again. This is a good thing. Their research results may not be faster than those of other companies, but they are definitely not behind. Select the personnel. Prepare to promote the super potion in the main star. Thor civilization is ready to welcome a brand new era. Thunder's voice was thunderous. In the small universe of the White Star civilization, at the gravitational periphery of the largest black hole, a space fluctuation with a diameter of 2 meters appeared, and the space crack slowly expanded. Suddenly, an orc with a metallic cluster in his skin walked out of the space hole and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, yes, this is the power of time and space. This is the power of invincibility. This feeling is very good. In him, every line is particularly perfect and full of power. In space without the slightest gravitational force, he stood as if walking on the ground. Very strange. The old chieftain of the White Star civilization. Although the White Star civilization has become one of the god-level civilizations, it still retains the oldest title like the Patriarch of the Hades and the Star Master of the Zaiwai Star. 10,000 years ago, the old chief tried the law with his body, injected with medicine, sealed his body with dark matter, and plunged into the black hole. 10,000 years outside, fleeting in his consciousness of falling into a black hole. The space-time around the black hole is compressed to the extreme. It can be said that the danger is extremely dangerous there, and he may be torn apart by the terrifying gravity of the black hole at any time. And he almost ventured in with a mortal determination. Now he proves that his idea is right. Consciousness was immersed in the space-time compressed by the black hole, finally causing his body to mutate. The power of time and space is the highest power in this universe, and no one can escape the sanctions of time and space. I don't know what happened to Baixing now. The old chief Baixing looked around in space, searching for the position of the main star in his memory. In the space in front of him, a slight spatial ripple appeared, and he stepped into it. Hu Bingxin, who had just come out of the office, looked tired, and the hidden worries between his brows lingered. In today's situation, there are a lot of things waiting for her to deal with every day. Just received the news that the superpowers of the Black Eye civilization and Thor civilization are being promoted, and they cannot lag behind. Because of this, things have only increased recently. Even if she has a strong brain, she can't bear it. Suddenly, a slight ripple was stirred up in the space in front of her, making the people around her instantly dizzy. Hu Shiming's expression changed drastically, and he immediately protected Fox Binkson behind him. I saw a figure stepping out of the ripples in the space, making the lion minutes in front of Hu Binkson freeze in place, dumbfounded. Ancestor? Seeing the life appearing, Hu Binkson's voice was hesitant and uncertain. After deciding to study the instrument, Chen Mo set about implementing it. This method can end the war as quickly as possible, and it can also minimize the death of life in the universe, no matter from what perspective. the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. As for the issue of technology being taken away, it does not exist at all. In this era, the degree of technological secrecy is very high, and the existence of quantum computing makes it impossible to crack technical secrets. Try the scope problem first, Chen Mo said to Xiaoyu. Good. Xiaoyu nodded. After she entered a super state, a different scene appeared before her eyes, only Chen Mo's consciousness body, and the consciousness bodies of Wash Wang and Mo Girl around her. The consciousness bodies of Chen Mo and Mo Niu are very special, almost complete human forms, completely different from Wash Wang's only in the brain. Can you see the people outside? Chen Mo asked. I can't see it. Xiaoyu shook his head. Now we feel with our consciousness. Close our eyes and try, without looking at it, Chen Mo said. On Mo Niu's side, she has been collecting data on Xiaoyu's brain wave fluctuations, hoping to find a breakthrough in Xiaoyu's ability so that they can also learn this ability. Following Chen Mo's arrangement, Xiaoyu slowly closed his eyes. Can you see it? Chen Mo asked. Cannot see. Feel it with your heart, imagine that I am by your side, and see if you can see it, Chen Mo said. Xiaoyu lay quiet on the bed, and remained silent for a long time. Chen Mo was not in a hurry, waiting patiently by his side. Xiaoyu's task is to use her abilities, not to withstand any drug stimulation and equipment to stimulate the brain, and will not cause any impact on the body, so there is no need to worry about her safety. Yes, Xiaoyu with his eyes closed suddenly said. Chapter 1027. Overture to War. This base is where you will work for some time in the future. Hewitt 21 led Kali and Hongzhi to a base on a planet and introduced them to them. The land of chaos is in the shuffling stage. Among the forces we control, there are many legions. But we do not intend to withdraw those legions from those forces, so you have two tasks next. Upon hearing the task, Carrie and Hongzhi clung to each other's backs and immediately cheered up. Hewitt 20 turned a blind eye to their movements. He was no longer regarded as the innocent child who was hunted down in Shigangsing. Over the years, he has grown too much with the venomous skin girl in the dark world of Chaos Land. The first task is to recruit and form your respective warheads in the chaotic land. Respective warheads. Kali and Hongzhi were taken aback for a moment and did not speak, but the other Jiangxing beside them muttered, "Don't let them take over the original warhead." You heard that right. It's your respective warheads. Your team builds your own warheads. How many soldiers are needed is up to you. The strength of the warhead's combat power is also a content of the comparison between you. I don't understand. The generals who set up their own warheads are just talking on paper. Hewitt 21's words, let them all agree. As a general, you don't even have a warhead of your own, which is no different from playing a virtual reality battle game. There will also be a list for you to choose from the equipment you need. What equipment you need, we will try our best to satisfy you. Also, after you have selected the soldiers, we will develop superpowers for all soldiers. By then, all soldiers may be capable, and you must consider these in your training and preparations. What? Develop superpowers for all soldiers? This situation shocked them. At this stage, few civilizations have mastered superpower technology. Could it be that the civilization behind them has quietly mastered these technologies? When they heard this, their hearts were extremely hot, and it seemed that the mountain behind them was not weak. Hewitt 20 turned a blind eye to their surprise. You have a second task, that is, while forming a warhead, command the existing legion we control in the chaotic land and begin to integrate the chaotic land star field. Your two teams will command each part of the star field separately. Star clusters, of course, don't integrate as quickly as possible, but it depends on your layout and tactics in the command of each war, as well as the number of casualties between the enemy and ourselves. Good. Carrie and Hongzhi agreed at the same time. The two looked at each other, and they could see the eagerness in each other's eyes. The war between the meditation civilization and the marching ant group has attracted the attention of the top civilization in the universe. Except for the fighting in the dark forest, This is the highest level of civilized war. The reputation of the marching ant group spread because of Chen Mo's battle in the Tanxing Monument, and it is considered one of the top civilizations. This enduring war has made many civilizations a crucial war. The God-level civilization has formulated the rules and order of the universe since the last cosmic war, and its rights and prestige have not changed. At the same time, they use the power in their hands to squeeze the survival of some civilizations. But no civilization has ever dared to fully confront them. A god-level civilization with a small universe is almost invincible. But now it's different. The small universe is opened up by Hongqiao, which makes the ambitions of some top big civilizations begin to revive. Once the Pluto civilization fails, it shows that the god-level civilization is not invincible, which will greatly enhance the ambitions of some top civilizations. Under the attention of the outside world, the war at the White Mist and Hongqiao Bridge at the Sloan Great Wall has lasted for a month, but the intensity did not diminish. In the galaxies at both ends of the battlefield, some planets were completely hollowed out, and all the weapons made were sent to the front. In the battlefield in the outer space of Baiwu Hongqiao, all kinds of debris are almost all over space, making this a place of death. Even if the spacecraft is flying here, you must be careful not to turn on the speed of light, and you are afraid of hitting the debris and disintegrating directly. The cost of offensive and defensive warfare is the greatest. There is no fancy in this kind of battle, only head-on. Both sides of the battlefield are straining to see who can't hold on to the end. Pluto's civilization cannot afford failure, nor can the marching ant group. Are you all ready? Ming turned to the adjutant beside him. It's all ready. The adjutant responded, and then hesitated. My lord, in this case, the price will be a bit high. If this war is not won, the cost will be even greater. Ming said in a faint voice, raising his eyes to look at the star map marked in front of him. Let the whole army prepare and launch a general attack in 10 minutes. I don't know if the marching ant group has made any moves. I originally wanted to use such important news by myself. I hope that it won't be in vain to pass it on to them. Tongking muttered lightly while paying attention to the information returned from the front. I think the speaker hopes it will be in vain. Yan also followed. Life is so tangled, there is no way. Tongking smiled. I just hope that there is a qualified opponent. Otherwise such a competition is meaningless. Yan was not surprised by Tongking's words. This will test the opponent's courage and decision-making level. By the way, let's take a look at the opponent's general star layout ability. During the conversation between the two, a pop-up window appeared on the holographic platform in front of them. President, there is information coming back from the front. The two sides are about to fight. I will send the picture back to you. After the reporter finished speaking, the picture disappeared and replaced by the situation on the Baiwu Hongqiao battlefield. This is the simulated scene after quantum radar scanning. It is not 100% real, but try to restore the scene. After Chen Mo asked Mo Nu to turn on the machine, he signaled Xiaoyu to start. The consciousness weapon of the Hand of God has become his greatest secret weapon. This research can prevent countless lives in the universe from being destroyed by terrible war. This is a project that he decided to start after careful consideration. Because this project is too dangerous, one step carefully will lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, their project is not on the Earth, but on a terrestrial planet not far from the solar system. The environment here is similar to that of the Earth. They were transformed into another Earth, which is also a secret research base and garrison base. Without Chen Mo's permission, no life can approach. Here, they can carry out research unscrupulously, and they are not afraid that if this experiment goes wrong, it will cause terrible consequences to humans on the Earth. Try again now and relax, Chen Mo said. Yeah? Xiaoyu nodded slightly and slowly closed his eyes. Under Chen Mo's guidance, she began to feel the world without her eyes, but with her own consciousness. Slowly, she could see the life consciousness around her without using her eyes, and she was not affected by any barriers. Talk about it, Chen Mo said. Husband. Xiaoyu didn't even speak, A voice resounded in Chen Mo's consciousness. It was Xiaoyu's voice. Can. Chen Mo was overjoyed and took another step. Xiaoyu's ability is very special. He can directly see other people's consciousness, read other people's memories, read minds, share consciousness, and even wake up deeply sleeping vegetatives. When Yang Saiqingyu's consciousness was deeply dormant after the brain was repaired, Xiaoyu awakened her. Chen Mo was surprised at her ability. Her ability is still in the preliminary stage, and there are still many special places that have not been developed, but she undoubtedly possesses incredible abilities. Now try a further distance. Chen Mo stepped back 10 steps, 10 meters away from Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu felt Chen Mo's consciousness moving, and his heart was slightly happy, focusing on the consciousness that appeared in his mind. Husband. When Chen Mo heard the voice in his consciousness, he was astonished, with a happy expression on his face. I can hear it. This proves that this ability can be used in a non-contact way, and it can be developed in the way you want. Xiaoyu opened her eyes, looked at Chen Mo, and rubbed her tired eyebrows. After using this ability many times for a long time, she would also experience fatigue. Then what should I do next? Next, let me try to copy your abilities, Chen Mo said. In an unknown depth of space in the small universe of the underworld civilization, a spatial ripple slowly spreads and expands. The outside world is unaware of all this. It works as always. After about 5 minutes, a battleship appeared silently from space. The spatial fluctuation did not end until thousands of huge warships appeared. No one knows about the meditation civilization, and the small universe that people think is safe has been entered. In the dark space, with a hideous murderous aura. That anonymous information is true. In the virtual reality combat space of the Solar System Command, Lan's narrow eyes are as sharp as a knife, and his face is squinted, not knowing what he is thinking. By his side is Mingtu. At this time, Mingtu stared at the star map passed back by the battleship, feeling extremely cold and murderous. In the next moment, a huge star map appeared in front of both of them. Chapter 1028, Troubles of Pluto Civilization. Xiaoyu's palms were covered on Chen Mo's temples. Both of them were in a super state. With their eyes closed, their consciousness was connected through special abilities. The images in the consciousness of the two people want to be the same at this time. But Xiao is dominant. She is trying her best to release her abilities so that Chen Mo can understand the speciality and operation of this ability, so as to replicate this ability. In theory, Chen Mo's body is omnipotent, but in terms of ability, Xiaoyu has not touched this ability, and only a key is needed to open the door of this ability. Chen Mo is now trying to open this door. Once it is opened, it means that he has Xiaoyu's ability and can fully replicate the ability of other lives in the future. The beating of consciousness is continuing. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu felt an unprecedented closeness, as if their souls merged together. This feeling and special, like two lovers who want to love, are having the most intimate contact. There is no secret, no reservation. It is a deep communication from the soul, beyond the intimate contact of the body. Chen Mo is trying his best to imitate Xiaoyu's consciousness fluctuations. This will be a means to completely change the course of war. In Chen Mo's consciousness, Xiaoyu's consciousness was beating, as well as the life consciousness that she could see, all beating. There seemed to be a certain pattern, but no pattern was found. Part of Chen Mo's consciousness is quietly changing, and with Xiaoyu, it slowly becomes synchronized. The battlefield stretches for tens of billions of kilometers. In space, the exploded light cluster and the broken wreckage reflect each other, silent and poignant, and there is a steady stream of war machines rushing into the battlefield, and life seems extremely small. Explosions, lasers, war machines, battleships, battle armor, space-based weapons, all kinds of weapons, like fearless warriors, shuttle, chase, fight, and die in the space full of debris. As explosions appeared one after another, light and radiation swept away, and more fragments followed. It is as if the universe composes a silent song here, echoing in the mind of every life that sees this scene. In particular, the collision of the antimatter bombs between the two sides and the horrific scenes brought about by the annihilation of matter are like small suns appearing in space. Terrible radiation, even if a star system is nearby, can instantly turn it into ruins. One offense and one defense. From the start of this general offensive from here, it is doomed to need one party to destroy before it will stop. Ming-Ah felt the pressure. The opponent's defensive line has no dead ends in all directions, and around Hongqiao, they send out super strength offenses, almost no casualties. The opponent is like an undead bug, seemingly precarious, but can withstand his attack every time. All kinds of transfers. The opponent's commander-in-chief, tactical strength is definitely not weaker than him. The enemy's soldiers are powerful. Even if they are like sending a stealth armor to infiltrate, they will be quickly found and destroyed by the opponent. Why is this the result? He knew that the commander-in-chief of the other party was the silver hair who brought the black maple leaf pit to kill Day civilization. Although he had heard of this silver hair, he didn't care too much. A wild general, without systematic learning, and without the resources and conditions of their god-level civilization, even if it is powerful. There is still a gap between him. But now, Ming-Ah had to change his thoughts. The war at the Great Wall of Sloan is very crucial. This is a battle for the Pluto civilization to rise to the cosmos. It is also a battle for his future. There is also System Niu's hatred in it. He cannot tolerate failure. My lord, as the battlefield progresses, we are now almost at the entrance of Hongqiao. Radar shows that the opponent has the last line of defense. If we break this line of defense, we can establish a line of defense at the entrance of Hongqiao. An adjutant reported excitedly. Ming-Ah, okay. Ming-Ah nodded. His face remained calm. The war did not confirm the settlement where all the enemies died. Victory can never be said, and it is still such a tenacious enemy. Suddenly, Ming-Ah's expression changed. The information returned showed that an unexpected warhead appeared on the battlefield. Ming-Tu War Department. This warhead, which had been exhausted by the meditation civilization and built at a high cost, was taken away by Ming-Tu, surrendered to Chen Mo's camp, and slaughtered their fleet. This is a great shame for the meditation civilization. Ming-Tu's betrayal has made the meditation civilization embarrassed in the universe. He knows Ming-Tu, and he also knows the identity of Ming-Tu, a robot with a special consciousness built using technology. He also knew about Ming-Tu's condition. In the meditation civilization, he was taciturn, hiding in various warfare books every day, and he was a war madman. He was originally a top general star cultivated by the Pluto civilization, but now he has become a murderous knife. In the virtual simulation of the war, the two have the same record, but in terms of cosmic visibility, Ming-Ah and Ming-Tu are worlds apart. Ming-Ah is regarded as the proud son of the Ming body civilization, countless life worship, representing the star facade of the Ming body civilization. Ming-Tu is low-key, rarely shows up in public, and has no friends in the civilization, and is secretly monitored and guarded by the civilization. The environment of the two makes their styles very different. Ming-Ah fights steadily, and in the steadily advancing battlefield, he cannibalizes his opponent step by step, and the enemy can be desperate when one loses the other. Ming-Tu is killing like a fire, cold like a knife, and very murderous. He is especially good at encounters and scheming. In extreme cases, he will use all means to win the war, including the fixed walls and clear fields. Ming-Ah has studied Ming-Tu's simulated war style. For a victory, Ming-Tu can destroy the entire galaxy of the constellation, just to prevent the enemy from having a replacement base. That kind of murderous aura that treats life like a bug makes the seniors of the meditation civilization panic. Unexpectedly, we still met on the battlefield, but unfortunately it was not a comrade in arms, but a mortal enemy. Ming aside, he sympathized with Ming-Tu's experience in the Ming body civilization. But as long as it was for the future of civilization, it didn't matter to him what the higher level of civilization did tomorrow. My lord, it's not good. A voice full of fear fell into Ming-Ah's ears. Turning his head to look at the source of the sound, he saw a subordinate tremblingly passing the information in his hand to Ming Tu. Seeing the picture that appeared in the intelligence, Ming A's hands and feet were cold, and he was no longer calm and became a little flustered. He knew why the Ming Tu War Department suddenly appeared. The meditation civilization is in trouble. Emperor Wu passed the information to Emperor Yu and Emperor Y around him with a solemn expression. From the Hongqiao battlefield of the Great Wall of Sloan, the Netherworld civilization chose to retreat when it was about to break the line of defense, and they received intelligence at the first time. Obviously it was a deadly battle, and both sides paid a great price, but gave up at the last moment. The big trouble of the meditation civilization is coming. What do we do? Emperor Y said gloomily. Brother Yu, what do you want to do? Emperor Wu turned his head and asked. Among the three of them, Emperor Yu was born as a general star, tactically better than them. Emperor Yu looked at the intelligence, thought about it and said, remove the garrison facing the marching ant group, stop harassing the marching ant group, stabilize the defense lines of the surrounding galaxies, and then prepare. www.speech.info. It seems that they did not waste the information we provided. Yan saw the information coming back with a smile on his face. Today's scene is not very different from the situation he deduced. The opposing commander's timing is quite good. At the critical moment when the Ming warhead attacked Hongqiao, the Ming Tu warhead suffered heavy losses and was messed up again. There was also a lot of joy between the pupils and green eyebrows. After this battle, the underworld is no longer a problem. Yan Xingyu Chengzu said, among the 6 families, the Dark Forest and the underworld have gone to the second place, and the Endless Sea has no desire for hegemony. We need to protect Thor and the White Star. Under the rule, it is prospering, following us. The internal stability of the White Star civilization is stable, and the momentum of development is not small. Where is the Zaiwa civilization? Tongking asked. Although the Zaiwa civilization is the oldest god-level civilization, its internal classes are solidified, power is divided, sluggish and decayed, and high-level people are not aligned. It is similar to the Pluto civilization, but the exposed conditions are not as bad as the Pluto civilization. Until those deeply ingrained ancient families and power groups are resolved, the threat to the crepe myrtle civilization is not great. Not everyone is as bold and powerful as the speaker. Zijan's personality is slightly gentle, with insufficient means and too many concerns. His prestige and power in the Zaiwai civilization, coupled with his character, are not enough to support his shuffling, so he has been dragging and maintaining the status quo. If Mingao wins this battle, he is more likely to integrate the Ming body civilization. But Zijanzai has no special achievements to increase his prestige, and he can't get more power, and Fatty Luo doesn't seem to want to care about this mess. Chapter 1029, A Turning Point. Pluto civilization has failed. This news quickly became the front page of Cosmic News, spreading to every corner of the universe. The fleet of the Ming to Battle Department suddenly appeared in the small universe of the underworld civilization, like a poisonous sharp knife, piercing the heart of the underworld civilization fiercely, instantly shattering the dripping defense of the underworld civilization. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sloan, after the marching ant group successfully raided the small universe of the underworld civilization, it turned to offensive and stubbornly delayed the retreat of the underworld, like a piece of brown candy. Our Zanbu is sticky. The enemy advances and we retreat. The enemy retreats and we disturb. This kind of time-consuming battle caused the Ming War Department to quickly retreat and had to break his arm, sacrifice part of the fleet, and buy time for most of the retreat. However, the marching ant group that broke free of Hongqiao did not intend to let go of the War Department of Ming. Lan, a fox with silver hair, once again showed his grandeur in this battle. He handed over the defense of the Sloan Great Wall Hongqiao to Xiu, let the Yuma warfare and the Great Demon warfare leave Hongqiao, united with the Ming to warfare, and entered the meditation star domain across the board. As long as he seizes the opportunity, he will step forward to bite the warhead of the meditation civilization, and every time he takes a shot, he can always bite a piece of meat. The flames of war spread to the central area of the Netherworld civilization, which was originally the defensive area of the Netherworld War Department, and belonged to the most stable place of the Netherbody civilization. Now, after breaking the hard shell, it is vulnerable under the artillery fire of the fleet. Enter the Ming to battle part of the small universe of Ming 2 and unfold Ming 2's best killing style, like a magic knife with blood out of its sheath. Everywhere we go is scorched earth. The fleet is divided into tens of thousands of teams to slaughter in every corner of the small universe. Killing, war, death, and fear spread to all corners of the small universe of the underworld. It used to be a private paradise for the meditation civilization. There has been no war for hundreds of millions of years, enjoying the tranquility and peace under the blessing of a god-level civilization, like flowers in an ivory tower. Now under Ming 2's battleship, they can only cry, fear, and chaos. Ming 2's hatred was vented crazy here. Wars in the star domain of Ming Taiwan are everywhere, and the major war departments are sent to the front line to defend the emptiness inside. Ming 2's war department cuts into their most vulnerable places and hardly encounters any strong opponents. For Ming 2, who had lived here for a long time, it was like entering no one. The once god-class civilization wailed under the battleship and butcher knife. And the Ming War Department, who wanted to come back to support, was dragged to death by the main forces of the Wat Mu War Department, the Great Demon War Department, and the Ming 2 War Department under the joint command of Lan and Ming 2. It is the first time for Ming R to experience the style of combining two top generals, one as cunning as a fox and the other as cold as a wolf. Ming R feels like being trapped in a jungle full of thorns, and there are two waiting in the jungle. The moving beast. The War Department of Ming has suffered heavy losses, and finally returned to the small universe. The small universe of the Ming body civilization fell into the mud of war, and the area of the Ming dynasty stars became chaotic. The outside world knows that the meditation civilization is over. Successive failures completely crushed the prestige of the meditation civilization, and the heavy losses in this battle made the meditation civilization very weak. The top civilization that is at war with the Pluto civilization has become more unbridled. In this chaotic era, once you fall, you will face ruthless strand pulling. The protective shell of the god-level civilization of the meditation civilization is no longer glamorous. This battle became a symbol of the rise of the marching ant group. After this battle, the war that affected the entire universe ended in the victory of the marching ant group. After a series of wars, there was a lot of silence between the meditation civilization and the marching ants. The Honkyao of the Great Wall of Sloan fell into the hands of the marching ants, like a steel nail embedded near the heart of the meditation civilization. The impact of this war is far greater than the war itself. The current situation in the universe has become even more confusing after this battle. No one can determine the next step in such a complicated situation. Soon after the war ended, another eye-catching news spread. The White Star Civilization announced news to the outside world, and the former chief of the White Star Civilization who had entered the black hole for thousands of years appeared. At the same time, the old chief used his own power to destroy the video frequency of a planet at will, spreading throughout the universe. This ability to transcend life itself is like in the body of life. The appearance of the old chief has pushed the interpretation of superpower to an unprecedented height. The prestige of the White Star Civilization was so high that it even surpassed the Black Eye Civilization for a time. Real life has reached that point. Knowing the ability of the old chief of the White Star Civilization, Shenmue was more emotional than surprised. In his vision, life can reach that point. Once in the Science and Technology Library, Mr. Xu told him that the superpower of life can move mountains and reclaim the sea and destroy the planet. Just how to develop capabilities and make it advanced, the old chief of the White Star Civilization emerged from the black hole slumbering for thousands of years, and then showed a terrifying ability, which shows that his ability has reached a new height after a very difficult process of advancement. Shenmue admired the old chieftain of the White Star Civilization. He can let go of the supreme power of a god-level civilization, jump out of his comfort zone, risk taking risks and plunge into the black hole, just to verify his idea of superpower. Although 10,000 years of time in a black hole is fleeting, the time in consciousness has not changed. The pain and suffering in the black hole, as well as the danger, are even more incomprehensible to ordinary people. Superpower is a new system. If the technology developed by superpower continues to advance, it may be able to become a supplement to the armor system to a certain extent. The terrifying power displayed by the old chief has made many cosmic civilizations more determined to develop superpowers. And they marching ants master the best super technology. The strength displayed by the old chief also confirmed Shenmuo's idea of developing superpower weapons. The existence of super weapons is a whole card. Expand the power of super energy and transform bullets into missiles. The battle armor system is to amplify the physical stamina, strength and speed of life. It is the pinnacle of life's use of wisdom to create tools against the rules of the universe. Similar to the battle armor system, the super weapon is to amplify the superpower of life's potential consciousness. It can be another a pinnacle, because consciousness transcends the flesh. Now that the dark forest is split, the Pluto civilization has reached an unprecedentedly weak moment, and the cosmic dispute has reached the highest peaks since the establishment of the Cosmic Alliance. The basic information of superpower technology has been made public. Coupled with the appearance of the old chief of the White Star, superpower is in the sky, and the chaos of the universe today is unprecedented. Obviously, they are at a turning point in an era. For any civilization, the turn of the times means opportunity. The failure of the meditation civilization has broken the undefeated myth of the God-level civilization. The awe of many civilizations for God-level civilization disappeared, and the small universe of God-level civilization is no longer absolutely safe. So many civilizations have thought about it. Why can't it be replaced? In the time since the establishment of the Cosmos Alliance, the cosmic system has been in a very balanced state, and the major God-level civilizations have restricted each other. Now that the balance of this system is broken, a new system is needed to maintain the new balance, and if you want to squeeze into the new system, the battle is doomed to be cruel. Shenmue also hopes that the marching ant group can have a place in this era. As Zhao Minute said in the Tangxing Monument, "Let's fight." This is not a peaceful era. His marching ant group has surfaced. He wants to develop silently, and the surrounding civilizations will not agree. The marching ants offend several God-level civilizations and cannot fail. Once they fail, they will be forever. Crisis comes with opportunity. This war with the Pluto civilization has laid a certain foundation for them, and they may not be able to compete in the universe in the future. The time of calm was not long. When the major civilizations in the universe were shocked by the strength of the old chief of the White Star civilization, a feast quietly kicked off. Chapter 1030. Divided Cooker-level civilization solar system. The giant marching ant group is operating at full capacity. The War Department is gathering in various galaxies. The entire marching ant group starfield is immersed in the killing. In the Venus War Department, an extremely large holographic star map is displayed in front of many generals. Even Lan, no longer the easygoing style of the past, sits upright, but still has a confident smile on his face, and his narrow eyes are as sharp as a blade. At the meeting in front of him, Mingtu, Wang Hai, Zihe, Wat Mu, Damazu, Xili, Black Eagle, Xu and others sat in a neat and serious scene. They are all generals who can stand alone, but in this conference room, they dare not relax. Mingtu and Wang Hai sat in Lan's deputy position. In the war with the Ming body civilization, Mingtu used his butcher knife to prove his strength. This war has increased the reputation of Lan and Mingtu. In the past, Lan had killed the Day civilization and had the title of Silver Hair. Before now, he defeated the Pluto civilization once again. The fighting style he showed made people feel very strange and justified him. At the same time, Mingtu's bloodthirsty and cruel means in this war also spread the name of Leng Dao Mingtu, and many civilizations around him were afraid to win the war of the Ming civilization. To his position in the marching ant group. Zihi, you said. Lan motioned Zuhi to start. Zihi nodded slightly, stood up from his seat, and took out the prepared information seriously. Just an hour ago, Black Eye civilization started. Okay? Question mark. The generals in the War Department began to commotion, their eyes bursting brightly, implying the intent to fight. This is a group of militants and excellent generals. They are very clear about the current situation. They know what it means to take action with the Black Pupil civilization. Pluto civilization is over. Instructor, what do we do? Damazu said with a loud voice, and his voice echoed in the entire war room. Others looked at Lan. Except for Ming Tu, the other generals had all been taught and trained by Lan. It can be said that Lan was their teacher and superior, and they never questioned Lan's orders. Every star has eagerness in his eyes. Xiuli, Xiu and others also spoke up one after another. Lan was watching all this. The Black Pupil civilization launched a war against the Meditation civilization, which means that the God-level civilization wants to dismember the Meditation civilization. A giant beast fell, and a gluttonous feast of sharing and eating officially began. Today's Pluto civilization, the division of internal power, and the emergence of Hong Kiao, completely changed the state of the Pluto civilization's military deployment, causing him to be surrounded by powerful forces. The wars and chaos within the Netherworld civilization have become more frequent after the first battle of the Marching Ants. After winning the Battle of the Great Wall of Sloan, Lan was not in a hurry to invade the Underworld civilization, because in that case, they might become the power of the Underworld civilization to vent its anger and target, and it would be them that would consume it. Now that the Black Pupil civilization takes the lead and the God-level civilization participates, they don't have to be afraid of being paid attention to by the Meditation civilization. The surrounding civilizations will not give up such a good opportunity. They can follow the Black Pupil civilization and divide the Meditation civilization. Lan looked around the conference room and was very satisfied to see the fiery eyes of the generals on the field. It's been a long time since I felt this way. The last time this kind of request appeared was the same year. Back then, a strong sense of war also burned in Lan's eyes. Seeing Lan's situation, Taki blinked his eyes wide and passed the documents in hand to the generals on the field. This is a prepared battle plan, and then follow the plan. Lan licked her silver lips, smiling coldly like a knife. We don't need many star fields, and we mainly prepare for strategic depth. So with the galaxy group where the fortress is arranged is the main one. The 1,383 galaxy groups marked in the picture. The 1,383 red dots in the star map are centered on the white fog Hong Kiao of the Great Wall of Sloan, distributed in the surrounding star field of 3 billion light-years, forming a certain mutual echo between each other. Understood. All the generals on the court agreed, and a breath of killing spread. Outside the Hong Kiao of the Sloan Great Wall, the battleships are assembled in space like a swarm of bees. Magnificent. Such a large-scale armed operation is the first time since the establishment of the Marching Ant Group. With the expansion of the star field of the Marching Ant Group, the required defensive power has been greatly improved. Therefore, in addition to the elite of the main war divisions, the Marching Ant Group has also expanded the sub-war divisions under the jurisdiction of the war divisions, with divisions on each living planet, and expanded intelligent robots to serve as part of the work. This is the first time that the Marching Ant Group made such a large-scale operation. Lin Xiu is the head of the Defense Technology Department. This little girl has grown into a strong woman who stands alone, because it is the core of the first batch of veterans of the Marching Ant Group. No one dares to doubt her qualifications no matter how large the Marching Ant Group is. Lin Xiu is still single now. In her heart, there was always that figure, that man, who brought her out. She had already given everything about herself to the Marching Ants. She is truly seeing Chen Mo mistake all his life. Lin Xiu is full of fighting spirit when he thinks of the big cause that can help him. On each battleship, There are personnel from the Defense Technology Department. They set out with the team to quickly build defensive fortifications. In space war, the scale of fortifications is based on stars and even galaxies. The defense base needs to build a space interference environment to prevent dimensionality reduction attacks by space weapons and light-speed weapons. In this way, the real defensive purpose can be achieved. The talents in the Marching Ant Group Network Star Domain are given the best treatment in R&D environment, so that the Marching Ant Group's technical staff can grow in the shortest time. They prepared for the expansion of the star field for a long time, and now they finally acted. Suddenly, a piece of information came into her hands, making her instantly lift up her spirit and open the team channel. The originally noisy team channel immediately became quiet after she appeared. The fleet has started to set off. You remember that once the galaxy is occupied, fortifications will be built according to the predetermined plan and standards of fortifications. The space interference system and interference system will be built first. The main star of Pluto civilization. The peace of the past is gone here, and the faces of the people are more worried and fearful. After the Marching Ant Group invaded the small universe, wars spread wildly here, and space weapons were even dropped into the main galaxy, but the defense system eliminated the spread and damage of space weapons. But all this has caused the morale of the meditation civilization to fall to the bottom. Give them a few years, and they may be able to wipe out these effects. But now in a special period, the cosmic situation is in chaos, coupled with the internal cloth patterns of the Pluto civilization, and the appearance of the Rainbow Bridge in the star field. They have caused many wars. Now those forces, seeing their weakness, are besieging them frantically. And the participation of the Black Pupil civilization is like the last grass that crushes the camel. On the day after the Black Eye civilization started, the Thor civilization and the White Star civilization also joined the cake-sharing battlefield and quickly launched an attack on them. It was once a god-level civilization, but now the blades are facing each other. With the participation of 3 god-level civilizations, this feast of dividing god-level civilizations ushered in the craziest moment. The civilization that was at war with the meditation civilization began to attack fiercely. The god-level civilization takes the lead, and the meditation civilization is in a state of embarrassment on all sides. They all know that there is no chance. The Black Eye civilization, the White Star civilization and the Thor civilization will not let them live. If there is no miracle, they will die and be eaten, which is their ultimate destination. The terrifying war is unfolding in the various galaxies of the Pluto civilization, and the entire star field is filled with fear and despair. Various factions in the Pluto civilization began to have their own plans. They know that this god-level civilization that has been maintained for hundreds of millions of years is exhausted. Chapter 1031. All parties. A nearly perfect body emerged from the medicine cabin. The magic pupil color pattern on the body, like eyes, is staring at you, touching, and the faint-hearted dare not look directly. Uniform body lines and well-defined muscles. He walked out, letting the potion on his body soak the ground along his muscles. Everything is full of powerful beauty. Even the super developers around them were amazed at the data in front of them, and their eyes were full of ecstasy. They could truly feel the changes in this experiment. At first, the fragile appearance disappeared, and it became the present appearance. How do you feel? Hekuya hoped to ask. La shook his palms, looked around and said, I want to go to the training ground to try it. I can't use it here. Training course. La showed a total of 3 different new abilities, making everyone in the field ecstatic. The average super player can possess 2 abilities at the same time, which is already a top genius. Now, Hyluo develops 3 different abilities at once. Although for the armor system, these 3 abilities are tasteless, but he does out of the ordinary. This shows that their multiple super energy development technologies are effective, and Leia is evolving. He is a black-eyed person with no awakening superpowers. He only voluntarily participated in the experiment with the pursuit of power. He changed from a weak black-eyed person to what he is now. You are doing a good job. Hitomi nodded in satisfaction. Higuia, is your team still capable of separating another group to study the advanced methods of superpower? All resources are given priority to you. With that said, Tonking looked yearning. The old chief Baixing destroyed the planet alone, making him feel the pressure. That kind of mighty power whose life is beyond the current understanding is the goal he really pursued, and he didn't expect it to be achieved by the old chief. It can be said that the current White Star civilization has reached an unprecedented height and cohesion. If the White Star civilization is allowed to master that kind of god-making technology and develop the superpowered personnel of the White Star civilization to that point, everyone will be their opponent. Yes. Higuia nodded solemnly. At present, the basic technology of superpower is being improved, and the door is open. Future research will be better than now. The base has enough manpower and one more team is completely fine. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Hitomi King patted Hacker on the shoulder again. After the start of super technology, everyone is catching up, hoping to take the lead in this era. It seems that the White Star civilization has temporarily taken the lead. I didn't expect such a strong genius to appear in the Black Eye civilization. The old chief read the important information over the past 10,000 years and lamented the changes of the times. I also lament that a new system is emerging. My method cannot be copied, and there are many restrictions. First of all, it takes too long. I only succeeded in 10,000 years. If someone else, I am not sure if I can succeed. The other is physique, which must be strong enough to withstand the gravitational pull of a black hole. Although the feeling of time is short, the process is terrifying and may die at any time. The last and most important consciousness is that without a tenacious consciousness, you will go crazy inside. The torture of a black hole is the most terrifying torture. To the old chief's words, the expressions of everyone on the court showed disappointment. If they can replicate this advanced method, their White Star civilization will dominate the universe. But you can study that extreme method, supplemented by technology, for advanced development of superpowered people. It will be much better than normal training, the old chief said. Lin Xiu's brows were clustered together, his face was exhausted. Other people around can change shifts and rest, but she can't. She needs to coordinate the Defense Technology Department and the Armed Department, and build the fortifications of the Galaxy Group in accordance with the original plan of the Armed Department. A galaxy has hundreds of millions of stars, a group of galaxies, and dozens of galaxies. If the Armed Forces Department did not capture a galaxy, the engineers from the Defense Technology Department would immediately set up various planetary factories to build the required equipment, including space interferometers, space jammers, space waivers, antimatter factories, war robots, battleships, space-based weapons, war machinery, transport spacecraft, etc. These equipment factories must be based on planets, or they can provide the required minerals. Terrestrial planet. On average, every few hours, several planets are hollowed out and turned into required equipment. Even with the development of nanorobots, most of the work is managed by artificial intelligence, but the rest is still choking. And they need to complete the arrangement within the stipulated time, otherwise they will face more wars once other civilizations come over. However, they are relatively relaxed relative to the armed forces. Starting from entering this star field, the armed forces will fight frantically for the planned star field, and the war may be in the next second. Fortunately, after the last battle, some medium-sized civilized core warheads found out that they were them, and they would leave with great interest. Every time a galaxy group is captured, their technical personnel must immediately cooperate with the armed forces to start the construction of the defense system. Continuous high-intensity work. Even if Lin Xiu's body is developed, It feels extremely difficult. Suddenly, a prompt sound of a communication device sounded. Seeing the message from the communicator, Lin Xiu's pupils shrank half and he was overjoyed. When the control intelligence of the defense system was activated, Lin Xiu was completely relieved. The defensive arrangement of the galaxy group she is in is completed, and the armed forces officially takes over the space-based fortifications. Take a break, and it's time for the next galaxy group. The small universe of the meditation civilization. A spacecraft passes through layers of galaxies and enters an unremarkable remote galaxy. Since the chaos caused by Ming to spread to the small universe has long lost its peace. The first time the Black Eye civilization started, it sent a fleet into the small universe and was wreaking havoc in the small universe. The White Star civilization and Thunder civilization also followed closely, intending to destroy this small universe. Nowadays, all the defensive forces have been tuned by Ming to fight against the Black Pupil civilization. Naturally, life will not care about the unremarkable position of the small universe. But there is a big secret hidden here, a secret research and development base of the meditation civilization. Many advanced technological researches in the Pluto civilization originate from this humble galaxy. This base is only known to the core high-level personnel of the meditation civilization. Nowadays, the meditation civilization is in chaos, and the high-level people are trying their best to resist the destruction of the three god-level civilizations, and they have no time to pay attention to this humble galaxy. My lord, here it is. Corey looked at the galaxy in front of him. After the light from the depths of his eyes flashed slightly, it quickly disappeared, becoming calm, and calmly returning to Ming Dong beside him. Yeah? Ming Dong nodded. As the core member of the meditation civilization, he knows the location of this research base and has the right to enter this secret research base. Because it used to be a small universe, the meditation civilization feels extremely safe, so there is no armed defense at all in this base, just a simple authentication system. This time, after Kurui's reminder, he came over at the time of cosmic chaos. With a high-level identity, Pluto will enter the R&D base without hindrance. In this era, no one can be trusted. The most believable is the power in their own hands. As long as he gets the technology stored in the base, he can lead his subordinates to rise up in a remote corner of the universe after the destruction of the meditation civilization and become his own Earth Emperor. As for the so-called meditation civilization, he doesn't care. His clan factions are all planning how to separate the clan from the meditation civilization, and he will naturally not miss it. You bring all the reserve technologies of the base and follow me. The Black Eye civilization is coming over soon, and it is not safe here. After convening the scientific research personnel, Ming Dong issued an instruction to leave. Hardly anyone questioned it. At this point in time, they all received the news that the three major civilizations were besieging them, and they had already entered the small universe. The defenses here were not enough for the other three god-level civilizations to cram their teeth. Seeing many scientific researchers entering the spacecraft with the core technology, Corey lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth were slightly bent. Chapter 1032, Ether Quality and Superpower Armor. Ming Dong returned to the spaceship and turned to look at Corey. He came to this base privately, and the senior management didn't even know it. Here is a reserve of the top technology of the meditation civilization, and it is not suitable for the high level to know. But it doesn't matter if you know it. Now everyone can't protect themselves. Many senior executives are thinking about how to get the benefits and escape, and he is no exception. I have a particularly safe place, Corey whispered. Oh, where? A place you wouldn't know. The smile on Corey's face became extremely bright. Ming Dong's pupils shrank, and as soon as he wanted to retreat, a sharp blade pierced his throat and severed his spine. You are not Corey, who are you? Ming Dong looked at the life in front of him in disbelief. Corey smiled, and with a sharp blade in his hand, he cut off Ming Dong's head and shattered his brain in Ming Dong's incredible gaze. You're right, Corey is dead. I call Qianhui suffering. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Kurui's posture changed. appearing a bitter and phantom. As the first batch of bitter stars to become gods, she is one of the few female gods. She has developed a very special ability, able to change her body shape at will and become the appearance of other lives. This ability gave her unique conditions, so she was assigned to the intelligence department of the Marching Ant Group, using her special ability to start working as an agent. The last time Ming-Tu entered the underworld civilization, she successfully transformed into the underworld human and replaced Kurui. The replacement of Kree was a thoughtful arrangement. Ming-Tu knows the existence of a special technological planet in the Pluto civilization, but does not know the specific location, so he needs a proper Pluto person to bring them to confirm. And this goal is to prepare to escape from the core high level of the Nether Body civilization. And finally, after investigation, she chose Ming-Dong as the goal. Now I get this result very smoothly. In the next moment, Ku Qianhuan's posture changed, and under Ming-Dong's deadly eyes, it slowly changed into the appearance of Ming-Dong. A set of battle armor emerged from the machine manufacturing platform. Different from the general armor, the shape of this armor is more cool, with a sense of design and appearance that surpasses the armor previously designed by Chen Mo. The armor is perfectly streamlined, and the material of the armor is flowing like mercury, containing a little bit of fluorescence, as if it were alive. This is the first super weapon facing the world. Chen Mo, Mo Nu and Wash Wang are carefully admiring this perfect work. Super battle armor. The material of this kind of armor is very special. It uses materials that are mixed with special particles such as ether particles and dark matter. The extraction of ether particles cost Chen Mo a lot of thought. Chen Mo and Mo Nu found countless kinds of materials, and even in the science and technology library, all the materials and technologies that Chen Mo could use were used. But they found that no material can withstand or even amplify superpower. Until later, Chen Mo focused on a special substance, ether particles. This kind of special superluminal particles is scattered in every corner of the universe, but it is not detected by normal instruments. It exists in every corner of the universe like nothingness, embedded in the gaps of the space sub. Chen Mo called it 3.4-dimensional matter, which is its characteristic, a transitional position between the third and fourth dimensions. Chen Mo spent a lot of brains to prepare a machine to successfully extract the ether particles and then collect them. Relying on the collected ether particles to find its characteristics, they control tens of millions of machines and dozens of quantum supercomputers to calculate, simulate and synthesize materials. In the end, they successfully synthesized the materials for this suit. Chen Mo named this material synthesized by doping with etheric particles etheric quality. Ether has very special properties. It can carry the consciousness of the human body and amplify the super energy of the body. After the synthesis of this material, it gave a breakthrough in the Hand of God plan. Let the consciousness instrument of the Hand of God fit consciousness. Thus, the first byproduct of the Hand of God project was born. Chen Mo named this set of superpowered armor that can be enlarged Super God. This set of armor that can amplify superpower is not a Hand of God, but its meaning is not weak. This is the first step in the breakthrough of the Hand of God. The future of superpowered weapons has endless possibilities. The birth of superpower weapons gave Chen Mo a lot of ideas. Looking at the robots on stage, Chen Mo began to think that Marvel can absorb superpowers and turn superpowers into their own sentinel robots. Maybe it can be realized. That is also super a kind of energy weapon. In addition to being able to withstand and amplify the super energy of living bodies, it also has a special performance. It resembles a liquid, but not a liquid. It is similar to a non-Newtonian fluid, but it is much stronger than a non-Newtonian fluid, and has good cushioning properties, which allows it to fully protect the safety of the user when impacted, which makes it a battle armor become possible. Chen Mo walked to the experimental platform and reached out to confirm the identity of the owner of the super armor. At the moment the identity was confirmed, the super armor began to creep slowly, starting from Chen Mo's arm, wrapping his shoulders and neck, spreading to the whole body, and then stopped after being completely formed. The next moment, the painting changed, black and red painting appeared. The pattern of the painting was particularly peculiar, and the sign of the marching ant was particularly conspicuous. The moment the super armor flew away from the laboratory, Mo Nu and Wash Wang followed closely. In space, Chen Mo stood on the spacecraft. In front of them, there is a barren planet, slightly larger than the Earth, without any color of life, and storms are rampant. Dad, hurry up and dry, Wash Wang urged. She couldn't wait. Okay. Chen Mo carefully experienced this armor. This armor gave him a special feeling, like wearing clothes, but extremely safe. With open palms, facing the deserted planet in front of him, the moment Chen Mo entered a super state, he felt stronger than ever. Open. With a soft sound, an inexplicable breath radiated centered on Chen Mo. Chen Mo felt that the scope of his abilities continued to spread and expand until he enveloped the entire planet. Get up. Chen Mo's words fell. The planet in front was slowly cracking like an earthquake, and a steady stream of sand accumulated in it. Giant stone pillars that reached the sky rose from the ground, plates moved, and magma flowed across. Drink. Chen Mo shouted. His palms clenched instantly. In an instant, the planet seemed to be pressed by an unknown mighty force, collapsed instantly and cracked like an egg. Boom! The planet shattered in an instant, and countless pieces were thrown into space, creating a doomsday scene. Wash Wang by his side opened his mouth wide and looked shocked. Relying on living bodies to accomplish such a terrifying feat, this is the meaning of the Hand of God project. From the beginning of life forms, they began to confront nature with the universe, with powerful bodies, sharp minions, clever brains, etc. Each living body has different means to fight against nature in order to survive. Intelligent life relies on wisdom to conquer nature, so a steady stream of tools are produced. From primitive stone knives, ancient swordsmen and iron plows, to machines in the steam age, various warships, battle armors, and robots in the age of technology, they are all tools for intelligent life to conquer nature. And now, a new tool is in their hands. Online novel www.23txt.info was born. Super Battle Armor. After the old chiefs of the White Star Civilization, they are the second to have the ability to destroy the planet by superpower. From now on is the era of superpower. The big bosses of the whole universe are all aiming at the struggle for the underworld civilization. This big cake has become the most eye-catching existence in the chaos of the universe. At this time, there is no shortage of civilization that has fallen into the ground. It was discovered that the civilization of the meditation was declining, and the surrounding civilizations almost chose to join the ranks of food sharing. The most terrifying news came out of the meditation civilization. Ming Ah was assassinated. As a top general, he did not die on the battlefield, but was killed by the betrayers of the pro-black pupil civilization. This news became the last straw that crushed the camel of the meditation civilization. Ming Ah, the top general star, is almost the most important backbone of the current Pluto civilization. Now that he is dead, almost the entire Pluto civilization's warhead legion fell apart in an instant. Knowing this news, the besieged civilization did not give the Pluto civilization any opportunity to tear apart the last star field of the Pluto civilization. An unscrupulous grabbing feast spread in every corner of the star domain of the meditation. Chapter 1033. Superpower Era. The cosmic situation is constantly changing. After hundreds of millions of years of stability, the war is triggered again, and the level of chaos is like a mingled silk thread, interspersed with disputes of various civilizations. The destruction of the star system is only between the thoughts of the major civilizations, and hundreds of millions of lives disappear in an instant, turning into cosmic dust. During the chaos, several major events caught the eye. The most maddening thing is the destruction of the meditation civilization. Countless civilizations are like hyenas released from hunger for hundreds of millions of years, and the meditation civilization is more like an elephant lying on the grassland, dying, unguarded. countless civilizations rushed on frantically, began to bite and divide their food. Among the teams that share the food, the natural Black Eye civilization, the White Star civilization and the Thor civilization have the greatest benefits. The star field of the three houses soared, becoming three well-deserved behemoths. And another god-level civilization, the Dark Forest civilization, also completely determined the foregone conclusion of the split during this period. The Dark Forest civilization's small universe was controlled by the Kudinani and claimed to be the orthodox of the Dark Forest civilization. And Din and Miro led the four elite warheads, occupying half of the star field of the Dark Forest civilization, named the Black Forest, and condemned Din to the outside world, splitting the Dark Forest. The two sides almost ignore the deadly battle of the world. Anyone with a bit of situational eyes understands that the Dark Forest civilization is over. The Dark Forest civilization with serious division and internal friction is only a little stronger than the average top civilization. In this era of cosmic hegemony, it almost loses its qualifications. Some smart civilizations started to devour the part of the star field that the Dark Forest civilization did not have time to take care of when they used the two sides to fight against each other. And in the star field outside the god-level civilization, it has also entered the swallowing stage of big fish eating small fish. Among them, the most dazzling is the Uxian civilization. The Hercules has been low-key. This time it is very high profile and began to annex the surrounding small civilizations, followed by the 10 Cities Alliance, and the Giants also showed terrifying combat effectiveness. And the Endless Sea civilization, which has always been peaceful and low-key, announced to the outside that the Old Prophet had gone out, shaking the universe. The appearance of the Old Prophet is a reverie. Ever since the beginning of the universe for hegemony, the Endless Sea civilization has existed, and in every space war, the Endless Sea civilization can avoid disasters, relying on special foresight ability. In terms of seniority, even the old chieftain of the White Star civilization is not qualified to compare with the Old Prophet of the White Star civilization, and the Old Prophet is particularly mysterious, and his age is unknown. His existence is quite the Ding Hai Shenzhen of the Endless Sea civilization. The appearance of the Old Prophet made the Endless Sea civilization rejoice, unprecedented unity, and the surrounding civilization that wanted to move the Endless Sea immediately stopped and did not dare to move again. Compared to other god-level civilizations, their Zaiwa civilization seems very calm enough to make people feel confused. In addition to occupying the Honkiao leading to their star domain, their Zaiwa civilization no longer makes big moves and sticks to it silently. In this chaotic era, it looks a little different. Some civilizations who couldn't see clearly the status of the Crepe Myrtle civilization did not dare to rush to them. In addition, it is the Yunzu civilization. The Yunzu civilization under the rule of Tuion was originally a top civilization. After the chaos began, he made friends and formed an alliance of top civilizations. The 5 top civilization alliances, the Nebula Alliance, have formed a powerful group in the chaotic era, and their strength has skyrocketed. After the formation of the Nebula Alliance, it joined the Feast of the Division of the Meditation civilization, and its strength continued to expand, almost only under the god-level civilization. There is another force that attracted huge attention during this period, the Marching Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group is the fuse that triggered the collapse of the Pluto civilization. The Honkiao of the Sloan Great Wall connects the core star field of the Pluto civilization. When joining the Eclipse's team, the Meditation civilization returned to the small universe, and the Marching Ant Group attacked the 1,383 galaxy groups of the Meditation civilization with lightning speed. It took only half a year for the Marching Ant Group to occupy these galaxy groups. In the past 6 months, they have fought against several top civilizations, won tens of thousands of wars, and even fought against Thor civilization and White Star civilization when they were sharing the star domain. The strong style and top-level combat power made those forces who thought that the Marching Ants had the luck to win the war of the Pluto civilization suddenly silenced. There are some strong civilizations who think they have a powerful army, so they want to touch the marching ant group. But when they arrived in the star field occupied by the marching ants, after investigating their arrangement, they were shocked and did not dare to advance rashly. Some powerful generals can see that in the star field seized by the marching ant group, with the white fog Honkiao on the Great Wall of Sloan as the center, within a radius of 1.5 billion light-years, there is no second Honkiao, which greatly reduces the difficulty of defensive layout. Moreover, the arrangement of the galaxy groups between each other has a peculiar reference. If you want to capture one of the galaxy groups, you have to worry about the support and siege of other galaxy groups. The enemy legion dare not enter the star field between these galaxies rashly, otherwise it will be sieged and killed if the army goes deep alone. But if you want to conquer these star regions, you need to attack one by one, and the cost is too high. Moreover, the marching ant group controls the space fortress technology to make space weapons and light-speed weapons effective. They need real swords and guns to collide and attack the stars face-to-face to take down those fortresses. With the arrangement of these galaxy fortresses, the Sloan Great Wall domain of the marching ant group has a sufficiently large strategic depth. He has defeated the Silver Hair, a top general star, plus the Ming-To War Department, leading a strong alliance, and no power wants to do anything with them. 1,383 galaxy groups are in hand, and the cosmic star domains that are connected are more than 3 billion light-years away, allowing the marching ant group, which has only 2 star domains in Pisces Cetus and the Great Wall of Sloan, to double the domain. When the outside world saw that the marching ant group warhead was raging and aggressive, thinking that they would continue to expand, the pace of expansion of the marching ant group came to a halt. The outside world doesn't care about it. I didn't pay attention to why the marching ant group suddenly stopped its expansion. Other civilizations were still fighting frantically. The crash of the Pluto civilization is the largest force among the forces that have fallen over hundreds of millions of years. Pluto civilization fell, and the vacant star field was a star field that was more than 15 billion light-years in size. From the perspective of the cosmic star field, the marching ant group occupied 3 billion light-years, less than 100%. 1. It is not surprising that the strength of the marching ant group is there, occupying 1%. Other forces, after experiencing the strength of the marching ant group, no longer touch their star domains, and focus on other star domains that may not necessarily be robbed by the Pluto civilization. And the most intense swallowing is naturally the 3 god-level civilizations, and the new entry into the Nebula Alliance. The 3 god-level civilizations divide up 1/2 of the star field of the Pluto civilization. The Nebula Alliance occupies 1/5 of it. The Netherfire civilization split from the Pluto civilization occupies 1/5. And the rest is divided by dozens of other large and small 10,000 civilizations are divided. This War of the Butcher's God lasted for 5 years before the dust settled. One of the 7 god-level civilizations, the Pluto civilization, was officially declared dead. The only regret is that Pluto, the main star of Pluto civilization, was broken into pieces during the war. The top technology of Pluto civilization was all destroyed with the Pluto star, and the smoke disappeared. Some of the remaining technology was also quantum encryption is impossible to unlock. And the core high-level personnel who survived by chance in the meditation civilization remembered the secret base of the small universe after the war. But when they arrived at the base planet, they discovered that the planet had already turned into cosmic dust. After the slaughter of the gods, the major forces in the universe began to enter a collective trimming period to digest the gains of this period. The calm during the renovation period lasted for 6 years. These 6 years have also been earth-shaking 6 years. In the past, superpower was an ability that a god-level life had after awakening, and it was a symbol of noble genes and status. Countless lives flocked to them, unscrupulously, in order to make themselves possess superpowers. But in the past few years, various super energy development technologies have blossomed everywhere. The superpower factor formula announced by Loinu played a huge role. The basic research of superpower opened the door of mystery, which allowed the research of superpower technology by major civilizations to break through the bottleneck and enter a new level. The major civilizations began to announce their own super technology. Among them, the most famous super energy development technology is that of the White Star Civilization. They have obtained the superpower technology of Demon Flame Civilization. With their own technical improvements, the success rate is very high, and the probability of having special superpowers with the developed abilities is much higher. The second is the development of the superpowers of the Black Eye Civilization. Like the White Star Civilization, they have obtained the superpower technology of the Demon Flame Civilization, plus their own research, and the superpower thesis published for Loinu. They have researched the same. The body develops a variety of superpower technologies, causing the cosmic civilization to be in an uproar. The method of Thor Civilization is unique. Thor Civilization uses the technology of Demon Flame Civilization to modify their original technology, using development potions, supplemented by the unique electrical stimulation of Thor Civilization, which can greatly increase their development success rate, and their capabilities. The probability of thunder and lightning is very high. Among the super energy technologies of the universe, the technology of the Marching Ant Group has attracted the most attention of many civilizations. According to the legend, the superpower technology mastered by the Marching Ant Group can make 100% of life develop superpower, with a high probability of being special and very safe. There is even an outside legend that the Marching Ant Group has the technology to develop a certain superpower, because of all kinds of true and false news, and because they have defeated the Pluto civilization. Their technology has become the focus of attention of many civilizations. It is a pity that the Marching Ant Group keeps these technologies secret to the utmost, and the original agent for the development of medicine has never fallen into the hands of the outside world, so the outside world does not know the ingredients of the medicine developed by the Marching Ant Group at all. Unable to get the superpower agent of the Marching Ant Group as a research reference, some civilizations that have not made breakthroughs focus on other civilizations that have successfully developed superpower technology. Digging technical researchers, buying technology, exchanging, robbing wars, black market trading, scams, all means are used for everything. In the end, the veil of superpower technology was completely lifted in front of the researchers of major civilizations, and the outside world was no longer in a state of half-knowledge about superpower. The universe has never lacked genius. After the establishment of the theoretical basis for super energy development, a set of basic systems has matured, and countless super energy development technologies have been developed from research institutes of various civilizations. Among them, the technology has different advantages and disadvantages, but there are some super technology with very strange ideas. The emergence of superpower technology has made the intelligent life in the universe become equal in the strict sense. Even if it is not the gene inherited from God-level life, ordinary life can use superpower technology to make itself the same as God-level life. Yes, the body becomes stronger and the reaction becomes faster. After the system changed, some civilizations rose and some civilizations declined. The base of development is too large, and the types of superpowers in the universe are growing at a crazy rate. There are only abilities you can't think of, and no abilities that he doesn't have. But most of the abilities have little effect on the combat technology of the battle armor system and can only be used for daily use. A special era has arrived. In this era, weak intelligent beings can defeat beasts that were once restrained with their bare hands. In this era, superpowers bloom everywhere, and the gap in life levels has completely disappeared. This era is full of infinite magic. This is the age of superpower. Chapter 1034. The shock of the generals. In the 10 years since it won the Pluto civilization, the Marching Ant Group has been immersed in development. The outside world does not know the true strength of the Marching Ant Group. During the 5 years when other forces were fighting for the conspiracy's civilization, the marching ant group stopped expanding, plus the 6 years of the repair period. During this time, the marching ant group was integrating life in the star field at an extremely fast speed. The marching ant group was the first force to master superpower technology. Similarly, it also has a unique method for superpower advancement. Therefore, with Chen Mo's technology as the leading factor, the marching ant group began to organize the ability to advance, and it has already matured. Compared with the White Star Civilization and the Black Pupil Civilization, the marching ant group is not inferior to them in terms of science and technology, and even has a certain advantage. With the help of superpower technology, the War Department of the marching ant group, including the divisions of the War Department and the members of the Reserve Group, all develop superpowers, and want to enter the Top Core Wars Department. The minimum requirement has reached the 3rd level of superpower. Because of the development of superpower technology, various geniuses emerge in an endless stream, and the overall strength of the warhead is much higher than before. In the technological age, any gap can be filled in the shortest time. The marching ant group is not inferior to the god-level civilization in this respect. The solar system is no longer what it used to be. This star that was once hidden in the bubble of the local galaxy is now in the administration of the galaxy under the jurisdiction of the marching ant group. Life in the solar system must go through layers of inspection and review. Outside life, unless you are invited, it is impossible to enter here. In the life of the star field under the jurisdiction of the marching ants, it is a kind of glory to enter the solar system. Humans on the Earth never expected that the Earth could have its current status. This is the result of the marching ant group spending countless efforts and skills. Venus is still the headquarters of the armed forces. At this time, in the equipment base of the Armed Forces Department, all the core generals of the Armed Forces Department of the marching ant group gathered together, including Lan, Wang Hai, Wat Mu, Black Eagle, Damazu, Xiu, Xiaoli, Zihi, etc., are all present in person. In the solar system, there is rarely such a situation where all the stars are present, because the situation on the front line is still unclear, and the stars are generally located in the station of the War Department. Now they are gathered here. It is very rare, and it is enough to reflect this gathering importance. Among the many generals, there is a handsome young human who seems to be only in his 20s, his face is sharp and angular, his eyes are extremely calm, and his face has a somewhat familiar temperament. This young human is Ming-Tu. Chen Mo used consciousness connection technology to introduce Ming-Tu's consciousness in the machine into the clone. Ming-Tu changed from a robot without temperature to a cold youth. Now, all the general stars know the identity of Ming-Tu. When they first learned that Ming-Tu was a robot, they were extremely shocked, and they were extremely angry at the actions of Ming-Tu civilization, and finally understood why Ming-Tu chose to defect. After Ming-Tu's consciousness returned to the human body, it took a month to adjust to his new body and learn the emotions, words and behaviors in it. The atmosphere, temperature, and perception are better than ever. The Ming body civilization was destroyed, and he returned to his life body. Ming-Tu's last heart knot was opened, and his consciousness was much more transparent. The whole person was completely different from before, but it was still the same as before, with a cold and silent appearance. All the core high-level officials of the entire armed forces were present in person. Under the guidance of the robot, a group of people passed various levels of identity verification and entered the central laboratory of the armed forces equipment base. In the laboratory, there are more than a dozen battle armors on display. As soon as they entered, their eyes were attracted by these armors. Judging from the painting, each set of battle armor is unique, and many generals soon found some signs about their warheads on it, and their eyes brightened and they began to look forward to it. Wash Wang looked at Chen Mo, and when she saw her father nodding, she only spoke, with unparalleled pride in her tone, "These armors are super armors." Power armor. Just one name caused the generals on the court to stir and look at each other. Superpower armor, added two characters in front of the armor. Superpower. This is the most frequent vocabulary in these years, and they are not unfamiliar. Over the past 10 years, Superpower has always been the main theme, and there has never been a moment when all life in the universe paid so much attention to this word. But the connection between superpower and battle armor is a brand new vocabulary for them. Yes, it is the super armor. Washwang saw their confusion and explained, as early as 11 years ago, Aunt Mo, and my father were studying the technology of super weapons. The technology has not been officially disclosed so far. Super weapons. All the generals on the field are not calm. They have all gone through strong winds and waves, and they have never been surprised in the face of common major events. Now they are really shocked. After the release of superpower technology, the development of superpower in the universe ushered in an unprecedented golden age. But such things as superpower weapons are still in the theoretical stage of exploration, and I have never heard of any civilization to implement projects. Unexpectedly, their marching ant group had already been secretly studying this technology. This is the weapon of the new era, and its meaning is no different from the pistol bomb that appeared in the Cold Weapon era. This is my father's idea. In the Steam Age, there are firecrackers. In the Electrical Age with machine gun bombs. In the era of technological explosions, in the age of armor and battleships, and in the age of superpower. Why can't we have weapons that belong to it? According to this idea, a special project was established for research. Finally, the problem of carrying superpower weapons was solved. Through scientific and technological means, we finally amplify the superpower of the living body like the power of the living body. As soon as this word came out, the atmosphere inside the base stagnated. What is the concept of magnifying the superpower of a living body? They are naturally very clear. The old chief of the White Star civilization was born, using superpower to destroy the planet with one hand, and that method beyond imagination made countless lives crazy. If superpower can be amplified by technical means, then the gazes of the generals on the field were hot, and even his breathing became a little heavy. Even Lan, who had always been calm, was not calm at this moment. A kind of armor that can magnify superpower, which is quite crazy to turn a toy plane into a bomber. These armors are super armors that we have developed, because the technology in them is very troublesome, the current output is not too much, and there are requirements for use, and the superpowers after the third stage can be used. So my father said, first equip these armors on your body. At this moment, all the generals on the field were breathing again, and they couldn't help but take random shots to see which suit of armor belonged to them. This is Uncle Jing's armor. His name is Black Beast. Washwang waved, and a set of armors slowly flew over and fell in front of Jing. Jing didn't think much about it. As soon as he took a step forward, the battle armor covered Jing's body like a liquid material, squirming, wrapping Jing's whole body. Jing stood in it like a of war. This battle armor had a more mysterious color than other battle armors, probably because the material was mixed with ether particles and dark matter. The function is not turned on, because this suit of armor is a bit dangerous and can't be tested here, otherwise it's prone to major events. Therefore, the armor requires you to leave the solar system before turning on its functions, and then you can adapt to other barren planets. I show you the video of my father during the test. Washwang pressed a few times on the controller in his hand, and a holographic video fell from the sky and appeared in front of them. It is the video of Chen Mo wearing a battle armor and destroying the planet with one hand. Hiss. The generals on the court took a breath and looked shocked. Since the old chief of the White Star civilization destroyed the planet, life in the universe all aimed at the strength of the old chief. 2 years ago, the pupil of the Black Pupil civilization became the second after the old chief to develop superpower to the level of destroying the planet. Over the years, the classification of super energy has become systematic. It is divided into stages: the first stage, the second stage, the third stage, the fourth stage, and then the annihilation stage, and the higher ones have not yet appeared. After they appear, the outside world will perfect the name again. With the aid of a super armor, their superpower is amplified and upgraded. What a crazy thing. Everyone has it. Mr. Lan's power armor is called Kai. and Ming-Tu's power armor is called Cold Knife. Wang Hai's power armor is called Trident, and Wat Mu's is called Forest Rangers, as well as Kunping, the Great Demon King, Shura, Shilong, Fire Lotus, Zidian, Black Widow, Grey Space. Wash Wang handed the superpowered armor to the general stars on the field one by one. The Poison Skin Girl and Huey 21 were present through projection, and couldn't put on the armor at all. They wanted to return to Venus immediately, but the chaos they cannot come back temporarily. The generals on the field were extremely surprised. They all replaced their own superpowered armors. If it weren't for the ability to open the armors, they would definitely try their abilities here. Even Ming-Tu, who has always been calm, couldn't help but look at his armor a few more times. The existence of this suit of armor is the highest secret, and it cannot be used with any life, including your closest people. It is bound to your life information. If your vital signs disappear, it will automatically activate. The self-destruct procedure makes the battle armor invalid and destroyed. You can't give the battle armor to other lives, otherwise I will take it back and accept the punishment. Understand? Chen Mo exhorted in a very serious tone. Understand. The generals on the court shouted very firmly. As the generals of the armed forces, they all know what this suit of armor means. Once exposed, the impact will be so great that they can't believe it. Okay, go and practice your armor. Remember, don't try to use this armor in the solar system if you don't fully master the ability of the armor. Chen Mo saw everyone eager to try and smiled. Immediately let them go and took Mo Nu and Wash Wang to leave the base. Chapter 1035. Butcher Knife tearing tranquility in the far depths of the universe. On an unknown planet, some ordinary life lives here. As far as cosmic civilization is concerned, it belongs to the primitive star field without life and civilization. The life here is still in the era of cold weapons in the early stages of civilization, and the existence of cosmic civilization is not even known. Quiet, peaceful, and few disputes. This is what the planet looks like today. But in the hidden forests of this planet, there is a spacecraft parked, which is obviously a spacecraft of alien life. Star-Lord, what's the matter? Ziyan, who had just walked out of the spaceship, heard the prompt of the communication device, and immediately turned it on. Seeing Zijunzai emerging from the holographic projection, she did not have much expression on her cold face. Are you by Zidi? Zijunzai said. His voice could not be heard. Ziyan, who had always been indifferent, flickered slightly, and did not speak. She thought a lot at this moment, but from Zijunzai's short tone, she knew that Zijunzai was sure she followed Zidi. Teacher is out, you can tell me if you have anything to do, Ziyan said calmly. She directly called the teacher without a taboo. As the star owner of the Crepe Myrtle civilization, although the current situation of Crepe Myrtle civilization is not very good, it should not be difficult for him to know this information. Unexpectedly, Zijunzai sighed, and then said, Zidai's newsletter to me, I have something to talk to him. The two looked at each other through the holographic video, silently, waiting for the answer. I need to ask the teacher for his opinion, Ziyan said lightly, her voice still as cold as before, even though she was facing the Star Master of Zaiwai civilization. After hanging up the communication, Ziyan hesitated and dialed Zidi's communication. Zidi is a taboo to the Zaiwai civilization. As the Star Master, in order to find Zidi, he sent the communication to her, indicating that there must be something very important. The person in charge of the dignified Crepe Myrtle civilization. Did you personally find me as a sinner? Zidi coldly looked at Zijunzai on the holographic projection. His voice did not have any emotion, and he did not have a good impression of Zijunzai. I'm here to ask you to do something. Zijunzai's voice was slightly tired. The face under the purple emperor's cloak was as indifferent as before, and it seemed that he did not hear his words. In front of him, there are the unique food and beverages of this planet, and there are dance performances of the civilization of this planet in front of him. The scene is so lively, and other lives are jubilant. You Star Master of the dignified Zaiwai civilization, Are you coming to invite me as a sinner? Zidi laughed tauntingly. Will I go back to jail or Linkai? The Zaiwai civilization is on the edge of the abyss. Zijunzai's voice was lonely, even a little sad, without the aura of a hero in front of other lives. Seeing this, Zidi was still indifferent, and he had no interest in such things. It seemed that the stage performances before him were more important than what Zijunzai said. Very good. This is the result I want to see. Are you here to give me the good news? Zidi said coldly. I heard the good news. You can go away. Zidi stretched out his hand, preparing to turn off the communicator. Wait, the bodies of your parents and Ziking are still with me. When the words fell, Zidi's hand froze in the air. Boom! With Zidi as the center, a large area of life around him fainted. The wine bottle on his table instantly turned into powder, allowing the wine to scatter around. Better give me an explanation. Zidi's voice became extremely cold. The terrifying gaze made Zijun's heart tremble, and he dared not look directly at him. He bit his head and said, your parents and Ziking's bodies, I kept them in a freezer. They didn't completely die back then. I secretly used medical technology, restored their physical preservation. But the brain was eventually damaged, and they entered a strange deep confinement of consciousness, unable to awaken. Zidi's purple eyes were extremely shocking, and his always calm face showed a hint of excitement. I didn't participate in that incident at the beginning. After the accident, I secretly replaced their bodies with others and kept them. I know that the incident was a bit too much. Zaiwai civilization is sorry for you. You are not guilty. You thought that one day you would use me, so you kept it secretly. Zidi sneered unabashedly. Do you know why I didn't kill you back then? Zijun's body trembled, recalling the scene that year. An inexplicable fear floated from his heart. The scene at that time was the scene he didn't want to recall most. Over the past few thousand years, he woke up from nightmares countless times. A good calculation, seemingly weak but extremely powerful. You do not participate because you are timid, and there is only a little bit of immorality deep in your heart, and a little bit of cleverness. You are the only one who is better to Ziking friends. Otherwise you would have died early. Zijun's expression was sullen, and when he recalled what had happened, he felt a little guilty. Where are their bodies? Zidi asked coldly. In the secret room of my residence, the freezer compartment is kept. Their condition is very bad. The dormant warehouse cannot be maintained and can only be frozen. Zijun felt that Zidi's eyes could penetrate through the holographic video and penetrate his heart. Don't dare to lie. After just finished speaking, Zijunzai felt his body loose, and he exhaled deeply, and the fine sweat on his forehead had come out. Let's talk. What are the conditions? Zidi said indifferently. I would like to invite you to kill all the families that participated in that incident, and some other old nobles. I will cooperate with you. One of the Zijun gritted his teeth, looked truthless, and lowered his head to say his request. Come out. Dare not look directly at Zidi. Ha 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 ha. Zidi laughed frantically, unscrupulously, as if he heard a great joke, but also seemed to have encountered a good thing. Unexpectedly, I, the ancient sinner of crepe myrtle, will become your sword to the Star Lord, and the person under the knife will still be a crepe myrtle. Zijunzai, it seems that you have grown a little over the years, and you can bear it well. Zijunzai had broken the jar, gritted his teeth and said, after the fall of the crepe myrtle civilization, the forces around the crepe myrtle civilization are ready to move and regard the crepe myrtle civilization as the second crepe myrtle civilization. If the old aristocratic family is not eliminated, the crepe myrtle civilization is facing a split. It's more dangerous than the dark forest. I don't want the crepe myrtle civilization to be destroyed in my hands. Ha ha ha. Zidi's laughter was taunting. Why should I believe you? Are you trying to trick me back into besieging me? The situation in the universe is very complicated now. The two families of Black Eye and White Star have already started contacting those families. If they are not cleared early, their Zaiwai civilization may fall into a civil strife fighting for power. Zijun's voice was frantic. I can leave me under your control. I only want their Zaiwai civilization to be stable. Even if you come back to be the Star Master, I will give it to you. I'm not interested in dirty Mao Keng. Zidi smiled coldly, and looked at Zijun deeply. Take someone to send out the bodies of my parents and Ziking. I promised you. Chen Mo is receiving a special visitor, a Raoana princess. Over the years, they have talked a lot on the communication device, but it was the first time that a Raoana came to the galaxy, and it was also the invitation of this year. A Raoana walked down from the spaceship. A gorgeous tight-fitting fish-scale suit outlined her perfect figure, noble and generous, very charming and visually impactful. Tall figure, many times more beautiful than Miss World of human beings on Earth. I am afraid that only Monu can be compared. As soon as he stepped off the spaceship, a Raoana looked around, curious about Chen Mo's hometown. After all, the life that came out of here actually grew out of nothing and developed into one of today's overlords of the universe. This planet gives people a sense of yearning, just like the former residence of a celebrity. The most important thing is that when she looks around, most of them are similar to her. Before Muse Dancing met Chen Mo, she had never thought that there would be such a humanoid tribe that looked exactly the same as their mermaid tribe after they got out of the water. After reading for so long, I finally came to your hometown. You are a busy person. Did you interrupt your work? A Raoana asked, her voice as sweet as a clear spring. No, Chen Mo said. That's good. The planet in your hometown is very small and exquisite. A Raoana smiled. Indeed. Chen Mo is non-committal. Compared with other life planets in the universe, the Earth does belong to a small category. Can you take me to your house? I'm afraid this is not good for the time being. Chen Mo spread his hands. It seems that my husband is still a strict wife. A Raoana smiled charmingly, and looked up and down Chen Mo. Then take me to visit your home planet and see the culture and customs here. This is fine. Chen Mo said, you are here this time, isn't it just to come to have fun? Mr. is really smart. This time I came here to find a backer for my people to explore the way. A Raoana smiled undiminished and looked at Chen Mo. Mr.'s thighs should be thick enough. While talking, a Raoana was a little fascinated. Now that the universe is in chaos, Mermaid has become a star field coveted by many civilizations, because the life planets there are beautiful, and various species are also beautiful and very special, especially their mermaid tribe. Now the cosmic war has spread to the mermaid, and the surrounding top civilizations are all eyeing us. The mermaid's situation is not very good and cannot be resisted for long, so I can only come over in advance and ask Mr. the Mermaid tribe. If the mermaid civilization is destroyed, my tribe and I have nowhere to go and can go to Mr. Turn to me. Why do you want to turn to me? Chen Mo asked in surprise. There are many reasons. The first is that after we leave the water, we are exactly the same as humans. It is easier for us to integrate with you. Next, Mr.'s marching ant group is still developing at a high speed, and other established forces have formed internally. It's been a long time since our mermaid went to them and won't end well. Either we were raised in captivity and used our mermaid as a favorite, or we were marginalized, and then coveted by interstellar traffickers and caught for sale. With that, Princess Raoana sighed. The proportion of missing persons of their merman tribe is the highest in the universe. One is their beautiful appearance, and the other is their mermaid female fish, who have incomparable singing and dancing talents. Some civilized royal families like to use mermaid female fish as singers. Many interstellar human traffickers focused on the mermaid and caught them and sold them to the royal families. You go to me. Are you afraid that I will keep you in captivity? Mr. Will. Princess Raoana looked directly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled openly and did not answer. His answer was naturally negative. He had experienced the feeling of being taken away and raised in captivity, and he had not been so perverted as to be a pet girl in captivity. Even if the husband let us be the patrons, the appearance of the husband is the same as ours, and he feels better in his heart. If the husband needs it, there should be many girls in our clan who like him, including a Raoana. Princess Raoana smiled playfully, looking at Chen Mo with her beautiful eyes. Chen Mo's cheeks twitched. If Xiaoyu heard this, he would be able to poke his skin off and turn to look at the Mo girl next to him. The meaning was obvious. He didn't say anything, and he didn't agree. "I won't tell Sister Xiao," Mo Niu said, very witty. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Princess Rao Ana giggled. Now she is sure that Chen Mo is a very funny human being. In the age of the universe, especially the overlords of the universe, all of them are extremely powerful. The male power dominates groups of wives and concubines, and the female power dominates the house full of spoiled men. This is normal. There is no such thing as a strict wife control like Chen Mo. During the chat between the two, Mo Niu suddenly paused and turned on the communication device in her hand. "Brother Mo, what's wrong?" "News." Mo Niu handed a message to Chen Mo. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes as soon as he saw the information. "Are you in a hurry?" Princess Rao Ana was a little puzzled about their sudden situation. Looking at their demeanor, something big should have happened. Chen Mo handed the message in his hand to Princess Rao Ana. "The eternal sinner of Zaiwai civilization, Zidi, used unknown means to enter the small universe of Zaiwai civilization, and through spiritual control, slaughtered all members of the 10 major families of the Zaiwai civilization and some veteran nobles, totaling 57.93 million lives and corpses everywhere." Chapter 1036. The situation of the universe. Zidi slaughtered 57 million crepe myrtle people on Crepe Myrtle Star. The 10 strongest families of the Zaiwai civilization and the co-members of the old nobles in charge of the important powers of the Zaiwai civilization were not spared. Except for the clans who went out, all the other clansmen in the Zaiwai Star were massacred. The methods are extremely terrible. It is said that on the day of the massacre, Zidi demonstrated terror, covering the entire Zaiwai Star with spiritual control, controlling those family nobles to kill each other, and blood flowed into rivers. There is another life in the universe that can envelop the planet with superpower, and it is also the most terrifying mind control of the Zaiwai civilization. To Zaiwai people, the name Zidi is not unfamiliar, even very familiar. The taboo characters of Zaiwai civilization are rarely discussed in public. The former Zidi slaughtered all the students of the Zaiwai civilization Supreme High School Zaiwai Academy, and some senior nobles also died in the slaughter. And those who are studying in the academy are the core descendants of the major power families of the Crepe Myrtle civilization, and they are also the best handful of lives in the Crepe Myrtle civilization. However, in that incident, the highest institution of the Crepe Myrtle civilization became a dead place, and the best descendants of the top tier of the Crepe Myrtle civilization died in that incident. The reputation of the Crepe Myrtle civilization was greatly damaged and began to enter a period of decline. Depressed. After that incident, the generations of outstanding talents from the major families of the Zaiwai civilization appeared. As for why Zidi slaughtered those elite children and chose to defect, there are different opinions from the outside world, but the specific truth is only known to the parties at the time. But all the parties at the time were silent. The name Zidi has become a taboo in the Zaiwai civilization. The Zaiwai civilization even was willing to use a constellation to exchange the head of the Zidi, but for thousands of years, no one had dared to make his mind. He himself was not a dragon, and rarely appeared in front of the outside world. After the trip to the Star Steel, Zidi reappeared, but slaughtered the core personnel of the 10 strongest families of Zaiwai civilization and the old nobles. Inside the Crepe Myrtle Star, blood flows into a river. There is a conspiracy. Anyone who uses his brain can see that there is a conspiracy. Before the massacre began, the Zaiwai civilization was preparing to hold a supreme meeting one by one every year. Almost all the core personnel of the big families and old nobles of the Zaiwai civilization were on the Zaiwai Star. Zaiwai Star is quite a palace-like existence of a country, with the highest security level. It needs to pass through the small space entrance of the Zaiwai civilization, and also through the layers of galaxies, star systems and planets. It is impossible for Zidi to sneak in silently alone. Crepe Myrtle Star. The only possible reason is that there is life in the Zaiwai civilization as the Zidi's internal response, and his status in the Zaiwai civilization is not low, so those who can be exempted from these interrogation procedures. The top 10 families and old nobles were slaughtered. Who benefited most? The Star Lord of the Zaiwai civilization, Zijunzai. This answer made countless people shudder. However, the outside world can only speculate and cannot be confirmed. As soon as the Zidi massacre had passed, Zijunzai stood up, expressed anger at the massacre, and announced that Zidi was wanted at any cost. Then the Zaiwai galaxy declared martial law and began to interrogate Zidi's traces. After that, Zijunzai appointed Ziluo as the commander-in-chief of the war, and took over the investigation of the life of the Zidi collusion within the Zaiwai civilization. A bright warning. The butcher knife rests on the neck of every crepe myrtle civilized family. No family dares to act rashly or speak casually. A family that secretly wanted to build momentum, pointing to the Zijun's collusion with the Zidi to slaughter the tribe, was ransacked that day, and the whole clan was slaughtered for collusion with the Zidi. For a while, all the top families in the Zaiwai civilization shut up and did not dare to act rashly. Obviously, Zijunzai was prepared for all this. In the thunderous actions of Zijun, there was no huge turbulence in Zaiwai civilization because of this incident. All the legions of the destroyed family factions are under the control of Ziluo. In the name of investigating the whereabouts of Zidi, internal personnel exchanges have been initiated. At the beginning, the attention of the outside world was on the matter itself. When the arrangement of Ziluo was completed, some talents from the top families of Zaiwai civilization discovered that the warhead army they were in charge of was emptied by Ziluo's people. With the momentum of thunder, Ziluo completely controls all warheads within the Zaiwai civilization. Then, on the charge of colluding with the Zidi, slaughtered 2 families that tried to unite with the top family to seize power. The Zaiwai star was panicked, and no family dared to come forward. They knew that Zijunzai started the purge, but they could only watch. This is the craziest turmoil since the establishment of the Zaiwai civilization for hundreds of millions of years. Even the veteran family of Zaiwixing couldn't believe that Zijunzai, an ordinary seemingly peaceful person, started his hands, but was as fierce as an executioner, and gave no excuses or opportunities to other families. The core personnel of the 10 major families and the old nobles were slaughtered, which did not trigger protests from the civilized Zaiwai people, but secretly applauded the Zidi. Within the Zaiwai civilization, everyone knows that those core families are aloof and don't treat ordinary Zaiwai people as their lives. Every nobleman has bad marks on his body. Zidi slaughtered them to death. Naturally everyone was happy. The crepe myrtle civilization, which was still facing internal and external troubles, after this major cleansing, all internal hidden dangers disappeared. The outside world can guess the conspiracy in this great purge. Without evidence, it can only be a guess. But in any case, the outside world has to admit that after this great purge, the Zaiwai civilization has got rid of the constraints of the old powerful families and nobles and completed the centralization of power, sweeping away thousands of years of decline. This oldest god-level civilization has once again come to life. On the other side, the warhead of the Black Eye civilization officially began to annex the civilizations around the star field. The Black Eye civilization action also led to the White Star civilization and Thor civilization, and the big fish began to eat the small fish. The situation became tense overnight. The 3 god-level civilizations are in a tacit understanding. They didn't attack each other, they all chose to carry out an annexation operation against the civilizations adjacent to the star field. The cosmic situation of 10 years of quiet sun first emerged. After these years of adjustment, the new system means a new world. This is a war about the right to speak in the universe for hundreds of millions of years. Whoever can win this war will have a greater right to speak in the future. Chen Mo's expression was a bit solemn, and Lan and the others beside him were equally cautious. If the strength of the Black Eye civilization does not change, then in the future, they will definitely encounter a terrifying opponent. Similarly, other god-level civilizations pose a great threat. After all, they have a relationship with other god-level civilizations. not too good. Our current star field is 3 billion light-years away from the Phantom civilization. Together with the Great Wall of Sloan and the Pisces Cetus, the horizontal space spans about 6.2 billion light-years and the vertical depth is 47 light-years. Lan introduced the laser pointer to Chen Mo. We have an advantage that is not considered an advantage. The position here in Pisces the Whale is at the end of the cosmic feather, a remote location in the universe. The surrounding galaxies are not dense and there are many cosmic holes. In the third and fourth quadrants, adjacent to us is the 10 Cities Alliance. And on the other side of the 10 Cities Alliance is the Black Eye civilization. The Dan-Luce city in the 10 Cities Alliance has the Gulu Hongqiao, leading to the White Star civilization, which is currently the White Star civilization. Take control. Next to the Sloan Great Wall is the Euxian civilization, which is followed by the Giant civilization. Here, there are 2 rainbow bridges leading to the Dark Forest civilization. The Skeleton Rainbow Bridge leading to the INS supergalaxy cluster at the edge of the Dark Forest domain, and the Mu Hongqiao leading to the vicinity of the Edge Cloud. At present, the Anshai supercluster is under our control. Next to it is the Dark Forest and the Land of 1,000 Stars. Finally, there is the Baiwu Hongqiao, which connects the core area of the once Netherworld civilization, which is located at the core of the universe. In this star field, we are separated from the Thor civilization and the Black Eye civilization, separated by the Nebula Alliance and the Underfire civilization. So although we are remote, we are very lucky and have not had direct contact with those companies for the time being. The huge holographic star map clearly marks the spatial location of the main forces at present. The position of their marching ant groups in the corners is not conspicuous. The most eye-catching is the white, black, blue, and purple star fields marked by the White Star Civilization, Black Pupil Civilization, Thor Civilization and Ziwai Civilization. The largest Lagastroemius civilization ever had a range of more than 24 billion light-years. Today, the largest star field is the Black Pupil civilization. After it is annexed part of the star field of the Pluto civilization. The star field covers more than 26 billion light-years. Several occupies the most dense center of the universe galaxy. Intricately, the cosmic space position connected by the Hongqiao marked on the map makes the power between the cosmic star maps 100 times more complicated. They may not be very good when it comes to star territory, but when it comes to the strength of the War Department, they are not afraid of any civilization. After defeating the Netherite civilization, the combat effectiveness of the marching ant group has never been doubted, and they have full confidence in the power in their hands. The technology comparable to the God-level civilization and the superpowers leading the major forces in the universe make them full of confidence in their own strength. When Lan looked at Chen Mo, the other Jiang Xing followed. Lan explained all the situation around them, and Chen Mo needed to determine what to do next. To form an alliance with the Nebula Alliance, the defense comes from the Black Eye civilization and Thor civilization. The surrounding area of Mu Hongqiao is not moving temporarily. The shepherd is weak and is being coveted by the Lion Throne. Let them fight first. The intelligence department does the work of the shepherd. Wuxian civilization is now constrained by Giant civilization. Behind the Giant is the shadow of the White Star civilization, allowing Hercules to concentrate on dealing with the Giant. The 10 Cities Alliance straddles between us and the Black Eye civilization, and they will also face the crisis of the White Star civilization crossing the Gulu Hongqiao, so the sense of anxiety will increase. The 10 City Alliance is our shield across the Black Eye civilization. If the 10 City Alliance is annexed, then we will face the Black Eye civilization and the White Star civilization. There is a chance to cooperate with them, but let them come to form an alliance with us so that we can take the initiative. The situation of the universe is changing all the time. If we do nothing, it will cause some scruples around us, so we should also move appropriately. The strategic depth of the INS supercluster can be expanded a bit. Chen Mo's words fell, and the eyes of the generals on the court skyrocketed. and some were eager to try. As general stars, they are all a group of militants. Now the situation in the universe is blurred. They have rested for 10 years. They have long been uncomfortable. Now they finally have the opportunity to move their bones. If you want the marching ant group to continue to grow, it must expand. This is beyond doubt. Lan secretly nodded to Chen Mo's analysis. The boss has the talent of being a star, but he is the king, and he does not need to go to battle in the marching battle. But in terms of the overall situation and strategy, the boss's vision is not weak, on the contrary, it is very strong. Which direction? Lan asked. Don't move the dark forest, those two brothers are fighting to death and life, and moving them will wake them up. Other top civilizations should see this too, so let them continue to consume. Let's go in the other direction. The Land of 1,000 Stars. Lun Alliance. Chapter 1037, Ziddy found the Land of 1,000 Stars is not a force, nor is it 1,000 galaxies, but a general name for a location. There are thousands of constellations, and each constellation is controlled by a top civilization, spanning tens of billions of light years. There is the densest area of top civilization. The formation of the Land of 1,000 Stars was formed by the split of the 1,000 Stars civilization during the last cosmic war. After hundreds of millions of years, the 1,000 Stars civilization became the history of the universe, but the name of the Land of 1,000 Stars has been passed down. At the beginning of the struggle in the universe, the Land of 1,000 Stars formed many alliances. In order to survive the troubled times, the top civilizations had to be twisted together. Otherwise, the surrounding civilizations would become the main targets of the major alliances. Among the alliances in the Land of 1,000 Stars, the most famous are the 1,000 Star Alliance, the Sauron Alliance and the Yoshan Alliance. You will arrange this battle. Chen Mo looked at Lan. The direction is determined by him, the specific combat is carried out by Lan, and Chen Mo does not participate. Chen Mo is Wang and Lan is handsome. His only goal is to complete the strategic direction that Chen Mo said. Okay. Lan swept across the faces of the generals on the court. I saw Wang Hai and the others straightened up, eager to try in their eyes. Hans is currently stationed by Xili's warhead. In this operation, Xili will be the main general and the Black Hawk will assist. The two warheads are responsible for the war against the Sauron Alliance. This operation is codenamed Star Annihilation. Yes, Xili and Black Hawk straightened their bodies and drank solemnly. Do you have any objections to this result? The poisonous woman scanned the faces of the people without expression for a week, waiting for their response. The others looked at each other, and then looked at today's protagonists, Carrie and Hongzhu. After 10 years of hard work, the two of them have changed their appearances. Carrie has a calm temperament, even more than before, like a general, and the Red Order is not bad, and the aura is restrained. At the beginning, because of the little inferiority of her background, has long been erased by time. Carrie did not speak, but waited for Hongzhu to speak. No. Hongzhu shook his head. After these years of working together, the two are rivals, so he has a much deeper understanding of Carrie than other stars. This woman has a lot of energy, I can't tell which kind, but in terms of tactical command and strategic vision, she is indeed better than him. These years of expansion can tell that from soldiers to generals. Their respect for Carrie is from the heart. At this point, Hongzhu is even worse than Carrie, which may be the reason why Carrie has been in charge of the top civil war before. Since there is no such thing, that's the decision. From now on, the Dark Star Commander will be Carrie, and Hongzhu will be the deputy commander. You two will be responsible for the formation of the Dark Star Operations Department and the General Staff Department. Poison Skin Girl said. Understand. Carrie and Hongzhu's body were sitting upright, and they answered seriously. Dark Star is their current power. After the dark turmoil, the forces in the Land of Chaos began to reshuffle. Their current forces consisted of the original 17 forces, named Dark Star. The War Department is the two major war departments and its regiments. Now the Commander-in-Chief is determined, the War Department also took shape. You have to move fast. Next, We have to act on the Frost Empire. As soon as these words came out, Carrie and Hongzi looked awe-inspiring. The Frost Empire is one of the strongest forces in the Land of Chaos, and its strength is not much worse than them. It can be said that as long as they swallow the Empire of Frost, the Land of Chaos will fall into their control without accident. The determined Darkstar is planning a big action, and this big action will bring the entire chaotic land to unity for the first time in history. This is my hometown. Shenmue looked down at the planet under his feet and introduced Ziddy and Zun around him. Shenmue felt incredible when he received Ziddy's contact. The two had a two-sided bond, and his impression of this life full of legendary experiences was not bad. For another life, he would be scared to death when he heard the name Ziddy. After all, slaughtered tens of millions of lives of the 10 major families of the Zaiwai civilization and the old nobles. The danger factor of Ziddy is almost the highest life in the universe, and he deserves to be killed. However, Ziddy gave Shenmue his notes, which recorded some important content about the advanced development of superpowers. In recent years, the soldiers and masters of their marching ant group have used the methods recorded in Ziddy's notes to improve their advanced superpower development. Even Shenmue himself is also using Ziddy's method to enhance his superpower. Therefore, to Shenmue, Ziddy is half a teacher. As for the titles of Butcher, Killing God and Executioner, Shenmue didn't care. From the Ziddy's style of doing things and the only dialogue with him, Shenmue can affirm that Ziddy only hates the Zaiwai civilization and is not a murderer. The Purple Emperor was floating high in the sky, looking down on this small planet, without too many waves in his heart. The reason why he chose to ask Shenmue for help was given guidance. After leaving the Zaiwai civilization, he found the Prophet of the Endless Sea. And the Prophet of the Endless Sea said about the Silverhair. Silverhair has a daughter who was nearly half dead in the brain due to a space accident and was frozen. Here in Shenmue, his daughter has awakened. The meaning of the Prophet of Endless Sea is obvious, and Shenmue may have a solution here. Therefore, he did not hesitate to choose to contact Shenmue. He used to help the other party because of his love for his talents in the Tanxing Monument. And he couldn't understand the deeds of the meditation civilization. He didn't expect that he could help himself today. Even Ziddy has to admit that sometimes things are so strange. If it weren't for getting to know him at the Tanxing Monument, with his fame and deeds, I am afraid Shenmue would not dare to receive him casually. Go to my laboratory first and bring them, Shenmue said. Ziddy didn't see the outside, choosing to ask Shenmue for help. He had to trust Shenmue. Just as Shenmue believed him. A small spaceship, along with their armor, landed towards the Earth. Is the silver-haired daughter in the same situation? Ziddy asked. Do you know all about this? I have found the Prophet of the Endless Sea. No wonder. Shenmue nodded clearly. When Tuion introduced Lan to him, Xialing also knew that the Prophet of Endless Sea was Xialing's teacher, and it was not unusual to know these things. According to your description, the situation may not be the same. Different? Ziddy's voice was slightly nervous. It's really different. Yang Saiking was injured by the debris hitting his brain. It is a half-dead brain tissue injury. The undamaged part of the brain is still active. The rescue is timely and the freezing time is relatively short. Your family, I'm not sure about his specific physical condition, and the freezing time is relatively long. So I need to check it first. Ziddy answered and remained silent. Before he came, he had made all possible psychological preparations. As long as there is a little hope, he will fight for it. However, if the brain is half dead, the situation should be the same. In recent years, we have done many similar operations. It is nothing more than removing the dead brain tissue, then regenerating the brain tissue, restoring the brain nerves, and then awakening their consciousness. The first two steps are not difficult for the God-level civilization. The most difficult thing is the final awakening of consciousness. The God-level civilization does not master the deep sleeping consciousness awakening skills, so the God-level civilization will be at a loss for similar cases. It happens that we have mastered the technology in this area, so there is hope of healing for the half-dead brain. While talking, They have landed at the marching ant headquarters. Xian was surprised by the scene in front of her, not too advanced, but too ordinary. It was such an ordinary planet where Chen Mo, the overlord of the universe, appeared. Overlords such as Tong King and Thunder, they are all backed by god-level civilizations, and they have grown up in them all year round. After hundreds of years, thousands of years, they have achieved current results. And Chen Mo only spent a few decades growing up from an ordinary planet, and then relying on himself to build a power comparable to a god-level civilization. The research at hand looks very ordinary. In the Zaiwai civilization, it can only be regarded as the R&D base of the most common R&D institution. Is the medical technology beyond the crepe myrtle civilization? Xian was somewhat skeptical, but she didn't say anything, just stood quietly on the side. After learning that Zidi went to Zaiwai Star to slaughter 10 big families and some old nobles, Xian was equally shocked, but she still followed Zidi, because she knew that Zaiwai Star could not go back because of the relationship between Zidi. The teacher didn't tell her the truth, and she didn't ask. She understood everything she could understand, and there was no need to uncover the last layer of paper. Even she herself didn't know whether it was happiness or worry. Little Chi, you accompany Miss Xian around, Chen Mo said to the robot beside him. Okay, sir. Xiao Qi nodded and walked to Xian's side. In this regard, Xian is not surprised. Her identity is very sensitive. She was once the core high level of the Zaiwai civilization, and is also the most likely candidate to inherit the Zaiwai civilization and served as the messenger of the Zaiwai civilization. So before entering the galaxy, her armor was not allowed to be brought in, and the armor she was currently wearing was provided to her by the marching ant group. Now it is even more impossible to enter the most important R&D base of the march ant group. Trouble. Xian nodded gently to the Xiaoqi robot next to her. No trouble, ma'am. Please. Xiaoqi stretched out her hand and led Xian away. After Xian left, Chen Mo asked the robot to move the 3 freezer compartments from the small spacecraft, and took Zidi to the medical laboratory in Building 1. Chapter 1038, Artificial Wormhole Medical Laboratory in Building 1. In the 3 freezing cabins, 3 crepe myrtle people lying quietly, with purple skin and tall stature, the unique color patterns of crepe myrtle civilization, printed on their skins, with a strange beauty. Zaiwai people are the most typical humanoids, and the armor system was established by them, so the definition of humanoid appearance is also one of the typical standards for Zaiwai people. The faces of the 2 middle-aged Zaiwai people are somewhat similar to those of Zidi. In addition, there is a young female crepe myrtle. Chen Mo is not clear about the aesthetics of the crepe myrtle, but from his eyes, the proportion of the female crepe myrtle looks very comfortable, better than a purple rhyme. If you want to come, you should. Is a big beauty. This is Zidi's parents and his former lover. According to some information from the chat with Zidi, this is the reason why Zidi judged the Zaiwai civilization. His parents and lovers were forced into this by the Zaiwai civilization family, and the massacre of Zai Wixing is also related to them. Zijunzai used their bodies in exchange to let Zidi slaughter those old-fashioned families and complete the centralization of the Zaiwai civilization in a fair way. Even Chen Mo had to admire this method. It's just that why they become what they are now, Chen Mo is not good to ask carefully. Regardless of the process, it must be an extremely painful memory for Zidi. Since the dust is sealed, Chen Mo will not uncover the scars of others. The inspection results are out. Chen Mo handed an inspection report to Zidi. From the inspection results, their situation is not as bad as expected. Really? Even if he was used to seeing strong winds and waves, Zidi couldn't help his heart ups and downs at this moment. Your parents are in better condition. Part of the cerebral cortex died. This is certain. After a small part of the brain tissue is replaced, it should be just after the accident. Someone wanted to treat them, but they have not mastered the technology of deep consciousness awakening, so they did not succeed. Resurrection. Because there is no awakening and the brain tissue is still dying, in desperation, I chose to freeze it. The girl's situation is relatively complicated. I don't know how long she was involved in passive brain tissue replacement surgery, but it is certain that her brain has undergone extensive tissue replacement, which involves some memory modules, although it is possible to wake her up, but part of her memory will be lost forever. I'm not sure how much I've lost. I won't be able to determine until she is awakened. I don't rule out the possibility that all memories will be lost. Hearing this, Ziddy's heart sank and fell into silence. If all memories are lost, is she still her? Can you be sure to wake them up? Anything. There is no 100% success rate. But their situation is not as bad as imagined. The probability of success is very high, but any unexpected possibility is not ruled out. Shenmue said. The decision is in the hands of Ziddy. If he fails, he will suffer the pain of losing his loved ones again. It gave him hope and made him desperate. The pain is beyond description. Ziddy's pain was a choice, and the laboratory became deadly silent. You just let it go, and I accept any result. The marching ant group is rapidly turning. They moved very quickly. Although there has been no major war in these years, it does not mean that the War Department has done nothing. Various training subjects, as well as transfers, allow them to spend the year in high-intensity transfers. During this mobilization, the two main warheads of the marching ant group are assembled and are rapidly appearing in the INS supercluster. After Xeely joined the marching ant group, the main force of the War Department is guarding the INS supergalaxy cluster. This supergalaxy cluster is located on the edge of the Dark Forest literary star field, and it is in contact with the Land of 1,000 Stars. It is sandwiched in the middle corner. It was originally an unknown supergalaxy cluster, and its internal strength was not strong. After the marching ant group took control of the INS supercluster, this position appeared to be a three-legged posture. The Dark Forest, the Land of 1,000 Stars, and the marching ants are just three-legged, and they have not reached a balanced state. The Dark Forest is split and is in an internal struggle, and there is no time to take care of other affairs. The major alliances in the Land of 1,000 Stars are scattered and the hearts of the people are uneven, so the marching ant group is given a chance. There is a reason why Shenmue chose this direction. The Skeleton Rainbow Bridge is too close to the hinterland controlled by the marching ants. Once the enemy chooses to invade the Pisces Cetus from the position of the Skeleton Rainbow Bridge, a few space jumps will reach the Milky Way, then go straight into the marching ant hinterland, which is equivalent to the White Mist Rainbow Bridge to the civilization of the meditation. The deeper the position, the safer the hinterland. Since the self-propelled army ant group took control of the Angle supercluster, a lot of development has been carried out here. This is not the time when the space connection technology is monopolized by the god-level civilization. The marching ant group has fully used Dyson Rule's concept of cosmic village. Establish space traps to block some dead star systems without life, and then use space interference technology to change the spatial frequency of blocked star systems. Create a space connector inside the blocked star system to serve as the cosmic space transmission center to connect the blocked star system in other corners of the marching ant star field, which can greatly reduce the risk and time of long-distance space jumps. These spatial connectors are quite controllable artificial wormholes. This idea allows them to reach all corners of the star field in the shortest possible time. Although the construction of the space connector is a bit troublesome, the convenience is obvious: faster, safer and more controllable. Therefore, under Shenmue's instruction, thousands of space connectors appeared in various supergalaxy clusters. They can mobilize all kinds of materials and equipment at will, without worrying about the enemy laying traps and ambushes in space. Compared with the average top civilization, this is the advantage of the god-level civilization that controls the space connection technology. War is no small matter. From the moment the order is issued, the marching ant group has done all the logistics mobilization. The marching ant group has 7 main battle divisions, and the other countless legions belong to the subordinate legions of the 7 main battle divisions. This time the 2 major battle divisions are invested here in the INS Transcendent Galaxy Cluster, which shows the importance it is attached to here. Lan did not personally choose to command operations. He is in charge of the overall situation. These divisional wars must be dealt with tactically by the War Department itself. This is to train the generals of the War Department. Only the growth of the generals of the War Department is the real growth. The main reason for the failure of the Ming body civilization is to place all hopes on Ming Ah, and let him support the whole battle. Apart from that, there is no other general star that can be used as a big star. After Ming Ah was assassinated, the Ming body civilization fell apart instantly. 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, and a general who can stand alone is the talent the commander needs. The reason why the marching ant group is not afraid of any other civilizations today is because of its outstanding generals. In the ranking of the stars of the major forces in the universe, the celebrities of the marching ant group, Yulan and Ming Tu, are the top celebrities. Later, the more famous are Wang Hai and Yumu, because in the 2 Hongqiao offensive and defensive battles, the 2 were separately Gxuan, the famous general of the White Star civilization, and Xing Ming, the top general of the Pluto civilization. Xili and Black Hawk belong to the unknown types in the main battle department. Commander of the marching ant group. Xili was born in the Yeluzai battle armor group. After Lan's training, he gradually formed his own tactical style during many combat drills. In addition to the Ming to battle department is a newly added battle department. The Black Hawk's Kunping Battle Department is the latest war department established. In Lan's training, the Black Hawk also formed a tactic that belonged to his personal style, and then stood out. Among the tactical systems of the Kunping War Headquarters, the most absorbed are the tactics in the China Art of War. Combining China's warfare with the tactics of the Space War system, it has become the style of the current Kunping Warhead. In the 7 Great War Department, Xili's style is brave and tough, and Black Hawk's style is fast-breaking. Both have very obvious warhead style. The encounter that Xili is good at is the ability that other generals dream of, but he can't learn it at all. The Black Hawk is good at trade warfare, a quick raid tactic of changing one shot to one location. In a virtual war game, other warheads of the marching ant group suffer hardships, and if they are not careful, their headquarters are taken away. The 2 are complementary in style, which is why Lan asked them to fight together. The 2 great war departments, such a huge fleet entering the Ns supercluster, cannot hide the surrounding forces at all. When the warhead of the marching ant group appeared in the Ns supergalaxy cluster, the direction of the Dark Forest civilization and the forces of the Land of 1,000 Stars became tense. This was a force that forced the underworld civilization to collapse, and they couldn't help but not be vigilant. It's just that the forces in the Land of 1,000 Stars did not expect that the marching ant group would not give them time to react. When they were preparing to mobilize more troops to the border star field of the Ns Transcendent Galaxy cluster, the warheads of Xili and Black Hawk had appeared in the border star field of both sides. Chapter 1039, Start. The war broke out extremely fast. The warhead of the Sauron Alliance had just been mobilized, and the battle had started before it was fully equipped. The Black Hawk-style raid war ended the first battle before the Sauron Alliance had time to react. The Black Hawk with fast style. After Arashi's tempering over the years, he has already become a venomous sharp knife, bringing his fast, accurate and ruthless style to the fullest. Under a surprise attack, they can destroy an unsuspecting enemy base in one fell swoop, and then flee thousands of miles away. The victory of World War I easily destroyed the bases of 10 star systems in the Sauron Alliance. Although there is no particularly important base among them, when the sharp knife is out of the sheath, a big victory in one fell swoop is enough to put a lot of pressure on the Sauron Alliance. The Black Hawk's surprise attack was a signal, and on the other side, Xili also started a battle plan. The defense of the starfield borders is to block various star systems, even galaxies, and build space-based weapons in them as a fortress of war. The location and layout are not comparable to wars on the planet. The arming here is the arming of 8 quadrants. Any quadrant may be the target of attack. This is the difficulty of space defense. Similarly, in space, wars are not carried out one by one, but in groups. A large-scale war may have to attack dozens or even hundreds of stellar forts at the same time. That kind of scene is a real butterfly piercing through flowers. When the victory of each stellar fortress appears, it is necessary to immediately calculate the victory of this fortress and what impact it will have on other nearby star battlefields. Will the enemy come out of this battlefield and go to other stellar fortress battlefields to support? Heavy calculations require a star to have a good overall view, calculation ability, tactical layout ability, and strong psychological quality. The war between the two sides began, and the Sauron alliance quickly reacted and began to strengthen defenses in the galaxies along the way. Xiali's target this time is Sauron's star, also called the Eye of Sauron, a galaxy like an eye, very beautiful. The Sauron star was captured, and the Sauron alliance was truly broken. But want to capture the headquarters of a top alliance galaxy? How easy is it to say? In recent years, the situation in Honkiao has been basically stable, and the deployment of each family has already been adjusted accordingly. It is no longer as hasty as it was at the beginning, and in recent years, the development of superpowers has allowed the combat effectiveness of combat troops to fully surpass that of war robots. The warheads of various civilizations have improved their individual combat strength to varying degrees. However, the war of soldiers is not the dominant rate. Technology has become an insurmountable gap on the battlefield. Almost 99% of the wars are unmanned warfare under the war machine. Dispatch a stealth armor to be embedded in the opponent's line of defense. Knowing that the opponent is the marching ant group, the Sauron alliance is almost tense from top to bottom. The marching ant group is well known, and it is no longer an unknown force at the time. Whether it is superpower technology or other aspects, the marching ant group is at the forefront of the universe, and the marching ant group has top generals. This is a force that has defeated a god-level civilization. If you don't mention the 12 points of spiritual treatment, I am afraid that they will become the next target to be destroyed. The Sauron alliance immediately raised the defense level of each battlestar to the highest level as if they were facing a major enemy. In the virtual reality war room, the atmosphere is extremely quiet. The lives that are sitting around the virtual war room are all generals and staff members of the Xiao War Headquarters and the Kunping War Headquarters. The two staff sat interspersed and did not speak. This meeting was presided over by Xiao Li, and Xiao Li was the highest general in the battlefield of the Sauron alliance. The War Department of the INS Super Galaxy Group deals with the forces of the Land of Thousand Stars all the year round. They have a better understanding of the enemy. This is a natural advantage that other war departments do not have. Although both warheads came to this battlefield, and the general goal was determined by Xiali, the specific tactical situation was deployed by their respective warheads. Because even Xiali didn't understand the style of the Kunping War Headquarters, as long as the Kunping War Headquarters acted in accordance with Xiali's major plan goals, they would all be directed by themselves. After the personnel arrived, Xiali and Black Hawk looked at each other, nodded slightly, and were sure they could start. Next, let me talk about the actions of the Kunping War Headquarters. You are only responsible for one plan. The generals and staff of the Kunping War Department all straightened their waists. Although their leader is Black Hawk, the highest leader this time is Xiali. They still have to confirm some instructions that should be followed. You use your good combat method to muddy the waters of the Sauron alliance. Xiali used the term Earth. The Kunping War Department has a lot of warfare, which are derived from the Earth, so it will be easy to understand some of the terms of the Earth. Can it be done? Xiali looked at Black Hawk. The two have the same status in the armed forces of the marching ant group. In this battle, the Black Hawk will be the deputy commander-in-chief. In the next battle, maybe the Black Hawk will be the commander-in-chief. They fought against each other many times during training exercises, but this time they are colleagues. In this war, their goals are unified. How muddy? Black Hawk asked. The muddy the better. It's easy to fish. Okay. Black Hawk nodded heavily. Also, you look for opportunities. The attack numbers X3Y103, X4Y9213, X7Y2948. If it can be destroyed, it will be destroyed. If it cannot be destroyed, it will be harassed. The purpose is to put pressure on them, the bigger the better, and to divert their attention. Xeely clicked on a series of galaxy numbers, and these numbered galaxies all turned into flashing red dots in the holographic map. Almost the next moment, the generals and staff of the Kunping War Department remembered these star systems in their minds, and at the same time was thinking of tactics to destroy these star systems. The goal of the Night Owl War Department is to destroy X3Y9204, X8Y3193, X5Y29492, a total of 472 galaxies, of which there are a total of 129,780 targets in the galaxy. This remark made the generals on the field ponder while staring at the marked target. What are the common characteristics? But specifically, they dare not ask. This is how the combat department is deployed. You should know it. The upper part will give you complete information and plans. If you shouldn't know, you can't ask more. Otherwise you will be taboo. If you accidentally revealed the combat intention to your opponent, the consequences will be disastrous. In this kind of war, confidentiality is very important. Do you understand everything? Xeely asked. Understand. Not only to understand, but also to complete the task. Yes. The big action of the marching ant group began, and in the quiet solar system, Shenmue also had something to do. The condition of Zidi's relatives has been confirmed. 3 different medical reports. Shenmue explained to him the best and worst results of the operation. I have explained the specific situation clearly to you. If you still have any questions, you can ask me. Shenmue expertly gathered all the data. Zidi took a deep breath and said, nothing. This sentence said that he was mentally prepared. I will try my best to get the best result, Shenmue said solemnly, and took Monu into the operating room. This kind of operation cannot tolerate the slightest error, and Shenmue had to personally conduct it. Although Zidi said that he was psychologically prepared, if he really failed, the pain of losing a loved one could not be said to be prepared. After making all the preoperative preparations, Shenmue gave the order to thaw the patient. Chapter 1040. Take a new beast. Sitting across from Hitomi is the current commander of the Black Eye Civilization, the former commander of the First Army of the Black Eye Civilization, the Red Army, and the first think tank of the Black Eye Civilization, Yan, the General Staff of the War Department. These two, in terms of arms, are Tongking's right and left arms, and in the current Black Eye Civilization, the two are almost under the same person. In formulating strategies, Tongking sometimes consults both. The marching ant group has acted on the Sauron alliance. What do you think about this? Hitomi was the first to open the topic. The Red Army looked at Yan and motioned to him. In terms of strategy, Yan has a unique right to speak. The first star is the name given to Yan by the major civilizations in the universe. Let Tongking effortlessly rectify the Black Pupil Civilization, and even some life believes that the death of Shiganxing, the first heir of Thor's civilization, Dan, was also planned by Yan for Tongking. There are many stories about him. He is almost the most dazzling one in Jiangxing realm, the idol in countless Jiangxing's hearts. Looking at the territory of the marching ants, they are doing a good job. Yan skillfully called up the star map in the holographic platform, centered on the star field of the marching ant group, and marked the surrounding forces. They are in a remote location, adjacent to the 10 Cities Alliance, Hercules, and the Shepherds, and the Void of the Universe. The Honkyao of the Sloan Great Wall connects the hinterland of the original Pluto star domain. In the last battle of the God Slaughter, they occupied a favorable galaxy group, armed, and we are separated from the Netherfire Civilization and Nebula Alliance. Their territory has some advantages, except for the Dark Forest, There is no strict star contact with other God-level civilizations. God-level civilization wants to attack them. It must cross the 10 Cities Alliance and the Nebula Alliance. Among the civilizations around him, the Wuxian civilization deals with the giants, the Nebula Alliance and the Darkfire civilization deal with us and the Thor civilization, and the 10 Cities Alliance blocks the White Star Alliance. No matter what direction they take, it is not their goal. Because if these powers are destroyed, he will face us directly. The location of the An supercluster is very special, the edge of the Dark Forest region, bordering the land of 1,000 stars. They chose the An supercluster to expand outwards, and the purpose is nothing more than to increase the depth of defense so that their border star field can be farther away from their core area and serve as a strategic buffer. The An's supercluster is not large. The skeleton rainbow bridge here leads to the constellation Pisces Cetus, which is the center of marching ants. Here, they have two directions. The first one expands to the 5th, 6th, and 7th quadrants, to attack Din and Miro, which was split from the Dark Forest civilization, or to the land of 1,000 stars. They didn't want to disturb the battle between the two brothers, so they chose the land of 1,000 stars. Their decision makers are still very eye-catching. Yan praised at the end. Tonking thought about it. After seeing Chen Mo a few times, he felt a strong opponent feeling in his heart, especially after the trip to the Star Monument. That feeling was almost certain. What are you thinking about? Yan asked. The Red Army also looked over, because Tonking rarely showed such an expression. Thinking about how to deal with marching ants. I have a hunch that he will be the biggest opponent in my hegemony. Haitumi King said. Huh? Why do you feel this way? Kaijun and Yan were interested at the same time. He has all the conditions that an overlord has: strength, technology, talent, courage, prestige, etc. Apart from Dan, he is the best life I have ever seen, and even surpasses me in some aspects. Tonking sighed. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that in some aspects, Chen Mo does surpass him. Seeing that Tonking gave Chen Mo such a high evaluation, Kaijun and Yan glanced at each other, shocked and shocked. In their opinion, Haitumi is almost the most perfect life. Whether it is talent, intellect, strategy and courage, as well as excellent personality charm, they can't find anyone who can match Haitumi. Maybe Dan is one, but Dan is dead. But even if it was Dan, Haitumi only regarded him as an opponent, and had never given such a high evaluation. Now that Tonking gave Chen Mo such a high evaluation, they were very surprised. Is it a bit overestimated? Kaijun asked. No. No, Haitumi said with certainty, there is only underestimation, not overestimation. For example, the endless sense of abyss that I faced when I fought against him at the Star Monument. I am still impressed until now. Suspect that he touched the threshold of the 4th dimension of life. He is at most just a life inherited from a certain civilization. Relying on the technology inherited from civilization, he has developed to the present level. Let's put it this way. To give you a heritage of civilization, can you develop step by step from a low-level being in just a few decades, from nothing, to the point where they can now be heroes with God-level civilization? The Red Army's breath stagnated, then stopped, thinking for a long time before shaking his head. But after my research, he lacks something a hegemon should have. Yan interrupted. What? Haitumi asked. Ambition. Yan is very determined. From the perspective of their actions and layout over the years, his expansion ambitions are not very strong. If he had ambitions, when the Phantom Civilization was eating, their gains would not be less than ours. Because they are the last to overthrow the Phantom Civilization. Straw, and they are in the most central area. And now, they can attack the Wuxian civilization, and together with the giants, swallow the Hercules. But he doesn't do that. Ambition? Haitumi King's eyes came up leisurely. I thought he had no ambition, so at the Star Festival, I tested him and he chose to stand on the podium. He originally seemed peaceful and uncontroversial, but that time let me be surprised. Do you know why he chose to stand at the center of the universe to show all beings in the universe? Both Kaijun and Yan had a longing for an answer in their eyes. Later I asked the messenger who invited him, because the woman next to him said a word, what should be disputed? Therefore, ambition, whether there is something or not, is just a matter of thought. After that point, the two nodded at the same time, agreeing with what Tong King said. At that point, Huang Pao added himself, Chen Mo had no ambition, he must have ambition too. If you want to deal with them, you need to deal with the Nebula Alliance and the Netherfire civilization first. This hurdle cannot be crossed. If their decision makers have eyes, they will definitely form an alliance with the Nebula Alliance, which is even more difficult. Yan said. Yeah? Haitumi nodded slightly. Come slowly, let's pay attention to their movements first, and talk about the current situation of the universe. Haitumi Ching introduced the topic and put it in other areas. The situation in the general environment of the universe, our four families, Black Eye, White Star, Thor, and Endless Sea, are in great power. The White Star has the old chief, and we have you. All are planet-level superpowers. They are convinced and awed by powerful strength. The internal cohesion between the two is very strong, and Raytheon civilization is halfway behind in this regard. The Endless Sea has always been mysterious and low-key, and now that the old prophets show up, no one dares to touch them. The situation of the Crepe Myrtle civilization is also very complicated, and the Dark Forest is divided. If this calm continues and the new system balances out, the great forces and civilizations of the universe may take shape. It's just that the status of the original underworld and the Dark Forest needs to be replaced by two new forces. Yan speaks eloquently, judging the situation with insight and confidence. What if you don't want a new system to take shape? Haitumi King said. In these houses, take the new giant beast for surgery. A crazy light flashed in Yan's eyes. The 12 hours that Zidi waited was the slowest time in his life. For the past 12 hours, Zidi had been sitting at the door of the operating room, indicating that he was very calm, sitting motionless, but occasionally moving fingers seemed to express his restlessness. At this moment, the inner heart with calm appearance is suffering every second. Suddenly, the operation door opened, and Zidi, who had been sitting quietly, stood up suddenly, his purple pupils staring at the door of the operation room. Seeing Chen Mo and Mo Niu coming out from inside, they hurriedly stepped forward. Without Zidi speaking, Chen Mo knew what he wanted to know from his expression. All three operations were successful. Although he didn't have much contact with Zidi, it was rumored that he was a butcher, executioner, and murderer, but after contact, he will find that this is a most affectionate life. Very cruel and cruel to enemies, but very good to family and friends. But they haven't awakened yet. There is one last step to awaken their consciousness. Originally, he just breathed a sigh of relief, but Chen Mo's turn raised his heart. Don't worry, for other forces, the technique of awakening consciousness is difficult, and it is not difficult for us. Chen Mo saw Zidi's worry. After all, the medical technology of God-level civilization is just the last step. What should I do? Zidi asked after finishing his mood. Using the superpower of communication consciousness is difficult for other forces, but simple for us. Chapter 1041, Yan's Analysis. Xiaoyu curiously looked at Zidi. The legendary of murder, she saw for the first time. She left early when she was at the Danxing Monument, and she was not present when Zidi appeared. But the name of Zidi's killing god, she had heard of it. Especially not long ago, the slaughter of the core family of the Zaiwai civilization that shocked the universe. This kind of massacre is unique for the core races in the god-level civilization, which is more shocking than the countless ordinary lives that destroyed a galaxy. There were rumors about how terrifying this killing was, but Xiaoyu didn't feel special when he saw Zidi, like an ordinary alien uncle. Hello, Mr. Zidi, meeting for the first time. Xiaoyu said hello politely. Hello, madam. Zidi nodded slightly. He was also looking at Xiaoyu. This female life looked very ordinary, nothing special, and did not look like a woman of great wisdom and great means. She was such a woman, the current mistress of the marching ant. Suddenly, seeing the little mother beast on Xiaoyu's shoulder, Zidi was slightly surprised. The little mother beast was also looking at him, then retracted her body into Xiaoyu's hair, and stretched her head to look at him curiously. "Mr. Nose Tudu," Xiaoyu asked curiously, "how did you get this little guy?" "I bought this from a pet dealer on a planet in Origin City. I bought it when I saw that it had spiritual eyes," Chen Mo said. "This little guy has helped a few times, but he found a lot of information, and there is no record of this little beast." "This kind of little beast is quite rare," said Zidi. "What kind of beast is it?" "The record about it has only appeared in the legend of a very small civilization in the history of cosmic civilization. This little beast has very special abilities, like the superpowers of intelligent life forms, but whether it is specifically, it is just a legend." "It's just a legend," Zidi said. Chen Mo knew it. This little guy is really special. After entering the ward, the little mother beast was taken from Xiao by Chen Mo. "Leave it to you," Chen Mo said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded very seriously. She didn't do this kind of thing once or twice. She already knew how to use her own abilities. After entering the super state, Xiaoyu looked at Zidi. When the two looked at each other, Zidi's body vibrated slightly, revealing a look of surprise. At that moment, he even had a feeling of being pierced by a glance. This feeling appeared for the first time in his life. "Madam, what superpower is this?" Zidi looked at Chen Mo and asked. "Her superpower is very special. It is related to consciousness and can communicate the consciousness of life." Consciousness? Although the superpowers of communication consciousness are rare, there are still a lot of them, such as mind reading, mind control, and looking through memory. These superpowers are also like her? No, it's different from mind reading and mind control. Chen Mo shook his head. She can see the existence of life consciousness. See the life consciousness? Zidi thought about it. The consciousness really exists. Existence. The consciousness is the fourth-dimensional matter, and every life exists. But the general three-dimensional life cannot see it. Chen Mo definitely nodded. After years of research, he determined that the consciousness that he saw actually existed. It was just a normal instrument, and it was impossible to detect its existence. But its existence was a necessity for life. The beating trajectory of the consciousness of non-intelligent life is extremely simple. In intelligent life, the beating of the consciousness is very complicated and there are no rules to follow. Because of the existence of thinking, Zidi did not question Chen Mo's remarks. Now that the technology is so advanced, the mysteries in the universe are still everywhere. At this time, Xiaoyu was sitting behind the hospital bed with his hands covering the patient's temple. Speaking of taking the beast, Tong Qing's body straightened slightly and her face became cautious. The current situation affects the whole body, not to mention the movement of a giant. War is not a joke, especially this kind of large-scale war. Which behemoth? Haitumi asked earnestly. Netherworld civilization is dead, and among the remaining houses, Zaiwai and Dark Forest are the weakest. Which is the most suitable? The Dark Forest is divided into two. The two brothers are desperately working hard. The Dark Forest is consuming frantically. The energy is exhausted and there is no threat. If you do something on the Dark Forest, the Crepe Myrtle civilization will definitely participate and use this pressureless external war after the cleansing, the internal integration and the elimination of different people from the war through war. Everything is a matter of course. Therefore, if you start with the Dark Forest, the benefits are not large, and the Zaiwai civilization can be integrated. Your hegemony plan has one more opponent, so ignore the Dark Forest for the time being. Now our biggest opponents are White Star, Thor, Endless Sea, Zaiwai, and the 5 marching ants mentioned by the speaker. There is a strategic buffer force between us and the marching ants, temporarily unable to move. The White Star and Thor are powerful. Now the cost and consumption of fighting are too great, and even both sides will suffer. No one dares to touch the Endless Sea now. so there is only one left. The crepe myrtle civilization has just gone through internal cleansing and is in a period of instability. The families and veteran aristocrats who once held important powers in their civilization have all been purged. I have to say that Zijunzai's hand is ruthless and beautiful. Originally, crepe myrtle had almost become the second meditation civilization, at the edge of the black hole, but he pulled the crepe myrtle civilization back from the edge of the black hole forcibly. Although the method was special, it was the most effective method. For so many years, Zijunzai actually used Zidi's knife once he made a move. Yan sighed with admiration. This time, let us fall short in the layout of the old family of the crepe myrtle civilization. If you give them some time, there is no doubt that they will be able to recover from the Great Purge and reproduce the history of the crepe myrtle civilization. Glory. But now, no forces are willing to watch them recover. The 10 major families of Zaiwai were slaughtered, and the power of those old families fell into the hands of Zijun. Now is the time when the power of the Zaiwai civilization is most concentrated, and it is also the most vulnerable time. We can make a fuss about the massacre of the core members of the 10 major families. Hearing this, Tongking and Yan exchanged glances and immediately understood what was in each other's hearts. In terms of methods, there are a lot of Tongking, and now Yan mentioned this, he naturally understands the opportunities. Now the power is concentrated on Zijunzai. According to their understanding of Zijunzai, this person is tolerant, powerful, vicious, and cowardly. I just don't know how to muster up the courage this time, and by what means to introduce Zidi to be his butcher knife. But this is not important. Now the power is concentrated on Zijunzai. If Zijunzai's prestige collapses, the remaining forces in the secrets of the top 10 families and old nobles will definitely not let him go, and they will add to the flames. When Zijun's prestige is lost and the Zaiwai civilization is in chaos, they are the second meditation civilization. The Red Army on the side, seeing their tacit understanding, asked a little bit puzzled, but we don't have any evidence of the collusion between Zijunzai and Zidi. How can we make a fuss? Upon seeing this, Tongking and Yan smiled at each other. The Red Army, now the outside world generally thinks that the Zijunzai and Zidi colluded to slaughter the core family of the Zaiwai civilization, right? Yan Shun asked rhetorically. Yes, there is no evidence from the outside world, but we all know each other well, and everyone is not stupid. Haitumi smiled and nodded. Indeed, everyone is not stupid, just lack of evidence. If there is a piece of evidence, pierce this layer of transparent paper, and put the matter in the view of the table. If there is evidence, Zijunzai's prestige will be wiped out, but we have no evidence. How can we break it? Red June asked. Tongking laughed, and Yan also laughed. Old soldier, you got into the tip of the corner, we have evidence. Chapter 1042, do you want to recruit me? What are your plans next? Chen Mo asked as Xiaoyu treated them. Zidi stared at the door of the ward motionless, and said blankly, if you succeed, you should find a small planet to enjoy life. Do you think my planet is small enough? Chen Mo said. Zidi was taken aback and turned to look at Chen Mo. Do you want to recruit me? You can think so. Chen Mo was non-committal. Others fear me like a star beast. You want to recruit me? Zidi's tone was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid that I will lose control? Your emotional control is one of the best lives I have ever seen. It is impossible to lose control. Chen Mo shook his head slightly. His voice was not loud, but he was very sure. A life of love and sex. He can't go there. I slaughtered tens of millions of lives in the Zaiwai civilization, a veritable of murder. Any war armor regiment has more than this blood on them. For the era of destroying a planet at will, the standard for tens of millions of lives should be a kind life. They destroy the stars of the planet, and they kill what they think is the low-level life, just like destroying the insect dens. There is no psychological burden, even if you feel guilty, and then forget. And I killed tens of millions of people, but as normal life. Killed. Zidi watched Chen Mo carefully. He hoped to see something from this young leader, even if it was about recruiting him this time. After judging the crepe myrtle culture, It was the first time that I dared to have a life to recruit myself. It was an overly young life. In my eyes there is no difference. Lives are created equal, Shenmue said unmovedly. Zidi glanced at Shenmue deeply. You can consider it. Shenmue smiled. Unexpectedly, with the idea of giving it a try, I actually succeeded. Adding a master to the town. Although one person does not affect the general trend of the war, but the introduction of top talents and the use of them will definitely help him. While talking, Xiaoyu and Monu came out of the ward. Xiaoyu at this time looked a little pale because of too much consumption. How is it? Zidi asked first. They wake up, but most of Miss Ziking's memory is permanently missing, and some language and action functions need to be relearned. Zidi's eyes showed pain, but he was finally suppressed. Thank you, madam, for your hard work. You're welcome, Xiaoyu said softly. Seeing Zidi entered the ward, Shenmue did not follow up. Over the years, no one knows the pain he was buried deeply. Although there are some regrets this time, many things can be made up again. Zidi should not want others to see his gaff. The Kunping Battle Department is like a ghost in space, swimming in the battlefield. As long as it finds an opportunity, it will bite the opponent at an extremely fast speed, and then flee away. The Kunping Battle Headquarters was divided into 8 parts, and the 8 attacking teams were subdivided into layers. There are now more than 3,000 Kunping Battle Headquarters swimming in the space of the Sauron Star Field. Even the Black Hawks cannot order 3,000 teams to fight at the same time. But it was such a warhead that was handy in the hands of Black Hawk. The Black Hawk launches a multi-directional blitz, and there is a trick, which is to hand over the command of the blitz to the leader of each team. In order to create chaos, the Black Hawk directly issued an order, free destruction. Without a detailed combat plan, even the Black Hawk himself has no rules about the way of fighting freedom destruction, because this time is the most chaotic time, and he himself cannot grasp the rules. Their purpose is to make the Sauron Alliance starfield chaotic enough and the line of defense chaotic enough. While thinking about it, the Black Hawk saw the intelligence officer rushing forward, and immediately recovered. The intelligence officer gave a military salute and immediately reported, "General, 4 teams and 6 teams responded to the news, and the task is complete. 3 teams, 1 team, 4 teams, 7 teams, and 15 teams arrived at the scheduled location. It is good." Black Hawk's waist was slightly straightened, and a smile appeared on his face. Contact General Xiili. What are their combat intentions? Sauron 326 looked at the new holographic map. His voice was as usual, but his expression changed. Hearing this, the subordinates next to him were shocked. He followed Sauron 326 for many years, and he rarely heard the king's expression like this, and he was obviously worried about the war. Wang, haven't their combat intentions been clear yet? He asked cautiously. Sauron 326 was 6,000 years old. In his ethnic group, he belonged to middle-aged and old people. His skin was dimming, but his temperament was still majestic. Sauron 326 is the throne of hereditary ancestors. When he was young, the universe was stable and peaceful, which obliterated his contending for power. Now that the universe is in chaos, his ambitions have been wiped out, and now he has no power. In the land of thousand stars, his Sauron alliance was already strong. Under his proper governance, although it was not stronger, it did not weaken. Nowadays, superpower is rising and times are changing. The situation in the universe has been quiet for 6 years. I thought that the universe would restore stability and create a new balance system. His Sauron alliance can still be passed on safely and steadily. But I don't want to. The marching ant group will take the lead in their actions. Over the years, the life structure of the universe has long changed. The boundaries of God-level life were broken by superpower technology, and the level of life in the universe that had been consolidated was stratified at that moment. Life level is no longer the bottleneck that limits the upper limit of the universe's life. Numerous genius lives continue to be on the stage, and emerging forces are constantly emerging to challenge the high-level life races that once oppressed them. He knew that the Sauron Alliance's proper style would be fine if they maintained the status quo in a stable environment, but under the current cosmic situation, they might not work. But how easy is it to make changes? Before he could make a change, the marching ants started to attack them. Marching ants, in today's cosmic chaos, the forces that can stand in the center of the stage, have repeatedly defeated the elite warheads of the Netherite civilization, and become the last straw that crushes the Netherite civilization. This is their strength, compared with the Sauron Alliance, which they have inherited for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. This force is as young as a newborn baby, but it shows unparalleled vitality. Being watched by this top power, he is now on his back. He had no idea whether he could block the offensive of the marching ants. From the beginning of the war to the present, within a few days, the defensive line within the Sauron Alliance's star field was in chaos. Tens of thousands of defensive star systems have been attacked, and they have destroyed very few enemies, but the opponent has made them pay an extremely heavy price, and their defense lines have been disrupted. The opponent's attack was extremely fast, fascinating, like flying beasts playing primitives. Several times, their defensive points, in the same hour, several star systems reported being attacked by the same team. This makes their response bad. Tens of thousands of defensive stars are attacked, and tens of thousands of combat points are deployed at the same time. This is beyond the computing power of ordinary stars, and it must also be included in the attack route of the same fleet and the combat situation of their major defensive points. Artificial intelligence assisted them in drawing the route, only to find that everything was out of order. The opponents ran around like headless flies, purely to provoke the flames of war. They lost a devastating weapon and ran away, without seeing their combat goals. The more this happened, Sauron became more panicked. He instinctively told him that the generals of the marching ant group, especially the major generals of the war ministries, were not mediocre. Behind this, there must be a bigger plan. But in the face of his subordinates, he can't show that he has no bottom, otherwise the military will be shaken and he will face even more terrifying consequences. Sauron sighed deeply. It's just not certain. Their tactics are rare. I'm afraid there is any special conspiracy, so I just think about it. Don't worry, the king, Prince Suoli is not weak in command. I believe Prince Suoli will surely break the offensive of the marching ant group. The subordinates said for sure. Hearing Prince Suoli, King Sauron showed relief on his face and felt calmer. As a king of the top power in the universe, his harem wives have tens of thousands. For thousands of years, he has given birth to enough children to establish a group. Among his many sons, the most outstanding is Suoli. He has been smart since he was a child. In an era without superpower technology, he suddenly emerged superpower and became a god-level life. After entering the War Academy, he once again demonstrated his talent in the tactics class and became a senior general. Today, the army of the Sauron Alliance is in the hands of Suoli. He is now the commander of the War Department, and in the future, he is most likely to succeed him and become the Prince of Sauron 327. At this moment, an intelligence officer came in anxiously and handed his warhead to King Sauron 326. King, the latest battle report is sent back from the front. The moment his eyes fell on the battle report, Sauron's 326th hand froze in place, dumbfounded. Chapter 1043, This is the power of God. The envoy of the Nebula Alliance brought the delegation to visit. Shenmue was not surprised. The Nebula Alliance is the Yunzu civilization of Tuion, which is composed of several friendly top civilizations. In the disintegration of the Pluto civilization, it expanded rapidly and became the existence second only to the God-level alliance in the universe. Today's Nebula Alliance, straddling between them, the Black Eye civilization and Thor civilization, can be said to be the shield between the marching ant group and the two civilizations. This makes them natural allies. The messenger who came was a young woman named Kuze. As for appearance, to Chen Mo, apart from human beings, he did not have much appreciation for the beauty and ugliness of other alien life. At the same time, Kuze was also looking at Chen Mo, the master of the marching ant group. Defeating the life of the meditation civilization is also the life that the leader has always praised and admired. I've only seen it on video before, and I've seen his legendary information. It is incredible that an ordinary life has become one of the overlords of the universe in such a short time. Hello, Mr. Chen, the leader sent me this time. If there is a discussion, Kuze said respectfully to Chen Mo. You said. Chen Mo motioned her to continue. The leader wants me to ask Mr. What do you think of the current situation? Kuze asked, neither arrogant nor humble. Today's situation? This one or two sentences can't be finished. It's more complicated. To sum up, the heroes are together and the undercurrents are raging. Chen Mo said, if you have anything, you can just say it. My husband's opinion. Now the Black Pupil Civilization and the White Star Civilization are very powerful. And the two are ambitious and ready to move. The undercurrent of the universe is surging. I am afraid it will not be quiet for too long. Mr. Ask, in the troubled times, have you ever thought of adding an ally so that you can have one more friend in the troubled times? Kuze said. Alliance? Yes. Kuze looked at Chen Mo confidently without comment. Chen Mo said without hesitation, it's okay to form an alliance, but I don't know how far it will be. Offensive and defensive alliance. Lan Zhao. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Tu-Yun has an intersection with them and is considered a friend. The Nebula Alliance traverses between the marching ants and the god-level civilization, and is a natural ally. An alliance is beneficial to both, otherwise it will be a loss of lips and teeth. Even if Tu-Yun did not send someone over, they would send someone to discuss the alliance. Yes, Chen Mo agreed immediately. Seeing this, Kuze smiled. Things went well, Chen Mo agreed, and the trip was half completed. Sir, there are other important things in this trip of autumn. The leader asked me to ask, can the dark matter of marching ants be sold? Sell? Of course. Chen Mo smiled. We started from business, so there is no reason to make money. How much do you need? Kuze looked overjoyed, and said, the first batch of dark matter, 1 billion luns. How long can you prepare, sir? The number of billion luns is a bit big, and it takes 3 months. Chen Mo thought about it in his mind and said time. They are currently one of the few forces in the universe that master the dark matter extraction technology. They will store or sell the remaining dark matter only if they guarantee their own needs. The role of dark matter is equivalent to the rare earth in the Earth Age, and it is a particularly important trace material. In 10 years of development, they have stored a lot of dark matter, but Chen Mo will not sell the strategic reserves. Well, in 3 months, we will have as much dark matter as you have, Kuze said. At the same time, we hope to sign a long-term agreement to purchase dark matter. Without dark matter, warships cannot withstand the squeezing of space folding and the impact of high radiation particles. In space warfare, it is like scrap iron. In addition to the god-level civilization, the marching ant group is the force that masters the dark matter extraction technology, and the god-level civilization will restrict the export of dark matter, so it can only ask the marching ant group for help. The consumption of space wars is very scary. Good. Chen Mo agreed without hesitation. The stronger the Nebula Alliance, the stronger the ability to resist the threat of god-level civilization, and the stronger their shield, which is a good thing for them. Above the magnificent palace, the poisonous woman walked slowly, with a special sense of beauty in every step. On both sides of the ranks are the core high levels of Dark Star. Every senior has a joyful smile on his face. Today is a special day. Since the establishment of Dark Star, although it occupies half of the chaotic land, the outside world never knows who their leader is. Today is the day when the leader of the poisonous girl officially goes from darkness to sunshine. The first queen of Dark Star ascended the throne. Hewitt 21 was not present, and no members of the assassination team were present. They are forces that walk in the dark and started from the dark, so sometimes the dark is their best protective color. Sometimes, many things are solved by the means of the underground world, which saves a lot of things from being solved more openly. Venom Skin Girl stepped onto the table. Hewitt 21 took her place, and the underground world in Chaos Land was in charge. And it was also the Secret Service Department of Darkstar. Stepping up the steps. The moment the poisonous girl sat on the throne, the many core high levels above the hall showed joy. At this time, the girl with poisonous skin has gorgeous and unparalleled temperament, grace and luxury, less mysterious and cold than before, and more stunning noble. Her coldness has become Her Majesty. Your Majesty. Many high-level officials saluted. Yeah? The poisonous woman nodded slightly. Kali-I listened to the order. From now on, you will be the Commander-in-Chief of the Combat Department. Dispatch troops to the Frost Empire, and unify the chaotic land. Subordinates take orders. Kali-I immediately gave a military salute and accepted the appointment papers handed over by her subordinates. The other high levels on the court were all eager to try and looked excited. Born in a place of chaos, here is accompanied by conspiracy, killing, fighting, scams and so on all the year round. This is the most chaotic place in the universe. People who come here are all kinds of characters such as cosmic wanted criminals, conspirators, exiles, desperados, etc. There has never been peace here. The life in the chaotic land, the desire for battle, is much higher than other places in the universe. Now the girl with the poisonous skin said, how crazy it is to unify the chaotic land. On that day, the Darkstar Empire in the Land of Chaos was officially established, and the Frost Empire was dispatched. For a time, the Land of Chaos was chaotic. Monu carefully observed the changes in Shenmue's data. In the past 10 years, the Hand of God project has made many breakthroughs. There have been several supertech products derived from the project, but they have not really been exposed to the outside world. So the project is going on in secret. Shenmue hopes that one day when these superpower technologies are revealed, other forces in the universe will be attacked by dimensionality reduction. At this time, Shenmue was standing in space. The space he lives in is a star of life. Here, there are 2 low-level life planets. The humanoid intelligent life on one planet is still in primitive society and there are not many in number. The other is the age of giant beasts, similar to the age of dinosaurs on the Earth, but the giant beasts on it are very smart and have formed weak wisdom. On the edge of the star system, there are several spaceships with many volunteers from various planets. This time, Shenmue's experimental project has once again been upgraded. The super consciousness is amplified by the super war armor on his body, covering the entire star system. The abilities of the planet class have been expanded to a constant star. Under the consciousness of life in the entire star system can be clearly seen in Shenmue's eyes, and even Shenmue can be attached to each consciousness at any time to check the memory in their consciousness. Shenmue felt like a god, reading the memories of life in the entire stellar system, overlooking the joys, sorrows and joys of many lives without emotional fluctuations. This is the power of God. After exiting from the super state, Shenmue remained silent for a long time. The constant star hand of God succeeded. Chapter 1044, I have a big appetite. The constant star hand of God, this level of superpowered weapon, already has preliminary strategic significance. This weapon is not a space weapon or a light-speed weapon. Space weapons and light-speed weapons can also be used for defense through space interference and interference, while superpower weapons do not yet have the means of defense. Now that the means of consciousness manipulation are mature, this hand of God can be used. Shenmue said. Shenmue copied Xiaoyu's ability. Her ability is mainly conscious manipulation. It is very special. Shenmue is learning about the superpower of manipulating consciousness, because Xiaoyu's development level is not high, but a long groping process. Now Xiaoyu's consciousness control has only been developed to the 2nd stage, and Shenmue copied it to this extent. If the level of consciousness control is not developed enough, it will have limited influence on some super masters, especially for top masters like Hitomi. It needs a very sharp consciousness attack method. In this regard, you can find someone to help you. Monu said. Who? Ziddy? He has mind control, and his development level is at least planetary level. This ability and consciousness control should have the same effect. Maybe it can be analogous, or it is not. Copy his abilities and combine them with existing abilities. Use. Monu's proposal made Shenmue's eyes brighten. It happened that Ziddy was here, almost a ready-made teacher. Sauron 326th held the intelligence, with anger in his eyes. He was shaking hands, not knowing whether it was anger or fear, or both. News from the front revealed that the warhead of the marching ant group suddenly changed its style. In the chaotic battle, it dispersed the team and attacked their tens of thousands of dark matter storage sites. Although not all succeeded, they also succeeded a lot, causing them to suffer heavy losses. The strategic inventory of dark matter has been threatened as never before, and the inventory has been reduced by 1/3, which has already broken the bones. Today is a war period, the price of dark matter has risen again and again, and as a strategic material, the number of god-level civilizations sold is decreasing, and 1/3 of their inventory has been destroyed, causing them to lose heavily. If all dark matter is destroyed, what will happen? King Sauron didn't dare to continue thinking about it. What a marching ant! He has a really big appetite. I want to swallow the Sauron Alliance in one bite, and I am not afraid of being killed. King Sauron destroyed the intelligence in his hand and was furious. After thinking about it, he still turned on the communication device. Now he is here. Can't rest assured at all. A young life appeared in the holographic video. He looked similar to King Sauron. He was the most satisfied son of King Sauron 326 and the commander-in-chief of the Sauron Alliance. Suoli at this time. His face was obviously not very good. Father, what's the matter? How is the battle? Sauron 326th restrained his anger. At this time, he couldn't put too much pressure on him, and he didn't dare to interfere with the opponent. He didn't know the situation of the battle. If he interfered with the rhythm of the general, the consequences would be serious. The loss is under control. Suoli's A's were sharp, and his voice, Bench www.box.info, was slightly low. Can you deal with them? Yes, now their intentions have emerged, and they will be able to cope well next. Their team is too scattered, and they want to launch a large-scale fort attack and need to regroup. We just need to guard the dark matter warehouse and not give them a chance. Can drag them into the mud. Suoli's voice was still cold, and he was very annoyed when he was attacked this time and suffered a big loss. If you have a big appetite, you must be prepared to die. Although the loss of the dark matter inventory made him heartache, they have already made the opponent's intentions clear. It is almost impossible for a small team to attack their dark matter warehouse. Within their star field, the marching ant team has limited antimatter energy, limited weapons, and no reinforcements. As long as their defensive rhythm is not chaotic, it will not take long for the opponent's tactics to go bankrupt. When the time comes, it is time for them to counterattack. Sauron is the commander-in-chief of the Sauron Alliance, and he is responsible for coordinating the warheads of the Sauron Alliance. He is also the top star in the universe. He also has his courage. If the marching ant group can attack them, he will naturally not be afraid of the opponent. As a star, he is very confident in his ability and judgment. Hearing Suoli's self-confidence, King Sauron calmed down a lot, but he was still very worried. He intuitively told him that the marching ant group was not so easy to deal with. Well, don't underestimate the enemy. They are the generals of the marching ant group. This force, it has always been mysterious and weird. I know. Suoli nodded slightly. Xiaoli's hand is very beautiful. Huma was a little surprised when he saw the battle report. In the several war divisions of the marching ant group, they will often use virtual reality technology to discuss tactics and understand each other, but this time the tactics did not surprise them. At the beginning of this battle, except for the higher-level officials of Yi Xiao and Kunping Warhead, The other generals did not know the true intentions of Xeely and Black Hawk. At first, the game was chaotic, like a random fight. The entire Sauron Alliance's defenses were full of wars, but the thunder was heavy and the rain was small. From start to finish, there was no large-scale offensive and defensive battle. The generals inside their marching ants all thought Xeely was only testing the reality of the opponent. Until the end showed fangs. For a general star, a perfect war is a fatal temptation for them. Not surprisingly, in the battle against the Sauron Alliance, Xeely and Black Hawk's reputation will rise sharply and rank among the first class. The war divisions of the marching ant group, because of the relationship between regular exercises and training assessments, will more or less compete with each other. Because of the same conditions and the same resources, no one wants to get the bottom of the performance in exercises and training assessments. Otherwise, it would be very shameless. Now Xeely and Black Hawk joined forces to give the Sauron Alliance such a hand, which really surprised them. They admire this layout and tactics. Even if they were given command, they couldn't think of Xeely and Black Hawk. The combination of the two brought the advantages and style of the two major departments to the fullest. It's a bit risky, a bit crazy. Rao is D.A. Maziu's insidious style, and he has no idea about this kind of tactics. Wataki fixed his gaze and stared at the holographic star chart. Wealth and wealth are in danger, and we will fight it in a proper way. I'm afraid this war will take a lot of time. This sentence, let D.A. Maziu agree. They knew Xeely very well, because they fought too many hands. From the beginning of the attack, they knew Xeely's true intentions: destroy the dark matter inventory of the Sauron Alliance. Without the strategic material of dark matter, in the future frontal offensive and defensive wars, the Alliance of Sauron has no interstellar spacecraft materials for making space jumps. The consequences are unimaginable. There is no spaceship that can jump in space, and in a war, it can only be slaughtered. Although this tactic is very risky, if it succeeds, the Sauron Alliance will be theirs. Will Xeely's idea be too risky? Zalminitz stared at the star map curiously. The intelligence of the war came back and shocked the brains of the General Staff Department, and Zalminitz was also shocked when he saw Xeely's plan. Although she doesn't understand war tactics, she knows the pros and cons of it better than anyone else. From the perspective of the overall situation, the importance of strategic materials is self-evident, especially dark matter. Stare at the opponent's dark matter storage planet to fight and destroy the opponent's dark matter inventory. This requires sending a team to go deep into the Sauron civilization defense line. Once the team is dragged by the opponent in the war, the team will fall into a heavy siege, and rescue is impossible. On the contrary, Lan is much calmer. He and Black Hawk have joined forces in this battle. They have their ideas. If it is other warheads, it may be very risky, but Black Hawk and Xeely are indeed suitable for this kind of unruly fast attack. The Black Hawk's rhythm is fast enough to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and bring the Sauron Alliance into our offensive rhythm. It may be a bit expensive, but it is much better than a long-term offensive and defensive battle. Lan appreciates Xeely's bold plan very much. Sometimes war needs to be bold. Even if this tactic cannot completely destroy the dark matter of the Sauron civilization, the results and data obtained so far are very good. Next, it will definitely disrupt the opponent's defensive rhythm, allowing the opponent's defensive force to recover from the original line of defense to the defensive line centered on the dark matter storage planet. Xeely stared blankly at the battle reports from each team. The densely packed intelligence on the holographic screen was displayed, and every piece of information gathered in his mind. On the holographic star chart, with the content of each piece of information, the star chart marks also change. The destroyed planet disappeared on the star chart. The destruction of this kind of planet has long been commonplace for him. They disrupted the entire defense line of the Sauron Alliance starfield in order to fish in troubled waters today. The opposing team's defensive line was chaotic, and the incident happened suddenly, which made them gain a lot. 1/3 of the dark matter inventory is now estimated to be distressed. But this is not enough. Ordered, the first team, the 7th team, the 12th team to the Blue Bull star, the Ghost Bird star, the Tutor star 3 galaxies, the 5th team, the 9 team, the numbered Leo star, the Drum star, the 11th team, the 14th team. The team returned to Uixing and stood by. All the members of the 2nd team, the 3rd team, and the 4th team gathered at Suiyuxing, Heiyuxing, and Danlunxing. Other teams. One by one, orders were issued from Xili's mouth. After giving the order, Xili communicated with the Black Hawk. How to arrange. Black Hawk cut directly to the subject. Xili shared the latest combat star map with Black Hawk. This time I have gained a lot. The other party's dark matter inventory has suffered heavy losses. I am going to assemble the team and attack the areas where they have lost their dark matter inventory. Without dark matter manufacturing equipment, their support and firepower in these areas will be greatly reduced. This is our opportunity. You continue to swim around the planet where the dark matter is stored, giving them defensive pressure. Good. Black Hawk agreed without hesitation. Chapter 1045, Ability to copy. Zidi lived in a manor, the blue sky, and the air only smelled of grass mixed with soil. There are no tall buildings of the age of science and technology. For a living planet, it is a very good place to live. Promise Shenmue to stay on Earth, and Zidi will live here. Originally he was in a semi-reclusive state. If it weren't for Zijunzai, he might have lived freely on an underdeveloped planet in the universe. Staying in the marching ants, Shenmue did not force him to do anything. His life was completely free. What he does every day is to accompany his relatives on shopping and shopping. When Ziking woke up, even though she had lost all her memory, she still had a natural sense of trust in the unfamiliar Zidi, so she didn't reject him. Zidi accompanies her to study and live again every day. For Zidi, there is some regret, but this is the best result. How are they? Shenmue asked. Recovered very well. Zidi looked at the manor house with a look of regret. The memory is lost, and their living abilities need to be relearned. These are all simple and not a matter of life. The Zidi now seemed to lack the horrible aura of crippling people, and his temperament was much softer than before, more like an ordinary middle-aged uncle. This change gave him a touch of human touch. Shenmue saw all this in his eyes. Do you like the life here? To me, it's the same there, but it's a little different this time. Zidi's voice was slightly emotional, which would not appear before. Say, what can I do this time? When Shenmue was promised to stay, he knew that he still needed some effort when needed. Not to mention, he still owes Shenmue a favor. It's really something. Shenmue was not hypocritical, and cut to the subject. I need your ability. My ability? Zidi looked at Shenmue puzzledly. How to say? I want to copy your abilities. Copy my abilities? This sentence surprised the Zidi, who had seen strong winds and waves. He thought Shenmue needed his help to accomplish some tasks or to do something. With the favor he owed Shenmue, he would not refuse even if it was a big deal. It's just that Shenmue's answer was beyond his expectation. Superpower has been mysterious since ancient times, and the ability to replicate other lives. This situation only appears in superpower movies and literary creations. In reality, I have never heard of a life having the ability to replicate the superpowers of other god-level civilizations. That thing is so mysterious and mysterious. I really can't think of how to copy it. Cloning is also impossible. Above advanced life, the difficulty of cloning increases exponentially. The higher the advanced life, the more complex the genetic code and the greater the difficulty of cloning. They have never heard that the god-level life is successfully cloned, not to mention that even if the replication is successful, new living bodies do not necessarily awaken superpowers. Or does it mean that Shenmue has the superpower to replicate other life abilities? Shenmue didn't talk nonsense with Zidi. At this time, it was easier for both parties to understand and accept. I am now learning some methods of consciousness manipulation. Your ability is similar to that of consciousness manipulation, so I want to copy and learn from it. Are you still consciously controlling? Zidi glanced at Shenmue. This is my ability to replicate my family's Xion. Her development and research on manipulation consciousness is not deep, So I want to try your mind control. Ziddy's mind control can control the life of a planet. This ability is terrifying. The massacre of Xiwi Star was accomplished under his control. How to copy? You need to open up the defense of your consciousness, and then use this ability. I will sense this ability. Shenmue said. He copied Xiao's ability. That's how he copied it. Ziddy pondered for a while, and finally shook his head. I'm afraid it won't work. My consciousness is too guarded against the outside world. My memory is too hostile and murderous. I almost instinctively resist other consciousness, and accidentally hurt you. Shenmue was taken aback, thinking about it. He didn't think that Ziddy was lying to himself. Ziddy's experience was there. Growth was accompanied by and killing. Normal life could not bear that kind of pressure, and his hostility was normal. But there is a life that can meet your requirements, Ziddy said without waiting for Shenmue to speak. She also has mind control, but she is relatively weak, but suitable for you. She is my student, Xian. You should know. The shadow of the female crepe myrtle appeared in Shenmue's mind. You copy her ability, and I will teach you how to improve it. With your talent, you will soon be able to advance, Ziddy said. Yes, Shenmue agreed. When she found Xian, she was in a cafe, quietly reading the book of the earth, and she didn't care about the curious eyes of the people around her from time to time. Very quiet, very cold, like a purple lotus that has left the world alone. She was immersed in her own world, indifferent to everything around her. At this time, Xian was wearing a dress of a human being on Earth. Because of her purple fluorescent skin, she looked a little special, but it didn't look awkward. On the contrary, there would be a strange beauty. Shenmue didn't know how to describe it. However, this woman is very adaptable, and she actually blended in here during the time she came to Earth. In a short period of time, she learned the language of the Earth, the way of life of the Earth, and the way of work and rest. What she does every day is shopping, watching the scenery of the Earth, tasting the food of the Earth, and does not care about other things. If it wasn't for the difference in appearance, she would not be considered an alien at all. She is still as cold as ever. It seems that the trivial matters in the world have nothing to do with her. Her coldness is not indifference, but has nothing to do with everything around her, as if she can see through the world, and there are very few mood swings. Shenmue and her have met many times, and she has never seen too many expressions, as if there is no joy, anger, sorrow or joy. This female life has always been invisible. When Ziddy saw Xian, he said, Xian, you do me a favor for Mr. Shenmue. Okay, teacher. Xian looked at Shenmue and nodded slightly. Mr. Shenmue wants to copy the ability of mind control. I am not suitable here. You can copy it for him. Shenmue has nothing to do with her, nor does it have any favors. It can only be said by Ziddy. In name, Ziddy is Xian's teacher. Xian's cold eyes showed a rare surprise, and looked at Shenmue. Can you copy superpower? In Mushi Tanxing, Shenmue showed a variety of terrifying superpowers, which shocked the life of the universe, and there are still, but she is not surprised. Shenmue's abilities are beyond the scope of a god-level life. Yes, Shenmue did not deny. Xian returned to her plain appearance. She didn't ask Shenmue what she needed her ability to do, and it was useless to ask. As the leader of a power, Shenmue is regarded as a high-level opponent of the power, and she will definitely not tell her what to do with her ability. From a normal point of view, it is normal to have the ability to copy and to see special abilities, and to use it as one's own after copying. What do I need to do? Shenmue was not surprised by Xian's reaction. To cooperate with me, you need to let go of the defenses of your consciousness. I will connect your consciousness, sense your consciousness fluctuations, and then you will release your ability and I will imitate it. Shenmue said. Consciousness connection? Do you want to read memory? Xian's expression appeared unnatural. As a female life, letting go of consciousness and memory, she means that all her secrets will be known by the other party. If their relationship is really close to each other, there is no secret. It doesn't matter. Now the two are not familiar. This is the embarrassment. The process will inevitably touch the memory. If you mind You can refuse and I will think of other ways," Chen Mo said. The process of copying abilities between him and Xiaoyu was natural, because they were husband and wife, and gave each other body and mind without secrets and defenses. But for Ziyan, if the other party minds being touched by the memory, Chen Mo won't be overwhelmed. Ziyan thought for a long time before raising her head. "I can cooperate with you." Chapter 1046, Decapitation of the Venomous Girl. Ziyan and Chen Mo entered the laboratory. She couldn't help but look around. Chen Mo now belongs to the most advanced hegemony level of the cosmic pyramid in terms of fame and status. Such a most powerful being, and its own professional laboratory, are very rare in the universe. Beings with superior force generally study this kind of things and don't catch a cold. As the overlord of the universe, they are in power, and they don't have too much thoughts on boring research. They are more about playing power and strategy, or indulging in power. In the dream of wine color throughout the universe, the pupils and the like do not say that they study technology, but Chen Mo often stays in this place. What a rare animal. Perhaps this is the difference between his life and other overlords. These days, she stayed on the earth, read the biography about Chen Mo, and checked the information about the earth. In just a few decades, Chen Mo, as a pioneer of civilization, used his own power to bring a low-level life a planet to the power that dominates the universe. This experience is extremely shocking. Even the growth rate of a god-level civilization was not as scary as Chen Mo. A few people didn't speak. Ziyan didn't like to actively communicate with other lives because of her personality. Chen Mo didn't know what to communicate with her because she was not familiar with it. Strictly speaking, he and Ziyan are still enemies. In a certain position, they were opposed. Even so, Ziyan was still willing to give him the ability to replicate because of Zidi, and Chen Mo couldn't see through this female's eye. As for her ulterior motives, Chen Mo thought about it, but didn't care. She now has no armor or weapons, and her superpower is not a threat to Chen Mo, and she can't do anything. After arranging the equipment for Ziyan, Chen Mo changed into an experimental outfit. Wait, relax your mind. Your consciousness is strange. Don't show up violent resistance. If you feel uncomfortable, just speak up. I will stop the experiment, Chen Mo said. He noticed the unnaturalness of Ziyan. It is normal that a female life, all her secrets and memories will soon be known by a strange male life. In the process, I will guide you. I will let you release your abilities, and you will release the abilities to control the experimental monkeys in the laboratory. Good. Ziyan replied faintly. It has started. Chen Mo sat behind Ziyan, with his hands gently pressed against her temples. It is the first time for Ziyan to sit in an experimental chair when she grows up. Ziyan had an unprecedented feeling. For the first time, she felt like she was standing in front of a man. Whether it is the body or consciousness, there is no defense. This feeling is weird. She didn't know if it was rejection. She was unwell, but she didn't have a strong sense of rejection. It seems that someone is helping her flip through the memory. At this moment, she has no secrets at all. In addition to her own secrets and privacy, there are also secrets that have not been passed down, including the Zaiwai civilization, which are also known to Chen Mo. Ziyan didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. As for regret, she never thought about it. Every time she makes a decision, she will not regret it. Before making a decision, she thought about these issues. Converge emotions and release your abilities. Chen Mo's emotional voice sounded deep in her consciousness. Ziyan was stunned. Releasing her superpower, an invisible wave spread out and enveloped the entire laboratory. Afterwards, a strange ray appeared in Ziyan's heart. Under the influence of her ability, Chen Mo's fluctuations are very familiar. She remembered the scene of fighting with the Mo girl when she was at the Dancing Monument. At that time, she wanted to control Mo girl with superpower, but she ended up without a problem. The feeling that Mo girl gave her was this kind of fluctuation. She didn't know what this fluctuation meant, but it felt unfathomable to her. At the beginning, she thought about using her ability to control Mo Nu and then win the battle, but it was a pity that her ability touched Mo Nu, like sugar silk into the water. Are they the same kind of life? The same ability? Control the experimental monkey. Chen Mo reminded her. Those thoughts flashed in Xian's mind. She was not sure whether Chen Mo knew she was thinking about these issues. Hearing Chen Mo's reminder, Xian used the same set of controlling other living organisms to control the monkey. Chen Mo said. The laboratory fell into dead silence, and only Mo Niu was guarding Chen Mo, watching the changes in various data. Find the position of Zhuang. A subordinate reported the news to the poisonous girl. They are at war with the Frost Empire, vying for the dominance of the chaotic land. Frost is the emperor of the Frost Empire. For the forces that started in the Dark World, their fighting methods are obviously more than just head-to-head battles. The unknown battlefield is also the key to a decisive battle. Venom Skin Girl is now the Queen of Dark Stars. In order to obtain the unification right of Chaos Land as soon as possible, she needs to use all means she can use. Okay, Poison Skin Girl responded. Let the reporting subordinate go down and turn to look at Huey 21. Do you master that piece of equipment? The equipment that Poison Skin Girl said was the super armor that the headquarters sent her. Because of the special strategic significance of the power armor, apart from the Poison Skin Girl and Ash 21, no other life knows the existence of the power armor. Even if they wear them, the life they see only thinks that it is a normal set of combat. They tried that suit of battle armor to make their superpower reach the planet level. From the beginning, they were shocked by their terrifying strength, and they also had a deep awe of the boss. The technology in the hands of the boss transcends the times. They once imagined that when this kind of battle armor can be mass-produced and used to equip a warhead, the combat power, even if they think about it, they will shudder. The super armor is in their hands, and it is only used for adaptive training in private. In charge of a faction all the year round, they have much less chance of taking action personally, so they have never used that suit of armor in actual combat. Now is an opportunity. Assassins with planet-level movement superpowers, once the target's location is determined, the success rate and the probability of retreating all over the body after success rises linearly. Even if they escape, the outside world cannot know their direction, let alone track their tracks. Although their abilities are used, they will not shock the outside world because of the huge movement, but those who understand their abilities will know the horror. The dark world they control, the core killer, has long developed teleportation, so they can become the overlord of the chaotic land in a short time. I have been training to adapt, and I have mastered it. Huey 21 nodded coldly. After the Poison Skin Girl became a queen, she turned from darkness to light. Huey 21 took over the position of the Poison Skin Girl in the Dark World and became the leader of the Dark World. Today's Huey 21 has grown a lot. The Dark World is a cold, emotionless world. Once there are too many personal emotions here, the footsteps of death will follow. Over time, his personality and behavior style were also affected. Only when he was connected to the headquarters and saw Chen Mo, Jingj and others would he show emotions. When he escaped from Demon Flame civilization, he was still an immature boy, following Chen Mo who rescued him. From the moment Chen Mo risked taking him in, he swore to repay Chen Mo. He also knows that the stronger his strength, the greater the help to Chen Mo, so in these years, he has never dared to slacken his promotion. Even if he is now in a high position, then this action will be handed over to you. Poison Skin Woman said. It is good. Chapter 1047, Stellar Fortress. Boom boom boom. The explosion of fire shines through the holographic screen on the face of every life. The two fleets were smashed into a ball, completely twisted together. This is the most direct confrontation of the war machine. Suo Li originally thought that the marching ant group would choose to retreat after a sneak attack on their dark matter, but he didn't expect that they would dare to directly attack their defensive star fortress in their star field. He is not a life that can be easily dealt with, facing the offensive of the marching ants. He quickly responded. Head to head. They are fighting locally, and they can afford to fight wars of attrition. This is the most direct way to deal with them. The warhead of the Alliance of Sauron has a steady stream of machines thrown into the battlefield. The torrent of steel chases and collides in space, and countless exploding fireballs suddenly bloom in space. Not one battle, but hundreds of battlefields. Suo Lee stared at the space battlefield on the screen, his eyes splitting, and his face a bit hideous. He was originally gentle, but now he was full of fierce and hostile air, as fierce as he was terrifying. Even though the screen is separated, the battlefield that will kill the stars is in his mind. The number of the fleet is rapidly declining, and this time he feels the strength of the marching ants. The powerful war machine, suffocating pressure, surged towards them with unmatched aura. Surround a stellar fortress, then use space jammers to lay down the battlefield and ambush their reinforcements. This kind of disgusting and outdated attacking aid was actually used on him. After losing several fleets, he reacted. This fleet has absolute battlefield dominance in encounters, and its play style is extremely fierce. The opponent is only one of the generals and stars of the marching ant, not the commander-in-chief. If the legendary Silverhair personally takes command, he can't imagine the consequences. Whether it is technology or tactics, marching ants have an advantage over them. The war machines and warships of the warheads of the marching ant group are specially modified according to the style of the generals. This is more conducive to their star players better display their combat style. Specific modifications have more advantages in specific tactics. The Night Owl War Department is dominated by Xiao Li. The combat style is fierce, and is good at encounters. Therefore, the armor and war machines have been modified to highlight the style of encounters. In space encounters, this is a fierce battle. Shura Iron Army. News of the destruction of the fleet and the victory and defeat of the wars continued to gather in the combat department. In the war department, there is no war here, but the smell of gunpowder has never dissipated. The marching ants have 2 warheads involved in this war, and 2 different styles of combat put him under the same pressure. A red dot in the star map is a battlefield. At first the line of defense was disrupted, and then the planet that stored dark matter was attacked. The line of defense was disrupted again. In addition, the planet that stored dark matter was destroyed. Part of the galaxy's fleet could not be supplemented, resulting in different strengths. Now the defense line of the Sauron Alliance, there is no time to organize it. In addition to the frontal force of the warhead, there are also those fleets swimming around the planet that stores dark matter, which puts them under great defensive pressure. That team is different from the team they encountered head-on. That team is like a cunning bird. Without him, it is agile. It can't chase or catch up. It can't be beaten. It's like a sword hanging over their heads, full of deterrence. Where is the way to break the game? Continue to adjust from Bai Xing's fleet. Suo Lee supported the holographic battle platform with both hands, his voice slightly hoarse. I can't adjust many teams. Shi Langxing's dark matter is destroyed, and the surrounding strongholds have insufficient dark matter to make interstellar transport ships. The subordinates around him immediately replied. Suo Lee was shocked, and then looked at the star map, and he was immediately stunned. Damn it. He just reacted and stared at the star map. The other party only chooses to attack these star regions when the dark matter in his star regions is destroyed. Without dark matter materials to build a fleet, the surrounding galaxies can't project much force, they can't do anything. They can only wait and die. It is indeed a force that has defeated a god-level civilization. Only one of the warheads showed such a powerful strength. This is just a confrontation between unmanned war machines, and the confrontation between soldiers has not yet begun. The superpower technology of the marching ant group, known as the technology beyond the god-level civilization, is still unknown. The ghost bird star has fallen. A panicked voice sounded. Inside the war department, there was a sorrow. The fall of the ghost bird star further stimulated Suo Lee's fighting spirit, staring at the grey star field. What are you doing? Keep up your mind. This is just a galaxy. A star field spanning billions of light years. Do you care about the gains and losses of a galaxy? Have you never fought a war? See the generals of the operations department in a depressed mood, Seoli reprimanded. Call. The generals who were in a depressed mood suddenly straightened their bodies, and wisps of fighting spirit appeared on their bodies. Order the space bombing of the Ghost Bird Galaxy immediately. Since it has fallen, there is no need to keep it. It is better to destroy it than to fall on their hands. The sharp voice was cold. Give instructions. Unmanned warships full of space weapons, set out from various galaxies and disappear into the dark space. Hurry up. Build a stellar fortress according to the original plan, and build the gate of space at the fastest speed. The ministries started immediately, striving to build a stellar fortress before the opponent's counterattack arrives. After the fall of the Ghost Bird star, the personnel of the technical department immediately began to command the team to open the construction of the Star Fortress and Space Gate. Lin Xiu impressively listed. This is their gateway to the Sauron Star territory, and they must rely on this stronghold to open the situation of the Sauron Alliance. She couldn't be assured of entrusting such an important job to her subordinates, so she followed up personally. A stellar fortress, with space interferometers and space jammers, can prevent space folding and jumping, and block the bombing of space weapons and light-speed weapons. It can be said that once a stellar fortress is built, it will become a defensive base for them. Master Lin Xiu, the opponent's first space bombing has begun. A space weapon was exploded 5 light-years away from the fortress. 2 light-years. Don't worry about this. There is enough time. Try to build a star fortress before the opponent's next space bombardment. At the same time, be prepared to evacuate at any time. If a weapon falls in the distance from us, it is not necessary report and evacuate directly. Lin Xiu ordered. If there is no restriction and obstruction of space weapons at the beginning, the farther behind, the wider the spread, until it loses control, the cost of blocking is too great, and the entire galaxy will be destroyed in the end. Once space weapons are out of control, apart from the space fortress, the entire galaxy will become cosmic dust, but it will take time. The time for the destruction of the galaxy is enough for them to use this as a stronghold to conduct a larger war against the Sauron Alliance and then devour the other side. As for the ordinary life in the galaxy, the general forces will ignore it. In the universe, life is the least valuable. In the face of cosmic war, life is a bug, especially between different races. Other races will not sympathize with your destruction. Whether you can survive a cruel war depends on the luck of the planet of life. The universe will not pity the weak. The defensive star point was determined, and the technical staff quickly started work. Planets were eroded under the nanorobots, and then converged into space-based weapons and buildings in space. Antimatter factories and dark matter factories are also being built on planets within stars. This is not the first time I have done this work. In addition to doing it in actual combat before, I didn't do less in training. They were already well versed. Everything is in order. Chapter 1048. What a despicable means. The Night Owl War Department occupied the Ghost Bird star, like a parasitic flower seed, embedded in the skin of the Sauron Alliance, where it took root and grew savagely. The stellar fortress was established, and the space connector was successfully constructed, allowing the Ghost Bird star to connect to other star regions of the Marching Ant group, and a steady stream of support began to enter this galaxy far in the Sauron Alliance star region. Previously, the results of the destruction of dark matter appeared. Under Xiuli's warhead supplementing equipment and launching more frenzied attacks, the Sauron Alliance's galaxy group that lost dark matter resources quickly collapsed under Xiuli's iron armor. The star field occupied by the Marching Ant group is getting bigger and bigger. At the beginning, he was calm, and gradually lost his calmness, became impatient, and launched a crazy attack on the star region occupied by Xiuli. However, Xiuli grasped Seoli's urgent need for military exploits and made a big set to annihilate an elite warhead. That battle shocked the Sauron Alliance. Wars continue to be small battles, and are madly eroding the defense of the Sauron Alliance. Xiuli was not advancing fast, but steadily hit, like a soft knife, slowly cutting the opponent's flesh. Not fatal, but step-by-step blows the opponent's confidence. Successive failures caused Suoli to suffer a blow. When Suoli was preparing to counterattack Sealy, the tactical style of the marching ants changed again. The Kunping War Department began to emerge and dominate the rhythm of the war. The Kunping War Department uses a fast style to produce ghostly effects. The fleet of their warhead is always indeterminate, with elusive goals, and the rapid pace of tactical development, which is jaw-dropping. Originally adapting to Xili's warfare pressure and playing style, facing the sudden change, the head of the heart was stuffed into the stone, and there was a kind of uncomfortable feeling that he could not spit out a breath. The two generals joined forces, and the pressure to Resolute was extremely huge, as well as pressure from within the alliance. But he did not collapse. Instead, his fighting spirit became more vigorous. Since he became the commander-in-chief of the Sauron Alliance, he has never played against such a strong opponent in the battlefield. If he can win this time, it will be a perfect stepping stone for his path to the top star. Top star. Suoli's eyes were frenzied and he became firm, and under long-term combat, he didn't feel too tired. Now that both sides are stunned, battleships and war machines are constantly being sent to the forefront, and the battle has never been more intense. Both sides are robbing their own fighting rhythm. Obviously, the current rhythm belongs to the marching ants. As a well-versed star, Suoli knows that the rhythm of war is not a tactic, indescribable, but very important. Once the war falls into the opponent's rhythm, there will be a rhythm trap, led by the nose, and advance the war in full accordance with the opponent's layout. That is very dangerous. Xili did a good job of controlling the rhythm of war. From the initial disorganization of the layout, to the sneak attack on dark matter, and then concentrated firepower to attack the opponent's weakness, now the war leadership is handed over to the Kunping battlehead, and the layout is refocused on him. From the beginning to the present, the entire war has been advancing in accordance with Xili's layout and ideas. So they always take the initiative. The forces that secretly followed this war were also startled by the speed of marching ants. The War Department of some forces began to gather intelligence to deduct this war. The marching ants once defeated the warhead of the god-level civilization. No one can tell whether they will fight the marching ants in the future, so they are collecting as much information as possible about the marching ant warhead to study the combat style and number of ways. From the current situation, the marching ants have absolute initiative, and their rhythm is very good. Yan said in surprise. It is indeed surprising that the Yixia War Department and the Kunpeng War Department can advance the war so quickly. According to Tong King's thoughts, the marching ants are one of the biggest opponents of the Black Pupil civilization, and they are also following up on this battle. As the war progressed, what surprised him was the strength of the Yixia War Department and the Kunpeng War Department, beyond his imagination. Yan turned his head and said to Tong King, "I'm afraid we have to reassess the overall strength of the marching ant group. Judging from the combat capabilities and layout capabilities demonstrated in this war, Xili is very good at controlling layout and the pace of war, and some tactical methods are very sophisticated. In addition, there are Black Hawks, all with distinct combat styles. They all have a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, they are only two of the marching ant warheads, not including the handguard warhead that resists Ming-Ah, and Wang Hai who resists the battle. Each of these stars can stand alone. There are also two top stars, the silver-haired fox and Ming-Tu. In the interstellar war, the layout of the top generals is very important, but the generals of the lower major wars are equally important. Ming-Ah is very strong, but there are not many outstanding generals below. He alone cannot control tens of thousands of battlefield conditions, let alone direct the response on each battlefield. If Ming-Ah had a powerful general like the marching ant group at the time, the Ming body civilization might have another ending. Tong King withdrew his gaze from the star chart, and said lightly, "Do you still underestimate their strength?" "My lord, There is a new situation in the Sauron alliance. Taro entered the war room and interrupted their conversation. Tonking and Yen stopped together. There are rumors in the Sauron alliance that they are incompetent and want to change the commander. This incident has been spread from the people and has reached the ears of the Sauron alliance high level. Gugzuan glanced at the intelligence and looked strange. Can you still play like this? A look of surprise flashed in Hu Bing's eyes. The victory on the battlefield. A large part of it is not on the battlefield, but in the rear. Gugzuan deeply agreed. At the beginning, the Zaiwai civilization took Hongqiao away, but was rejected by Wang Hai from Hongqiao. The successive failures were one reason for the lack of support from the rear. After that, she and the War Department crossed half of the universe before returning to the White Star civilization. During this period, she grew up a lot more than before, and also had a deeper understanding of war. A rumor of Sari incompetence spread in the star regions of the Sauron Alliance until it reached the ears of the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance. The rumors are clear-cut. Suoli is the son of King Sauron, and rumors have completely shaped him into a second generation relying on his father. He seems powerful, but in fact incompetent. There used to be no big battles and strong opponents that could be fooled. But now in front of the big opponents, he is very vulnerable. At first, the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance only thought it was a means for the marching ant group to disintegrate their high-level unity, but after the successive failures of the battle, the taste of the rumors changed. Everything that happened on the front lines seemed to confirm the rumored incompetence. Even if you don't believe it, it is impossible to put all the bets on Suoli. Now the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance are preparing to elect a second commander to command half of the army. To change the commander before the battle, the soldiers are taboo. The Sauron Alliance is about to have a major event. Gugzuan said. What a clever way. What a powerful marching ant. Hu Bingxin said in admiration. Incompetent. This rumor spread in the Sauron Alliance, reached the ears of the top, and even spread among the warheads of the Sauron Alliance. This was a major blow to Suoli's prestige, and the one who was hit with prestige was also King Sauron 326. As a force, no matter when, there will be no less internal struggles, even in special moments of war. Knowing that this might be a conspiracy against Suoli, he couldn't help but make a fuss, create the suspicion and competition within the Sauron Alliance, and the power to divide. The life that spreads this rumors is itself uneasy. As for who is behind it, there is no way to find out, and no one can be sure whether it was the marching ant group or the tough competitors within the Sauron civilization. What a despicable method. A General Star was indignant. The generals on the field all looked at the leaders resolute. They are aware of the difficulties and pressures during this period of time, and if they changed to other generals, they may have collapsed under this offensive and pressure. Suoli did well enough, but was labeled as incompetent. Don't say this. On the battlefield, despicability is a kind of praise. Suoli was surprisingly calm. Knowing that this was a conspiracy against him, he was unable to refute it. Because so far, he has not won a big battle, but the star field of the Sauron Alliance is slowly being eaten away. All the subordinates fell silent. After a while, one of the generals spoke up, unwilling to say, "Don't lead your nose like this, you know it's a conspiracy." Change of commander in battle. The group of dancers. Isn't the counselor a fool? The court fell into dead silence. As generals, they all know that changing coaches is a taboo. Not to mention the low morale, the new commander did not fully understand the trend of the war before the layout, and the opponent's style will continue to expand their disadvantages. The general wanted to speak, but was interrupted by the sound of the communication. Chapter 1049. Shenmue Adventure. Mewtwo took a dart gun as usual and left the tribe, and together with several tribal warriors, followed the leader to leave the tribe. This time, it was a tribal war. Their Mewtwo tribe and their rival Hank tribe are rivals. In order to compete for territorial rights of Liuta grassland, The Luta grassland is the most important hunting ground near them. 1/3 of the tribe's food comes from the prey of the Luta grassland. Their fight with the Hank tribe has been going on for a long time. They won the previous competitions. But the Hank tribe has never given up. Every time, they will attack them. This time the most intense. Both sides suffered great losses. If they win this time, they will be able to annex the Hank tribe and become the largest tribe group nearby. Both sides have gathered in the Luta grassland. There are hundreds of fighters on each side. They are a little stronger than the Hank tribe, and there are more than 40 more fighters than the other. It's not hot today. You can see all kinds of beasts and prey everywhere in the Luta grassland. Mewtwo held the dart in his hand tightly, waiting for the commander to attack. Soldiers on both sides were beating stone drums, bone weapons to create momentum. Roar! The leader's offensive roar sounded, and both sides launched an offensive at the same time. Buzzing. Just at this time, the invisible fluctuations dispersed, and all the soldiers ran slower and slower, and finally stopped in one place, staring at each other in a daze. The beasts on the grassland are all set in place. If the grass is not moved by the breeze, you will think that the time in this world is static. This scene took place in every corner of the planet, and almost all conscious beings stood still. I don't know how long it has passed. It seems that it's just a gust of wind, and the world has returned to normal. Their warriors of the two tribes looked at each other, then turned to look at their leader, and their leader looked at each other, looking at the beasts on the grassland. Ho ho ho. The two leaders took the lead, and the two tribes who were going to fight together joined forces to hunt down the beasts. The picture was extremely strange. The man who controls all this is standing in the outer space of the planet, with a smile on his mouth. He is Shenmue. Next to Shenmue, Ziddy glanced at him in surprise. Shenmue's learning ability was too strong. After copying Zion's ability, he began to teach Shenmue how to use this ability. It didn't take long for Shenmue to become familiar with controlling mind control, and his ability reached the planet level. He even felt that Shenmue was still staying in his power and did not exhaust all his strength. Among Shenmue's abilities, there is also the ability to tamper with memory and change consciousness, which is very scary. Even though Ziddy was well informed, he had to marvel at so many unique abilities. Is that human being? Zion looked at Shenmue with a complicated expression. Shenmue's ability was copied from her, but she watched him surpass her step by step in a short time. This male life is like a mystery, never see what his trump card is. And now, she feels very strange to Shenmue. After being read and copied, Shenmue knows all of her privacy and secrets, but she does not reject Shenmue, but has a touch of intimacy. This feeling makes her uncomfortable. She never thought that she would feel close to a male life. Next, you don't need me to teach, and I can't teach it either, Ziddy said quietly. These days, thank you very much, Shenmue said. Since I have promised to stay with you, I can't eat and drink for nothing. Ziddy looked down at the planet that was still in the civilization era of primitive tribes, and said, you are the most special life I have ever seen. Your ability is beyond. The existing ability system is equivalent to a god. Shenmue also looked down at the planet in front of him. God is just a life higher than ours. Just like for life on this planet, I am a god. I can move mountains and fill the sea, fly into the sky and escape, but I am not a god. You are eager to learn to control this ability. What are you going to do? Ziddy asked this long-standing question for the first time. What? I don't know, I just feel that I want to keep getting stronger. I have my mission to accomplish. Shenmue grinned. He thought of science and technology libraries. Until now, the last mission of the Science and Technology Library has not been disclosed to him, and no matter what method he uses, he has not solved the last mystery. That inheritance mission in your hand? Zion asked suddenly. Her sudden opening made Shenmue surprised. Strictly speaking, the Science and Technology Library is indeed a heritage. How do you know I have a heritage? It's not just me, the forces of the entire universe. As long as you are not stupid, you should know that you have the inheritance of a certain top civilization in your hands. Otherwise, it is impossible to master so many and such terrifying technology in such a short period of time. Xian faintly said. Chen Mo thought about it. It was indeed the case. Other top powers have used tens of millions of years, even hundreds of millions of years of accumulation of science and technology in various civilizations, and have come step by step. The worst of the top powers will take tens of thousands of years to develop, and he only spent a few decades. The only explanation is that he holds the technology left over from the top civilization. The fact is exactly the same, but it is not a heritage of top civilization, but a heritage that transcends God-level civilization. It's just luck, Chen Mo said. Xian did not speak, did not agree, and did not refute. Are you going to the Sauron Alliance? The news that Chen Mo was going to the front almost made Lan and Zhao Minutes jump up, including Xiao Yu. As the leader of one party, he was going to the front line. Without even thinking about it, everyone objected. The great man in your hometown has said that when he wants to use a gun, the Legion will be finished. As the leader of one party, you should understand this principle. Normally, it is not a problem to learn skills, but it is not a problem to go to the front line. The opponent won't keep your hands because of your high status, but instead concentrates the firepower on you. Lan said solemnly. Zhao Minutes deeply agrees. I don't support you in this matter. As the leader of one party, your safety is the sacred needle of the entire marching ant. On the contrary, Xiao Yu was calm, with a dangerous light in his eyes. Don't be like this. I'm fine, I just try to test the abilities and equipment, and I can't die. My equipment always needs a test field, Chen Mo said. You have not been hit by space weapons or the speed of light. No one knows what the consequences will be. I don't support you in risking the past, Lan said firmly. If it succeeds, we will take the entire Sauron Alliance without a single soldier. Although the harvest is tempting, the risk is the same. I don't support you. Lan firmly shook his head and said, once there is an accident, the entire marching ants will have big problems. This is the case. Mo Girl and I both have the ability to control space, so don't worry. Chen Mo's words are beyond doubt. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu. Only hope Xiao Yu could persuade him. Go. If there is an accident, I will find someone to marry, Xiao Yu said calmly and turned to leave. Chen Mo's face was green. Lan suffocated a smile, turned to look elsewhere, pretending not to hear. Zhao Minutes smiled lightly, did not speak, and looked as if it had nothing to do with her. Seeing Chen Mo's help, she could only shrug her shoulders. It's none of my business. I stand on the opposing side of this matter. Will not coax her for you. In desperation, Chen Mo can only bite the bullet to keep up, and still have to do the work of a small fisherman. What? The boss is coming over? Xeely and Black Hawk couldn't believe it when they received the news. The lord of one party must go to the battlefield, a kind of shame to their subordinates. If his subordinates are capable, does Chen Mo, as the leader of the power, need to go to the battlefield? Even if it is not for this reason, they are not comfortable. Even if their command center is far away from the front line, it is equally dangerous. No one can tell. The opponent found their command center that day and then assassinated them or space-bombed them. Here, if you are not careful, something big will happen. Instructor, can't you persuade the boss? Xeely and Black Eagle looked solemnly. I can't persuade him. Madam has lost his temper. He still has to go, so you must pay attention to protect the boss and not let him have any problems. Chen Mo's security issue is more important than the two warheads. Their warhead can be destroyed, and any one of them can die, but Chen Mo can't do anything. During this period, he could not take any risky behaviors, or even expose his whereabouts to the outside world. Isn't the boss fooling around? Xeely muttered. Who is fooling around? A faint voice appeared in his mind out of thin air, and then, in front of them, a spatial hole appeared, and the figures of Chen Mo and Mo Girl walked out. Chapter 1050, Unsolvable Old Boss. Xeely showed a flattering smile. a little embarrassed. "Just now you said I was fooling around?" Chen Mo asked. "Nothing," Xili said solemnly. The adjutant said. The adjutant beside Xili had a question mark on his face. "Okay, I don't mind. This matter looks like a bit of an idiot." Chen Mo didn't care about waving his hand. "I'm here to try my current ability. You can cooperate with me. If it goes well, maybe you can take down the Sauron Alliance in one fell swoop." "Yes." Xili stopped his waist. His face was serious. "Do you know the position of King Sauron?" Chen Mo asked. "I don't know. During the war, the king's place of residence is the highest level secret. It cannot be easily known to the outside world. The location of their hiding places is constantly changing and it is difficult to determine because they are afraid of being assassinated." Xili looked at it. Chen Mo, he is an exception. As a power leader, he ran to the front alone. "Where is their headquarters?" "The same. The top secret. There are more than 10,000 commanders in disguise, let alone others. Then find a defensive line where they have a warhead and a general star." "This should always be there," Chen Mo said. "On the colorful bird star." Xili pointed to a red punctuation in the star chart. "Boss, will this be too risky?" "In fact, you don't need to take risks. I can solve this battle, and don't be too rushed." According to the information he got, the Sauron Alliance is now very divided. The biggest problem is the emergence of the second commander. Neither of the two factions can do anything about it, and neither is willing to compromise. The surface is united, but in reality there is a secret gap. Both the Wang faction and the opposition faction must serve their respective interest groups. Teams that have disagreements are undoubtedly greatly weakened in combat effectiveness, but they are helpless, and no one is willing to give up their own interests. As for blocking the marching ant group, they wanted to pay attention, but they were powerless. There was a gap between the two factions in the former Sauron Alliance. Even if Chen Mo couldn't come, Xili was confident to win the Sauron Alliance. It was a matter of time. "I have a sense of measure." Chen Mo didn't answer Xili's concerns, but asked him to call out all the intelligence of the colorful bird star. "Next, I will follow the vines and find the highest level of the Sauron Alliance, then control them and catch them all at once. At that time, you will follow my orders to cooperate with the offense. I will test my abilities." "Understand." Xili nodded his head heavily. Although he opposed Chen Mo's coming to the front line, Chen Mo's ability was undoubtedly terrifying. Even if they are their own people, they don't know the depth of the boss, let alone the enemy. Color Bird Star has the strongest defensive fortress in the nearby constellations. Appreciation Xing is an intermediate general star, as a coordinating general star, stationed in the colorful bird star. Although it is possible to remotely command their war corps, in some places, there must be a general to respond to the actual situation, especially the particularly important interstellar fortress. The rhythm of this battle was so nervous that they suffocated them. Now that the second commander-in-chief of the Sauron Alliance has been appointed by senior leaders, Roll's Eye has been in place. This is the most troublesome in the Sauron Alliance. Sori and Roll West are competitors in the Sauron Alliance. One king faction, one opposition faction. The King faction is a higher-level faction that supports the hereditary lineage of King Sauron, and the opposition faction is a higher-level faction that opposes the hereditary lineage of King Sauron. So now there is a big discord within the Sauron Alliance, because this is a multi-civilization alliance. In essence, the throne should not be hereditary. However, because the Sauron civilization is strong where it was formed, it is dominant. At present, other senior officials who joined civilization are opposing the hereditary inheritance of the Sauron Alliance, otherwise the problem of uneven distribution of the benefits of alliance joining civilization will easily occur. The appearance of the two commanders in this war is a very good performance. But this is not his responsibility. The above assigns their team to the commander of that team, and they must obey his orders. As usual, Appreciation Xing is in the headquarters, collating information from various defensive fortresses, and then scheduling plans. Because this place is near the frontline axis of the battle between the two sides, no matter which galaxy to support, The jump distance here is the shortest. With this advantage, the colorful bird star is now a heavy ground. There is a dark matter storage planet, a steady stream of war machines, which are being developed here and sent to the frontline support of various battles. Suddenly, Appreciation Xing felt a warning sign in his heart. He felt an invisible wave disperse, and his brain appeared in a trance. After returning to his senses, he saw an extremely terrifying thing. In front of him, a 3-meter-high spatial hole appeared. 2 armors, 1 man and 1 woman, slowly appeared in the hole. The armor on them felt very special to him, and he didn't know where it was special. The helmet of the comer's armor fell, and after seeing Chen Mo's appearance clearly, the appreciative star was stunned. Chen Mo, the leader of the marching ant group. His legend has long been spread throughout the universe. But this man actually didn't find the safest hiding place in the star territory of the marching ant group, and appeared in the enemy camp wearing a battle armor. Appreciation Xing could hardly believe his eyes. Enemy attack. Appreciation Xing wanted to shout, but he discovered something more terrifying. His body can no longer move, and his body's thinking is out of his control. This means that he has lost control of his body, like a puppet controlled by some unknown ability. He couldn't even call it. Not only him, but beside him, all the soldiers froze in place, without any movement. The brain consciousness of all beings on the scene is all controlled by Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo walking towards him, Appreciation Xing's fear deepened step by step, his face pale. What if this happens at the top of the Sauron Alliance? Appreciation Xing's eyes dimmed, and he didn't dare to think about it. There is a lot of psychological activity. Chen Mo smiled, slowly stretched out his hand, touched the brain of Appreciation Xing. After a long time, let go. A confident smile appeared on his face. Good harvest. At least I know the planet where King Sauron is hiding. From the memory of Xing, I know the planet where the Sauron Alliance's core high-level leaders are hiding, but I don't know the location of the headquarters. As Xili said, the position of the battle commander is constantly changing. Originally, he didn't know the position of the core senior management, but a friend accidentally let him know. It was an unexpected surprise. Otherwise, Chen Mo will have to go to his superior and do it again. Today, you didn't see anything. It's over. Seeing Lin Han enter the space channel, Appreciation Xing thought of 2 words subconsciously, followed by a trance. Chen Mo erased the fragments in their memory about just now, and tore apart the space with Mo Nu, and headed to the next target point. His next goal is the planet where the core high-level members of the Sauron Alliance hide. The moment after Chen Mo disappeared, all the lives of Color Bird Star that had been fixed in place resumed their activities, but every one of them looked confused. They didn't remember what happened just now. Looking back, it seemed that nothing happened. The urging of various instructions makes them re-engage in the busy. The King Star of Sauron 17. The senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance are in a frantic quarrel regarding the appointment of the second Commander-in-Chief, Rolxai, and dealing with the marching ant group. There are other questions. The quarrel was fierce, making the conference room a bit noisy. King Sauron sat in the first place, frowning, and having a headache. Next to him, is the Grand Speaker of the Sauron Alliance. He is the leader of the opposition, and he is sitting in distress, silent. These differences did not appear overnight, but formed in the hundreds of thousands of years since the formation of the Sauron Alliance. Wars and rumors are just the fuse, allowing the opposition to seize the means to weaken the power of King Sauron. The Alliance of Sauron is now in a weak position. No matter the star, warhead or technology, it is incomparable with the marching ant group. With their strength, they cannot compete with the marching ants, so they must find another countermeasure. There are high-level leaders who advocate vassalization of god-level civilization and introduce the umbrella of god-level civilization. Some high-level people advocate promoting forces in the land of 1,000 stars to form a major alliance to jointly fight against marching ants. Suddenly, a voice appeared untimely. It's quite lively. The sound was not loud, but it appeared in each of them, clearly audible. Almost at the same time, The debate in the conference room stopped abruptly. I saw a space opening in the meeting room, and two armored divisions emerged from the inside together, sitting slowly on the empty seat opposite to King Sauron. At this moment, the faces of all the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance changed drastically. "Who are you? Why are you here?" A member of the Diet was shocked. "Me? You should know." Chen Mo and Mo-Nu's armor helmets were put away, revealing their true colors, and he grinned toward the court. "Chen Mo!" a congressman exclaimed and lost his voice. Chen Mo's face is not unfamiliar to him. It is the marching ants that this man is in charge of, making them into the current dilemma. "Why are you here?" The audience was dead silent, and they were all in shock. "I'm here to watch the excitement. Do you believe it?" Chen Mo smiled. He searched for a while before he found this place. "Do you deliver it to your door?" A congressman grinned. "Sentinel, grab him. Control Chen Mo. The entire marching ant group belongs to us." The sentry in the conference room just wanted to take action, but found that their armor quickly melted and merged into one. In addition, their brains do not listen. The brain consciousness of all beings on the field seemed to be strangled by a big hand, leaving their consciousness out of control. The look of King Sauron and the chairperson who noticed the strange change changed drastically. What is this ability? Coming from space to control the consciousness of all life, this ability is almost insoluble. Is this the ability that the marching ant group controls? Really good means, what do you want? King Sauron said with a sullen face. It's useless not to say too much. Let's discuss how to deal with the Sauron Alliance. Chen Mo's voice was not loud, but the huge conference room was clearly audible. Chapter 1051, This war should end. If you want to use this method to control the Sauron Alliance, you may not underestimate us. King Sauron said solemnly. Yes, there is a kind of dignified defeating us on the battlefield. A member of the law said. This kind of indiscriminate means, want to conquer our Sauron Alliance? Impossible. The anger and unwillingness can be seen on the faces of several members. One by one is quite hard. Chen Mo couldn't help laughing. These guys had a hard-faced mouth, but they were thinking about it in their hearts. Now he could see the consciousness of these people, all under fear, thinking about how to get out. But fighting him is definitely not good, and the chips he won can't be returned to this group of people. Actually, I now have 100 ways to deal with you, just to give you a chance. But it is not to make you feel that you still have a bargaining chip for the conditions. Chen Mo looked at Mo-Nu. I saw Mo-Nu walk to the nearest member of parliament, her palm covering his brain. The pupils of many Sauron League seniors on the field shrank, and their hearts were shaken, with a bad premonition. Not long after, Mo-Nu let go. The congressman stood up obediently, walked to Chen Mo's side and bowed to Chen Mo. My lord. Zilin, are you betraying the Sauron Alliance? The speaker glared at the rising senior with an angry face, his body trembling with anger. I just want to tell you the fact that I can tamper with your memory and consciousness, and then enslave and control you, including all life on this planet, and even go to the planet where your family is located and enslave your people. Chen Mo waved his hand, and then Mo-Nu walked to another counselor, stretched out her hand to cover his head, and then the third, the fourth. At this moment, all the counselors on the court changed their colors suddenly, with fear in their eyes. If they were enslaved, what would be the consequences? They will no longer be himself. Impossible. It is impossible to have this kind of ability. The voice of the speaker was unbelievable. You can only control us. It is impossible to control the Sauron Alliance. King Sauron said sharply. You have the highest decision-making power and the highest authority in the Sauron Alliance. I control you and quite control the brains of the Sauron Alliance. What do you say I can do? Chen Mo knocked on the conference table and said calmly, the war should be over. King Sauron was like a gambler who had lost all his chips, lying uncontrollably on a chair. He knew that the Sauron Alliance was over. After a meeting, the core senior management of the Sauron Alliance is quietly changing. Chen Mo's incomprehensible ability, by surprise, almost wiped out the entire Sauron Alliance's core senior management. Except for the generals who go out to fight. The highest authority responsible for internal affairs and logistics are all controlled. As for the minutes of the meeting, they were all destroyed. The outside world does not know what happened in this meeting. The outside world of the Sauron Alliance did not even know that there was such a meeting. However, the core high-level personnel of the entire Sauron Alliance were all controlled by Chen Mo. After that, Zahi and Lan took over the next shuffle. The entire Sauron Alliance is undergoing an unknown purge. With the supreme control and decision-making power in their hands, the various secrets and military arrangements of the Sauron Alliance are all transparent in their hands. Having been engaged in intelligence work for many years, Zahi's methods are very cold. Using high-level power and decision-making convenience, they quickly completed infiltration and control of the core high-level ethnic groups of the Sauron Alliance. In the eyes of the outside world, this is just a normal struggle for power and gains. Together with Suoli and Rolls Eye, they were also silently controlled, and when they reacted to something wrong, it was too late. In the meeting room, Suoli and Rolls Eye sat facing each other, and they could see helplessness from each other's expressions. They don't even know when it will start, and the upper level will be controlled. The marching ant group is like hanging up. Chen Mo didn't tamper with their memories and consciousness. Relatively speaking, these two men are general stars and rare talents. Once changed, the two elite will be destroyed. Now you have a multiple choice question. You should all know what a multiple choice question is, Lan said. The two remained silent for a long time. They knew that there was only one chance. They promised that their families would still have a good life. If they didn't promise, their families would not suffer too much embarrassment, because the Sauron Alliance had almost become the bag of the marching ants. The only difference is the status of their family and ethnic group. They are generals and are accustomed to any means, because the battlefield does not restrict the use of any means. As long as they win, any means is a good means. They have to admit that the other party succeeded. It's just that I didn't think that I was defeated on the battlefield. But by this means, without spending too much money, the marching ants control the entire Sauron Alliance. During the time they didn't notice, the marching ants had controlled the core areas and resources of the Sauron Alliance, and even they, as the commander of the War Department, were sitting here. The control of the marching ants group over them is irreversible, and it is impossible for them to break free. Ordinary people, they don't care who rules, they only care whether their lives are good or not, whether they are worried, will one day suddenly die under the bombing of space weapons. As for the high-level people, including King Sauron, they are now being emptied and become a puppet endorsing. Under the control of the marching ant group, they have no chance. There are no enemies on the battlefield. Only rivals, winners and losers. You can make another choice. But there will be other stars to take your place, and then their families and populations will be revived with resources and preferential treatment. Your families and populations decline. This is the survival of the fittest in the universe. Of course, no matter how you choose, I will not embarrass you. After a long silence, Rolls Eye said in a low voice, I hope to retire. How about you? Lan looked at the next to Li. Rolling West is a veteran, and this choice is not surprising, because he has feelings for the Sauron League. Among the two generals, he is more optimistic about Suoli. From the beginning of the match, he can see Suoli's potential, and he is young, polished, and will be a sharp edge for the marching ant group in the future. I need to think about it, Suoli said. Okay. Give you 3 days to think about it, Lan said generously. The prosperity and demise of civilization should not be limited to the change of dynasties. You are a smart general. I believe you will make the right choice. 3 days later, Suoli walked out alone and went to the combat department. 5 days later, Rolls Eye suddenly announced his retirement and handed over all military power to Suoli. 10 days later, the marching ant group and the Sauron Alliance declared a truce. and the two sides started negotiations. A series of unexpected news made the onlookers unable to understand the war. The completely unreasonable direction of the war makes the star who deduces the direction of the battle as uncomfortable as eating a cockroach. All the war trends they deduced in the previous period are all invalidated. 15 days later, King Sauron held a press conference for the entire alliance, publicly signed a letter of dissent, announced an unconditional surrender, and the Sauron Alliance star territory merged into the March Ant group. As soon as the news came out, the world was in an uproar. Chapter 1052, Unreasonable War Trend. The Marching Ant group integrated the Sauron Alliance completely without paying too much casualty and cost, and peacefully annexed the entire Sauron Alliance starfield into the territory of the Marching Ant group. The universe shakes. In the history of cosmic civilization wars, there have been many open-ended battles, but there has never been such a weird war. It is so weird that it is impossible to use common sense to measure theories. This annexation overturned the results of all previous war theories. There are so many stars in the universe that have smashed their heads, and they can't figure out where the problem is. The weird war shows the uniqueness of the marching ants everywhere, and the forces close to the marching ants starfield have a shuddering feeling. If it was really the annexation planned by a certain star or a conspirator, then the star power of this star has already surpassed the category of the top star, and it is almost a godlike existence. The major forces in the universe racked their brains and thought of various impossible possibilities, but they were too wild. Events that are impossible to happen in front of our eyes. Yan stared at the deduction sand table, holding the table with both hands. His eyes were splitting, and there was no such thing as the past Fengking Yundan and Ziz in his grip. His eyes were full of incredible, impossible. This is not in line with common sense. It is impossible for this war to go like this. Haitumi was also shocked. It seems that we still underestimated the threat of the marching ant group. Such a weird method. He now has to pay attention to the threat of the marching ant group to his hegemony. This war ended too hastily and suddenly, completely beyond the imagination of all lives and forces. The threat and weirdness displayed by the marching ant group has reached its extreme value. Even with conspiracy, it is impossible to annex the entire Sauron Alliance peacefully in this way. This is not a small civilization, but the top force in the universe. It is impossible to annex this force without warning. There will be ripples in the water when a small stone is thrown into the water. This is a meteorite. The marching ant group became mysterious in their eyes. Tong King suddenly thought of Chen Mo, the deep feeling he and Chen Mo had in the battle. A strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart, and the most threatening to his hegemony was probably the marching ant group. Have we missed anything? Haitumi said. Forget it. There should be no problem with our intelligence. Everything is normal, only this swallow is not normal. Yan said. Haitumi thought for a moment and said his thoughts, but if there is a possibility, all the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance are secretly controlled, and the outside world does not know. Yan was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. But does this possibility exist? Who said it doesn't exist? You forgot the killing of Zaiwai civilization? Yan's body became stiff, and his face changed slightly. If this is the case, then the marching ant group becomes terrible. However, the planet where the high-level hides are generally sealed off by space. Even if an inner ghost appears, it is impossible to silently control all the high levels. But we cannot rule out this possibility. Yes, this possibility cannot be ruled out. A series of deductions emerged in Yan's mind, substituting the assumption that all the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance were secretly controlled. Some subsequent deductions became reasonable. However, how did the other party secretly control the top of the Sauron Alliance? This is another impossible proof question. Is it possible? Yan's eyes narrowed. Failed again. Impossible. Gugzuan clutched his head, almost frantic. Even if she combined with another top general of the White Star civilization, Xingyu Anan, and all the generals and think tanks of the General Staff Department, with the help of a super quantum computer, it still failed. They have deduced this war countless times, and none of them can get out of this trend. Conspiracy, and all kinds of trickery assumptions are used, and they even use the entire army of the Sauron Alliance as the assumptions, and they still can't deduce such a silent annexation. Hu Bingxin, who was sitting in front of the star map of the sand table, also frowned. She watched the deduction of Jiang Xing and the think tank team throughout the whole process. There was absolutely no problem with their Jiang Xing abilities. It was absolutely because they had missed some key information that they could not deduct this weird war. What are the important factors missing? Suddenly, Hu Bingxin's pupils shook, and he stood up suddenly. Your deduction has missed one factor. At this moment, all the eyes of Xing Xing focused on Hu Bingxin, and they never questioned Hu Bingxin's wisdom. Many times, the lady can see the problem at a glance. Therefore, in recent years, the White Star civilization has developed rapidly under the management of the wife, and her prestige in the White Star civilization is second only to the existence of the old chief. Superpower. In your deduction, the superpower factor is missing. Hu Bingxin said. Now is the age of superpowers, and the deduction of Jiang Xing still stays on the system of the war armor era, because Jiang Xing believed that only relying on the superpower of personal strength, even if the soldiers were a little more powerful, it was not enough to affect the general trend of the war. Therefore, in wars, they tend to ignore the superpower factor. Madam, does superpower have any influence? Guxuan asked. Yes. Have you forgotten the ancestor's abilities? His abilities reach the star level and can affect the direction of a battlefield. Superpower has long had the ability to influence the direction of war. Hu Bingxin said. Her words made many stars into thinking. They are thinking about the possible changes in the trend. But is there any connection between this annexation and superpower? A general star asked. What if the marching ants use superpowers to silently control all the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance? Hu Bingxin gave an example. For example, the slaughter of the Zaiwai civilization. Isn't it the case? At this moment, the faces of all the stars on the field changed drastically, and they immediately gathered at the sand table. Assuming this premise is true, if I control King Sauron, without being known by the Sauron Alliance, what advantage can I gain? What will I do next? To control King Sauron, you have the highest level of authority in the Sauron Alliance. You can get all the secrets and military layouts of the Sauron Alliance. One can secretly infiltrate, and then control other high levels. And second, you can find defensive weaknesses to attack, and get the best results. 3 is 2. The combination of the two is infiltrating and attacking at the same time. Judging by the war model, there is no movement in the early stage. The second is not established. The first 3 is established, and the time of control is uncertain. With condition 1 established, suppose condition 3 holds, suppose the instructions for deduction were issued again, and logical deductions were made again and again to keep them close to the correct answer. Ziluo was biting a fleshy leg, ignoring his greasy mouth, sitting comfortably on the chair, staring at the sand table star chart in front of him. The star map is the star map of the marching ant group and the Sauron Alliance. There are also comparisons of various comprehensive forces on it. Beside him, is a young man in pajamas, dozing off with a stuffed toy. In the Zaiwai civilization, there is a rumor that when Fatty Luo is eating his legs and looking at the star map, don't bother him. And the dozings is Hong, don't wake up. Therefore, although there are many generals and staff in the war department, they dare not chat back and forth with Ziluo. Instead, he chose to play this incredible war in another combat sandbox. It's totally illogical and unreasonable. Even if the strength of the two groups is quite different, it is impossible for this kind of trend to occur, and it is completely unreasonable and unconditional to surrender and annex. Assuming that the leaders of the Sauron Alliance are all fools, this result is true. If this assumption is true, the next question is how to make them fools. If you ask this question, the gods can turn you into fools. The general star not far away was playing in the sand table, but he couldn't think of the result, so he set conditions randomly. The last group of people became silent because they couldn't understand. Fool, God. Fatty Luo, who was eating the meat, froze in his hands holding the meat legs, and the next moment, his eyes skyrocketed. Assemble all the members and bring them to me. Fatty Luo dropped the chicken leg in his hand and shouted at the sand table next to him. And the sleepy young man was so scared by Fatty Luo's loud voice that he jumped up from the chair and yelled, "Fatty man, can you keep your voice down?" Fatty Luo Poo's big palm grabbed this guy, wiped the greasy hands with his pajamas and stuffed toys, and then threw him onto the chair aside. "Sleep your sleep, sleepy bug. You fat man, waiting for you to sleep tonight. I will take off your pants and hang them up." Seeing the many generals in the operation department were frightened. In the Zaiwai civilization, only Fatty Luo dared to do this with Ziz Hong. "Come here all to deduct this war." Fatty Luo ignored the sleepy man. "All the factors and assumptions have been deduced, but still unsuccessful." A general star said in frustration. "There is a condition, you just assumed it." What conditions? All the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance have become fools. Chapter 1053, War Mode in the Age of Superpower. The result came out. Liu saw the result of the deduction and remained silent for a long time. The deduction of this war model finally succeeded, and it took them a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly, Thunder sighed and said, "General, what do you do next?" "Open the universe live broadcast." Liu regained his senses and said. Thunder frowned slightly, and then said, "You want to announce the answer to the deduction?" "Yes, this is an epic war. It will be a brand new beginning. It should be known by the universe." Liu did not deny it, but said it frankly. This answer stunned all the generals and the Thunder in the war room. Raytheon civilization starts the live broadcast of the universe, and the top general Xingla will explain the war deduction model of the Battle of the Alliance of Sauron by the Marching Ants. After this news appeared, it spread throughout the universe like a space storm. Almost all the stars of the forces switched their screens to Liu's live broadcast channel. The Battle of the Marching Ant Group was so shocking that it made countless stars rack their brains without thinking of the real answer. Now Liu wants to announce the answer they deduced. Liu of the Thor civilization, Yan of the Black Eye civilization, Fatty Luo of the Zaiwai civilization, and Ming of the Pluto civilization are known as the four top generals in the universe. After Ming Ah fell, Lan took the place of Ming Ah. The four top general stars are almost the idols and guiding lights of the universe. Now that Liu personally ends the performance, it is tantamount to opening the forum with the top professors in the star realm to explain this epic war model. When the live broadcast was ready, Liu appeared on the live broadcast screen with a laser pointer. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xing was breathless. "I didn't expect to use this method to announce our deduction model of this war. First of all, I am here to show respect to the generals of the Marching Ant Group." As soon as Liu entered the live broadcast, he spoke. "When the war just ended, many colleagues told me that this war was an impossible war. The whole direction of the war was completely unreasonable. Its existence overturned all previous war theories. In this regard, we have produced as many as hundreds of millions of war models were deduced, but without exception, they all failed, and they could not get the same results as this war." Liu showed some deduced star maps and results in the star map of the live broadcast. This sentence made the viewer nod in agreement with the star. They did build countless war models, and the result was the same as Liu, but they still have no idea. Even ordinary people were attracted by Liu's words. What kind of war model makes the battle team of God-level civilization build countless models that can't be deduced? Our deduction has come to a dead end, but the war model is real, so this must be a viable war. It exists, and there must be an answer. So we started to think about the important factors ignored in the war. In the end we found that it is indeed an important factor is missing. As soon as the words fell, watching the live broadcast, The star breathed heavily and kept his eyes intent for fear of missing a detail. This factor is superpower. Liu throws out the answer. Super. It seems to be superpower. We didn't consider the superpower factor when we deduced it. I haven't thought about it either. Many stars suddenly realized, but did not continue to study, but focused on the live broadcast. As Liu talked, the star maps of the Marching Ant Group and the Sauron Alliance were called out. In fact, in previous war exercises, we never considered the factor of superpower. Because war is a general trend, superpower is an individual, not a special situation, a single soldier. It is impossible to stop the general advancement of the war. This inertial thinking makes us fall into a misunderstanding of deduction. Later, after we thought about the superpower factor, we were still not sure. When we brought this factor into the deduction model, we found that the entire war model has undergone earth-shaking changes, which can be described as totally unrecognizable. This fact also awakens us. Superpower has already had the influence to change the course of war. After that, we made a bold hypothesis. This hypothesis was inspired by a special event, the Zidi massacre of Ziwai Star. Speaking of the Purple Emperor massacre, all the stars who watched the live broadcast couldn't help but swallow. Since the popularization of superpower technology, the massacre of Zidi is the superpower incident that has the greatest impact in history. Surpassing Chen Mo and Tong King's superpower battle, it also surpassed the old chief to show the ability to destroy the planet. That was an event that changed the course of space war. That slaughter pulled the Crepe Myrtle civilization from the edge of decay, and used blood to complete the centralization of the Crepe Myrtle civilization. While avoiding the siege of the powers like a Scorpion civilization, it became the most shocking slaughter in the universe. We make a hypothesis. Assume that there is a person with the horrible ability of the Purple Emperor in the Marching Ant Group, who has the ability to affect the brain of life. After the hypothesis is completed, we give the first condition. Suppose that the Marching Ant Group discovers the nest of the Sauron Alliance. One day, King Sauron and the core high-level leaders will gather on the same planet to have a meeting to discuss how to deal with the Marching Ant Group. Suddenly, the capable person of the Marching Ant Group appeared on the planet where King Sauron was, and then used his ability to control the entire planet, controlling King Sauron and the high levels silently. Under the premise that this assumption is established, the Marching Ant Group controls the highest leader and decision-making power of the Sauron Alliance. Because we are not sure when the Marching Ant Group did all this, we decided to embed this assumption from the beginning of the war. In this case, the Marching Ants can use his remotely controlled high-level puppet to exchange blood in the high-level Sauron Alliance. Until the exchange of blood infiltration is completed, the two sides ceased the war and conducted peace talks. As the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance were controlled, it was natural to suddenly and unconditionally surrender. This war model is established. Liu said the answer, making all the lives that heard it feel incredible. Too unreasonable. The question is not over. There will definitely be questions from the generals. When they are close to the planet where the high levels are stationed, they need a spacecraft to approach. And there is also an extremely strict identity review. How can they quietly go to the planet where the higher level is located and control all the high levels? The question was raised to me by a colleague during the deduction. In fact, the answer is very simple. The ability of Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle? Is this okay? This ability really exists, and it has appeared before, in Muse Sky Star. Some Jiang Xing screamed when thinking about the Muse Heavenly Star incident. Although in the past 10 years, many stars have a clear understanding of the events and memories of the event. Someone would have thought that in Muse Tanxing, Chen Mo and his female assistants had used space abilities, and the old Chief Beixing also had the ability to control space. Liu clicked on a holographic video. It was Mo Nu tearing the space and bringing the guards back to the scene to siege Mingqiu, Chen Mo tearing the space apart, resisting the attack of Tong King, and the old chief of the White Star civilization destroying the planet. Video. This kind of space shuttle ability can easily evade all censorship and directly enter the planet's hinterland. Space shuttle ability and brain control ability. People can move together. They can easily penetrate any defense, enter the planet silently, and then move the inside if the high level has all control. This question is established. Liu released the synthetic screen of the deduction model. Judging from the settings they input, it is fully in line with the expected effect. Seeing this kind of scene, the leaders of almost all forces felt cold all over. This ability is too scary. This combination of abilities is used to perform beheading operations, and at present, it is almost unsolvable. Unless a trap is set, the opponent is introduced into the planet, and then the space weapons in the planet are detonated without warning, and they are destroyed within the planet. There may be questions here. If the marching ants are not as strong as the Purple Emperor, how can they control the senior leaders of the Sauron Alliance? Regarding this question, we cannot confirm, but we can assume that the marching ants have such a strong, because this hypothesis holds true for this ability and this strong person. Combining all kinds of information, the assumptions brought in by this war model are the only successful model so far. Only with this assumption can everything that happens after this war appears reasonable. This is not the era of the armor system, but the era of superpowers. This era has brand new tactics, and tactics in this era. I admire the star who came up with this tactic. This war is of great significance, and it is also the reason why I chose to publicly deduct it. If my deduction is true, then I will tell you that this is a brand new war mode, and the marching ant group will be the pioneer of this mode. The mode of war in the Age of Energy. Times have changed. Chapter 1054. The war is changing. Seeing Liu's live broadcast of the war deduction analysis, Shenmue had to admire him. He deserves to be the commander-in-chief of Thor civilization. Based on speculation and deduction, they almost restored the entire process of their annexation of the Sauron Alliance, and also concluded a brand new war mode. It seems that there are still many capable people in the universe. Wrong move. Lan touched her pointed chin and said with some regret, when Shenmue controlled the Sauron Alliance, all of them were immersed in the joy of annexing the Sauron Alliance, but ignored an important arrangement. They can secretly control the alliance of Sauron as an unexpected without revealing their existing methods. It's a pity that I didn't think about this at the time. I just wanted to annex the Sauron alliance, get the strategic depth, and miss a good opportunity. The inertial thinking of their traditional tactics hadn't realized the horror of Shenmue's abilities. When they realized this, it was too late. This move is not so perfect, and their superpowers are exposed. How to arrange next? Shenmue asked. You need to form a team, study the war mode in the Age of Superpower, and understand this new mode. Boss, you have torn the traditional tactics to perfection in this action. Stronger modes and tactics must be changed. Lan sighed a little. Their warhead was violent and consumed a lot of energy before they captured a few galaxy clusters. In the end, Shenmue did well. He took the other people's nest as soon as he shot. Now Xeely and Black Hawk are still doubting their lives. Not only them, but the generals of the universe at that time were doubting life. It's abnormal. We need to train special superpowers and enhance the superpower level of the team members. The instigator of the annexation of the Sauron Alliance is here. They know how to not be influenced and controlled by the mind reader. That is, the superpower level is higher than the opponent, and the will is strong. At the same time, I know the role of someone with special superpowers. Special types of superpowers, such as mind reading, mind control, modifying and reading memory, manipulating consciousness, controlling objects, foresight, space, time, etc., are very powerful superpowers. Once these superpowers break through to the star level or even the constant star level, one person is equivalent to a fleet. I just tried my ability, and I didn't expect to involve such a big change. Shenmue spread his hands and said helplessly. Before starting, he had never thought about the war mode of the superpower era or anything. After taking this action, so many things were summed up. Do you want to continue to expand? Shenmue asked. It's best not to temporarily. Now the entire universe is guarding against our special abilities. If you accidentally fall into the trap of the opponent, it will be very troublesome. Settle for a period of time. Thoroughly digest the Sauron Alliance, and understand the war mode of the superpower era. And then use our own advantages to act. Then I will continue to study my Hand of God. The war deduction analyzed by Liu in the Universe live broadcast caused an uproar. With the arrival of the superpower era, they have a real feeling about the changes in the strength of each armored division around them. However, the mode of war has not changed, because Xing Xing's past tactics and inertial thinking believe that the general trend of war will not change much because of the strength of individual lives. However, Liu's conclusion is that the war mode in the superpower era is different from the war in the armor system era, and there is a big difference. There is a brand new war mode in the superpower era. In the war game, the incredible superpower and the weird group control are almost unsolvable at this stage. Liu's live broadcast reminds all forces in the universe that a new system will gradually replace the original system with the advent of a new era. Everything is changing, and so is the war. At the same time, the outside world's fear of the marching ant group has increased by 3 points, especially the forces bordering the marching ant star field. The core high-level people are all scattered throughout the star field, and they dare not gather on the same planet. At the same time, they try their best to create a mystery of their whereabouts and prevent the outside world from knowing where they really hide. They had to be cautious when they didn't think of a solution to this ability. Almost all forces began to find a way to deal with this kind of open-hanging ability. Over an unremarkable planet in the land of chaos, a spaceship is floating in the spaceport. This planet is not noticeable, but if you want to come here, you have to go through a lot of procedures and censorship. Huey-21 was on the spaceship, looking at the planet in the holographic screen with a grim face. If Shenmue and others were there, he would definitely be able to see the familiar temperament from him. As time went by, Huey-21 had more and more Ginger's temperament. Although his appearance and race were different, they were all the same grim. The planet in front of me is the hiding place of Hoarfrost, king of the Frost Empire. The purpose of Huey-21's trip is Hoarfrost. For this goal, he has been preparing for a long time. The life and death of Zhuang is related to the future of the Chaotic Land. They must unify the Chaotic Land and gain the right to speak in the chaotic world. This may be vital to the future marching ant group. In the communicator, a prompt of information sounded in a coded language. Seeing the information above, Huey-21 retracted his gaze, and the battle armor covered his stern face. In the spacecraft, Huey-21's body suddenly disappeared in place. And over a certain building on the planet below the spacecraft, a thin armor suddenly appeared, looking around the world, as if it were lonely. In the palace of the planet, Hoarfrost rubbed her tired eyes. Her frowning brows couldn't stretch. For some reason, he had a not-so-good premonition. This feeling is hard to say, but it is real. When the Frost Empire was passed on to him, it was still a weak and advanced civilization, and its position in the land of chaos was precarious. Since he took over, he has carried out drastic reforms and selected talents, only gradually annexing the surrounding civilizations and becoming the top civilization. After the dark turmoil occurred in the Chaotic Land, the Chaotic Land began to shuffle, and the power accumulated by their Frost Empire was released, and then continued to grow in the chaos, and finally the situation where it is today. Today's Chaotic Land is a situation where the two powers compete for hegemony. His opponent was Dark Star. Their predecessor was a force that planned to provoke the dark turmoil. Their strength and technology were extremely powerful. In the past, the opponent did not have a strong star to preside over the battle, so the advantage to them was not obvious. Not long ago, Dark Star did not know where two powerful generals emerged from, which put them under tremendous pressure on the battlefield. Especially after the marching ant group annexed the Sauron Alliance, he became more careful. Because Dark Star's predecessor was a dark force and was proficient in assassination, it was really possible to behead him. Therefore, he is particularly concerned about his safety. This hiding place is carefully selected. Every life that comes in needs to go through numerous tests and cannot carry thermal weapons. He still has a substitute to face the public in the palace. Security shouldn't be a problem, but now he feels flustered. Suddenly, Hoarfrost felt a throbbing behind her, and a panic swept across her body. Just turning his head, his pupils quickly dilated and froze in place. 1,603,389,457. Chapter 1055, Black Pupil Civilization started. The girl with the poisonous skin was closing her eyes and resting her mind, calming down on the various battle reports that came back. Carrie and Hongzhi were left with the matter of the war, and she didn't care too much. But there is one thing that makes her care. The main hall of the palace was quiet for a long time. Suddenly, a shadow slowly appeared in front of the hall, and Hewitt 21's figure in battle armor appeared instantly, revealing a cold face. "Fulfill the mission," Hewitt 21 said. "Good." The poisonous girl showed a rare smile, like a blooming black rose. "Notify the combat department. A dispute is emerging in a chaotic place." The changes in the place of chaos still caused small waves in the universe, but not many people followed it. But the forces around the place of chaos were paying attention. The aftermath of the marching ants' annexation of the Sauron Alliance has not disappeared, and the significance of this war is too far-reaching. The forces of the universe after more than 10 years of peace have become active again. They all seem to be aware that the atmosphere of the cosmic forces has become subtle. All forces are straining a string. While studying and understanding the latest war mode, they are also secretly preparing for it, and at the same time guessing who the next target will be destroyed and annexed. After a brief period of calm, the storm came as many forces had expected. It's just this object, beyond the expectations of all forces. Ziwai civilization. There's a Zhejian colluded with the Zidi and slaughtered the high-level Crepe Myrtle civilization. This news suddenly appeared in the News of the Universe network, and spread throughout the star domain of Ziwai when, especially the planet where the Ziwai people are, all received this information push. The news exposed the scenes and dialogue between Zhejianzai and Zidi when they met. Zhejianzai secretly asked Zidi to slaughter the high-level Ziwai civilization and help him complete the centralization of power, including some cruel methods. The place where the video was recorded is in a secret hall, and the light is not enough, which makes the conversation between the two more authentic. This is the evidence that Zhejianzai planned the massacre. The Ziwai civilization was ruled by a tyrant, and it was so terrible to carry out such a brutal massacre. I said early in the morning that it was the work of Zhejian. Such a terrible hypocrite. No wonder Zidi can easily enter Ziwai star. Let Zhejian step down. The news caused an uproar in the entire universe, and the voices attacking Zhejianzai spread throughout the universe. Later, the Ziwai civilization official refuted the rumors, claiming that the video was forged by someone who wanted to. But no one believed it. The massacre of the Ziwai civilization. The outside world is speculating that Zhejianzai joined Zidi, because so many people were killed, but Zhejianzai was not affected, and he was also the biggest beneficiary of this incident. Even in the later during the suppression, Zhejianzai also issued an order to eliminate dissidents. Originally, there was no evidence. The outside world should only open one eye and close one eye, but now, the video has once again ignited the anger of the civilized people of Crepe Myrtle. The news became louder and louder, and the high-level Ziwai civilization collectively silenced, while the Ziwai civilized people broke out an unprecedented scale of protests, demanding Zhejian step down and try Zhejianzai. The turmoil started. Black Pupil civilization has started. The moment Lan received the information, Lan realized that it was wrong, and now that the Crepe Myrtle civilization has become a big mess, he confirmed the news. This storm came too weird, obviously carefully planned. How can I be sure that it is the Black Eye civilization and not other civilizations? Zhao Minutes was very curious about Lan's statement. because there was no information to show that the Zaiwai civilization was in chaos this time, and it was the Black Eye civilization that was behind it. Shenmue also looked at Lan, seeking answers. Feeling in the remaining god-level civilization, Ting does not have the ambition to be aggressive, and is not much stronger than Zaiwai. Even if he does it, he will not choose Zaiwai. The Endless Sea ignores world affairs, the Dark Forest is divided, and it is overwhelming. The White Star and the Black Pupil are left. This method and style is more like the style of Pupil Green. Lan and them carefully analyzed. While studying the various god-level civilizations, he did an in-depth study of the personality of the main senior leaders, including the opponent's leader. From the previous methods and actions, it is obviously the style of Hitomi. Shenmue stared at the star map for a while, but did not come up with an answer. Why is the Zaiwai civilization? Lagastroemius civilization currently has obvious weaknesses. The sequelae of Zidi's massacre are too great. You must know that even if the Crepe Myrtle civilization family is in charge of some power and influence of the Crepe Myrtle civilization, their families, whether it is prestige or ability, there are still so many people, and the Zaiwai civilization pays attention to blood. After the slaughter, their Zaiwai civilization appeared to be empty for a short time, and there was no talent with enough prestige to manage it in the right place, and it was easy to be used to make a fuss. The Zaiwai civilization is showing signs of recovery. As the oldest god-level civilization, her background is very large. Tonking has a hegemonic heart. If he kills the Zaiwai civilization, or maimed it, the obstacle to his hegemony will be linearly reduced. Otherwise, give her time to recover and rectify. That is a very strong opponent. The war mode in the superpower era has changed, and Hitomi should also be anxious. Because once this new model develops and matures, the god-level civilization may not be the strongest. Right now, we will be ahead of him. This mode of warfare relies on the combination of special superpowers and personal strength, and then cooperates with the warhead. Offensive and defensive are not traditional offensive and defensive, and may therefore rewrite the existing strong and weak order of the universe. The longer the peace is, the more mature superpower system will develop, and the weaker the superiority of the god-level civilization warhead will be. The top civilization may stand out due to the birth of special superpowers, so the cards must be shuffled. Before the opponent has mastered this mode of warfare, it will be annexed and torn apart. Not only the Black Eye civilization, but the White Star civilization and Thor civilization, if they see this, will also attack the powerful pair of manual knives around them. Where are we? Shenmue asked. Wait, we need to digest the Sauron alliance, and we also have a geographical advantage. The remaining opponents are not suitable for anyone. I am afraid it will not be peaceful next. Let's take a look at the movements of other god-level civilizations. There are also the reactions of several nearby companies. We break with silence. The war is changing, and this is a change that many generals clearly feel. The situation within the Crepe Myrtle civilization continued to deteriorate. After the event fermented, Zijunzai's prestige was completely lost, causing quite a stir in the Crepe Myrtle civilization, and the remnants of the former top 10 families and old nobles began to find excuses to criticize Zijunzai. The scene of the riots continues to expand. When the Zaiwai civilization is preparing to use the warhead to suppress the riots, sure enough, as Lan expected, Black Pupil civilization excuses to support the overthrow of Zijunzai's inhumane tyranny. Chenbing Star borders. The leader of the army is the battle chief of the Zaiwai civilization, the Red Army, the commander of the 1st Legion of the Black Eye civilization, a very powerful veteran. The Zaiwai civilization war department was attracted and had to fully guard against the intervention of the Black Eye civilization. For a time, the smell of gunpowder between the Black Eye civilization and the Zaiwai civilization was extremely strong. However, this is more like the beginning of a great chaos in the universe. www.bokush.go. Soon after, Thor civilization launched an attack on Under Fire civilization. The White Star Civilization united with the Giants to attack the Wuxian Civilization. Everything seems to be different. The movements of several god-level civilizations are very tacit. Chen Mo was also found by someone he didn't expect. Xian. He still felt incredible when this female Ziwei came to him. Chen Mo was not disgusted with Xian. Even he himself copied the other's abilities, read the other's memory, and knew all the other's secrets. Since this female crepe myrtle came to them, she was an uncontested, pure-hearted temperament. She had never had a red face with anyone, had no dispute with anyone, just read a book quietly. This time I came to Chen Mo, but Chen Mo was surprised. I want to go back. Xian's voice is still so cold. Just for this, Chen Mo asked in surprise. Okay. Because of recent events? Xian was non-committal, and her purple eyes looked at Chen Mo more. There was an accident on the Star-Lord's side and it was a lot of pressure. I'm afraid it's a bit troublesome. I can't ignore it. After all, it is my hometown. Those so-called evidence, knowing that they are false, do not let your teacher come forward to clarify. The teacher's identity is special. He will only get darker and darker when he comes out, but sits down to realize all that, and the teacher will not come out to save Ziwei. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Thank you for your hospitality during this time. Xian said goodbye. Even if Chen Mo knew the woman's memory and secrets, he still couldn't understand the female crepe myrtle. It is estimated that no one in the universe could understand what this girl was thinking. Her decision is always surprising, but it doesn't matter anymore. Soon after sending Xian away, Chen Mo received a notice from Lan before he returned home. The 10 Cities Alliance sent envoys over 1,603,467,619. Chapter 1056. Conditions of Alliance. The messenger of the 10 Cities Alliance is a lean humanoid, with haggard skin like an old wrinkled book cover, eyes like bull's eye, and unusually slender fingers. From a distance, he looked like a tree man carved from dead wood. The life of the Yaoliuo tribe. The life of this tribe is extremely shrewd, able to speak well, and also very good at observing words and colors, so the communication is very good. A natural negotiator. Demon Luo City is a city of the 10 Cities Alliance, and it occupies an important position in it. It is normal to send them over this time. Seeing Chen Mo coming, the big eyes of the envoy of the 10 cities Tongling looked at him. This young being is currently one of the strongest overlords in the universe, but it doesn't seem to be special. Mr. Long Yang. The 10 city envoy saluted Chen Mo respectfully. My name is Luo Huo. I am the representative of the envoy sent by the leader this time. Envoy Luo, hello. What's the matter? Chen Mo simply greeted the other party and cut into the subject. Mr. Refreshing, the leader sent me over to ask the marching ants if they have any idea of reaching an alliance, and then we both seek some cooperation. With a friendly smile on Rojo's face, like a friendly old tree man, let people can't bring up feelings of disgust. Alliance? Chen Mo looked at Lan, and when he made a look, he understood. Is an alliance with you any good for us? Luo Huo's breath was slightly stagnant, and he looked up after thinking. Now that the universe is in chaos, the god-level civilization is almost about to destroy other civilizations and dominate the universe. Adjacent to us is the strongest black pupil civilization, and there is a honky owl leading to the White Star civilization. It can be said that the threat is not small on our side. The two god-level civilizations join forces to attack us, and we are determined to be unable to resist. But if we fail, your marching ants will face the two god-level civilizations, with cold lips and teeth. That's the truth. Chen Mo suddenly realized that Lan once said that once the 10 Cities Alliance came to form an alliance, it must take the initiative, so he did not immediately agree. The alliance is not bad. But there are two conditions. Sir, you say. Luo Huo was taken aback and took a deep look at Chen Mo. No wonder this man could become one of the overlords of the universe. The first condition is that our army of marching ants can enter the star territory of the 10 City Alliance at any time, and it is convenient to support during the war. This shouldn't be a big problem. If the two sides are jointly defending, this is a necessary condition. The leader should agree to it. Rojo sighed in secret. Sir, what is the second condition? The second condition is that if the two sides are engaged in joint operations, whether the battlefield is in our star region or in the 10 cities star region, the Commander-in-Chief of the Joint Operations Department must be led by us, and the Joint Corps must obey the orders of the Joint Operations Department. This Rojo dared not answer for a while, because this condition involves too much. To get the Commander-in-Chief means to have absolute dominance in this cooperation. But he also knew that their strength was indeed worse than that of the Marching Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group was a strong general and it was normal to want to lead. Just handing over all the leadership to the Marching Ants Group, they are not sure whether their interests can be guaranteed. I need to go back to ask the leader for this. No hurry. You can ask your leader to think about it before giving me a reply. Chen Mo said indifferently, I only have these two conditions. Do the messengers have any other questions? Yes, we want to buy some dark matter from Mr. This is easy to say. How much? 7 billion lands. Rojo used his finger to compare a universal 7 character. Now the people in charge of dark matter extraction technology are god-level civilizations, as well as marching ant groups. Therefore, in the universe, the major forces either cooperate with god-level civilization or are attacked and annexed by god-level civilization. In the peaceful era, god-level civilizations dominated the Universe Alliance, and it was they dominated the distribution of dark matter. Nowadays, apart from the god-level civilization, only the marching ant group has the dark matter extraction technology. Yes, but I don't need star coins, I need resource planets in exchange. Half stars, half resources. No way. Chen Mo refused without hesitation. Now that the universe is in chaos, resources are the best currency. You know, not all planets are suitable for mining. Gas planets are difficult to mine, dwarf planets are too gravitational, and difficult to mine, so generally only terrestrial planets are suitable for mining, with enough minerals and space to produce various war machines. In a space war, the war machine consumed is based on hollowing out the planet, which consumes huge resources. Okay. Rojo agreed. Dark matter will be delivered within 3 months. About the alliance, you can go back and ask your leader before discussing it with me. I will tell the leader. Thank you, sir. Rojo saluted Chen Mo again. No matter whether the alliance is successful this time, you are our best friend. It's easy to say, Chen Mo said politely. Rojo did not stay with them for a long time. After the conversation, he went to the manor arranged for them by Chen Mo and contacted the 10 Cities Alliance headquarters. He said that? Yes. With Rojo's affirmative answer, the male life in the holographic video was lost in thought. He is the current lord of the 10 Cities Alliance, the lord of the Greek demon city, Khan. His magic patterns flow and change like a living thing, which is the characteristic of the Greek demon clan. The 10 Cities Alliance is composed of 10 cities. Each city is a top-level civilization. It belongs to one of the 108 cities. They are Tanlu, Demon Luo, Liulai, Holy Python, Moon Deer, Hunter, Ru, Mermaid, and Greek Demon, Disciple. The leader of the 10 Cities Alliance adopts a rotation system, which rotates once every 3 years, while major internal decisions are adopted by a voting system, and more than half of them can pass, and the leader's vote counts 1.5 votes. Now, the lord of the other 9 cities is by Khan's side. I am opposed to giving them full control. In case they want to pit us, we will die without a place to be buried. The city lord of the gods was calm and not in a good mood. I also think it needs more consideration. It's too risky. Hunter City lord also shook his head. The city lord of Demon Luo City by his side glanced at them, then retracted his gaze. I think it's okay. They have silver hair and Ming to 2 top generals. If they fight together, their generals will be stronger, and it is normal for them to lead them. Ling's eye is not weak. Khan frowned as they watched their argument. There is no unity within the 10 cities alliance. He also knows these. Some big cities are pro-White Star civilization, some are pro-Black Eye civilization. Those two have done a lot of work within the 10 cities alliance. It was precisely because of the sense of crisis that he chose to contact the marching ants to form an alliance. Otherwise, let them face the two god-level civilizations. Once the other party did it, they might only end up with one. But from the current situation, things are more troublesome than I thought. Khan's heart kept sinking. Chen Mo sat on the chair, tapping his fingers on the table, but his eyes did not leave the star map. Do you think they will agree to our terms this time? It's unlikely. Lan gave a decisive answer. How to say? The 10 cities alliance is not as united as expected. The White Star civilization and the Black Eye civilization have infiltrated them severely, and there are big internal opinions among the 10 cities. If the commandership is given to us, they are afraid that we will use the commanding power to exclude dissidents. Then why did you propose this condition? Chen Mo asked. This condition was mentioned by Lan when communicating with him. Once the 10 cities alliance came to seek an alliance, they would raise this condition. I have to mention that there is no commander-in-chief and we cannot cooperate. Otherwise, we are at risk of being trapped when we cooperate, because we don't know who of them will be infiltrated and to what extent. If this condition is thrown out, we take the absolute initiative and can initially determine the position within the 10-city alliance. If the 10-city alliance is split in the future, then we can form alliances with big cities with good positions and let them become our buffer zone. Lan drew the area of the 10-city alliance in the star map, and its strategic location was clear at a glance. What if they agree? Chen Mo asked curiously. If you agree, it will be even simpler. Boss, you have the ability to read their memories. Look for a chance to see who is the ghost. When the time comes, we will open up the two dark chests and build the 10 cities alliance into us steel buffer zone. Lan laughed. Very treacherous. So it is unlikely that they will agree. The two companies are unlikely to let us get the commandership so easily. It is more likely to maintain the status quo or split. How to arrange next? Chen Mo asked. Boss, I think you can find your old friend. What is it? My old friend is good. Chapter 1057, Arawana Princess. How many oppose? God Disciple, Moon Deer, Hunter, Holy Python. 4 families. Liu who abstained. It's normal for them to object. In the office in the palace, Khan is talking to a man who looks like a young man, and talks holographically. This man is not an unknown person. In the 10 cities alliance, his right to speak is almost under one person. He is the commander-in-chief of the war headquarters in charge of the allied forces of the 10 cities alliance, Ling Sai. He doesn't look tough, or even a little lean, but his eyes are extremely sharp. In fact, he did not become famous by force. In the ranking of the top generals in the universe, the current generals in power can also be ranked high. It was his layout that kept the White Star civilization within the Gulu Hongqiao, and the black pupil on the other side did not dare to act rashly. Why is it normal for them to oppose? Khan asked, puzzled. The commander-in-chief. If the marching ant group promises to form an alliance that does not involve this condition, they will agree without hesitation. But the marching ants have proposed the commandership of joint operations. Some of them are very suspicious and some are really afraid. Yes, to be precise, the master behind them is afraid. Ling Zai pointed to the holographic star map. It is impossible for the marching ant group not to know the penetration of the White Star and the Black Pupil. If they find a chance to take power, the marching ants will definitely pull out the nails of the two arranged in the 10-city alliance. One united and strong, but not kissing the two. The 10-city alliance of god-level civilization is most in line with the interests of marching ants. But now I can't form an alliance. What should I do? Khan frowned. If the two families did it without the help of marching ants, they wouldn't last long. Not being able to form an alliance is not a bad thing. The marching ants should have been mentally prepared for being unable to form an alliance. The purpose of this condition is to put some problems on the table. Ling Zai also saw Khan's concerns. I can contact the commander-in-chief of the marching ants privately to achieve cooperation. The god-level civilization will do it, and the marching ants will never sit back and watch, otherwise we will perish. And the marching ants will face the two god-level civilizations without the strategic buffer zone. So even if the price is higher, and they won't allow god-level civilization to annex us, leave it to you, Khan said earnestly. Princess Rao-Ana looked confused and wondered why Chen Mo invited her over. But I don't care. Judging from the several contacts, she has a good impression of Chen Mo, and they have similarities in appearance. If the mermaid is lost, her first choice is Chen Mo. The plane landed on the outskirts of the marching ant group headquarters. Princess Rao-Ana got off the car, and a robot greeted her and went to the marching ant group headquarters office. Chen Mo's office. Here, she came here for the first time. As soon as she walked in, she saw Chen Mo's familiar face. Long time no see. Come and sit. Long time no see. Princess Rao-Ana sat down on the sofa and took the teacup from Chen Mo. She had drunk this drink the last time she came. The taste is not good, but it makes people feel quiet. What do you think of the current situation of mermaid? Chen Mo cut directly to the subject. Mermaid. Princess Rao-Ana didn't answer him right away. Chen Mo asked her this question. It must be of his use. I should have told you last time that the mermaid is almost the weakest in the 10 Cities Alliance. The surrounding civilization is uneasy and kind to us, and the same is true in the 10 Cities Alliance. We were in the most fringe zone, and other civilizations nearby harassed us, and the 10 Cities Alliance ignored it. If there is a real war, either the mermaid will be occupied by the 10 Cities Alliance with a special excuse, or they will be abandoned, so I will contact you in advance last time. I hope that in the future, when the mermaid is destroyed, there will be a place to stay. If I need you to do something for me, would you like it? Chen Mo asked. At this moment, Rao-Ana somewhat guessed why Chen Mo contacted her, but he was still not so sure. Do you want me to be your internal correspondent in the 10 Cities Alliance? Yes. Chen Mo did not deny that it is better to say this kind of thing straightforwardly than to hesitate. The current 10 Cities Alliance, you should know better than me. The hearts of the people are distracted, and some civilizations have been infiltrated by the two god-level civilizations. You also said that once war starts, your mermaid civilization will be the first to suffer. Rao-Ana was silent. White Star Civilization and Black Eye Civilization are now the two most powerful civilizations in the universe. If the 10 Cities Alliance falls, our marching ants will face the two god-level civilizations, so I have to plan ahead. Chen Mo said. They do it. Can't you also divide the 10 Cities Alliance? Princess Rao-Ana blinked curiously. Other civilizations are okay, but the 10 City Alliance cannot. Chen Mo said truthfully. The 10 City Alliance is a shield between us and the two god-level civilizations. If the shield is broken, the two giants will swallow us next. So the 10 Cities Alliance is needed as a strategic buffer zone. Using the 10 Cities Alliance to hold down the two god-level civilizations? Do you think they can hold it back? Chen Mo asked back. Princess Rao-Ana was silent. It is impossible for the 10 Cities Alliance to hold the two strongest god-level civilizations. Even if the 10 members of the 10 City Alliance work together, they dare not say that they can be blocked. Once the war starts, no matter what the outcome is, Mermaid City will not end well. White Star and Black Eye will not care about your mermaid clan issues, and you may even become the favored slaves of the White Star Civilization and Black Eye Civilization families. If we win this war, your mermaid tribe can have a high status with us. After all, your tribe has the innate conditions to truly integrate into our humanity. After pondering for a long time, Princess Rao-Ana sighed. I have to say that she was persuaded by Chen Mo. What should I do? These few words came out, indicating that Princess Rao-Ana has made up her mind. She had to make up her mind. If she wanted her people to live better and have a higher status, she couldn't refuse Chen Mo's idea. Improve my abilities, improve my reputation and status in Mermaid. Shenmue suddenly became serious and looked straight into the eyes of Arawana. The higher the status, the greater the right to speak. But can I be alone? Don't worry, we will give you support, resources, capital, talent, and technology here to enhance your status in Mermaid. We will arrange all the follow-up plans for what you need to do when your status in Mermaid rises. What about personal strength? I don't know how to fight with armor. Don't worry about personal strength. You have an illusory voice that goes deep into your consciousness, but you only use it to sing. I will find a teacher for you who will teach you how to use your abilities correctly. Am I very capable? To be precise, in the age of superpower, the mermaid's ability is not weak. Do you know why there are so many fans in the universe? And regardless of age, you have the voice that makes all life hallucinogenic. This ability is properly used. It can hypnotize a life and manipulate people's hearts. Princess Arawana was in a daze. She had never thought about hypnotizing others, let alone manipulating others. I have one more gift for you. Shenmue beckoned, and a set of fish scale painted armor appeared in the office. The fish scales are radiant, dreamlike, and the lines are perfect, which fits perfectly with the lines on Princess Arawana. This is a battle armor designed based on the body data of Arawana Princess. This is a special set of armor. It is a super armor. Super armor? Yes. This is the biggest secret of our marching ants right now. You are one of the few people who know and use. Shenmue said solemnly. Princess Arawana was shocked, and Shenmue told her this, indicating that the trust in her was high. This kind of battle armor is a super weapon that we are secretly developing, a weapon that enlarges the range of superpower. With it, your superpower can cover the entire planet. Princess Arawana froze in place. Her mouth opened and she wanted to ask. She couldn't tell. Chapter 1058. Whole cards. What news is there from Zaiwai civilization? Tonking asked. Developing according to our expectations, the prestige of Zijun is now completely lost. If he does not abdicate, then the Zaiwai civilization will go down and there will be no prestige to speak of. If he abdicates, he must choose a candidate. At present, Fatty Luo is the best choice, but based on my understanding of Fatty Luo, he is not this material. If other candidates cannot convince the crowd, we can support some families to fight. Even if they can't fight, it's good for us if they mess up. It depends on Zijunzai's desire for power. If his desire for power is great enough, Zaiwai civilization is no longer a threat. Yan's voice carried unparalleled confidence. Where is the marching ant? Yan shook his head. They didn't move much. After they won the Sauron Alliance, they turned out to be very low-key, as if digesting the Sauron Alliance's star field. The alliance with the 10 Cities Alliance was opposed by several companies and went bankrupt. There was too much action. It is not excluded that they secretly cooperate with the 10 Cities Alliance. Secretly cooperate? Didn't you find it? The 10 Cities Alliance is in charge of the War Department. Ling Zai has a low-key style. He is the nephew of Khan, the Lord of Zymo City and the current 10 Cities Alliance leader. The decision of the War Department is up to him and is not controlled by other city owners. Our eyeliner, so if Ling Zai contacted the marching ants in private, we would not know. Yan has always acted cautiously and comprehensively, so Tong King is very relieved of him. Is the plan of the 10 City Alliance going well? Hai Tumi asked. The 3 families of God Disciple, Saint Python, and Hunter went well. Liu seems to have been infiltrated by the White Star civilization. The Liu tribe is too smart and progresses the slowest. The same goes for Ximo City and Tanlus City. The remaining Demon City, Liulai City, and Mermaid City, it's progressing a bit, but the White Star civilization also moves. The 3 strongest cities are still not easy to deal with. Tonking looked helpless. This shouldn't be anxious. It's a good thing to make progress now. After vetoing the alliance with the marching ants, Khan and several other city owners should see some tediousness. If they are anxious, it will be counterproductive. Commander-in-Chief, marching ants are the one who won't suffer. They are very smart. Tonking exclaimed, and then thought for a while and said, "Would you like to put some pressure on the 10 Cities Alliance?" "It's not right." Yan shook his head without hesitation. "Now they are very nervous. If they are pressured, they have no choice but to hug outside." The three powers of Ximo, Tanlu and Liu O are the 10-city alliance. If it's the mainstay, it will take a lot of effort to take it down. Then what? Tonking continued to ask. Friendship, win over, divide. Yan only said 3 words. 3 words are enough for Tonking to understand the meaning. The tension of the 10 cities alliance mainly comes from their threats. If you show favor to them, throw out the idea of alliance, and the threat disappears. The 10 cities alliance will not be as united as before. They can use this to divide the 10-city alliance, win over several companies, and then secretly plan the conflicts of interest of several companies, so that they can cause internal conflicts, and wait for their conflicts to increase. Yan Shen nodded his head with approval. Leave this to you. On the side of the marching ants, I can't rest assured, Chen Mo, a human being, is too mysterious to let people see the bottom line. At first, he felt that the marching ant group was too worried about Tonking. However, as time went on, he discovered that the danger of the marching ant group gradually refreshed his upper limit of knowledge. Especially after silently annexing the Sauron Alliance, they felt a deep sense of threat. In theory, the set-in the deduction can be applied to any civilization, including their god-level civilization. The universe system is changing, so they have to be nervous. After all, Hai Tumi's ambition is more than simply maintaining the current status of the Black Eye civilization. Now Chen Mo has a few good cards in his hand. These good cards are the key to their victory. There is a dark move in the Land of Chaos, and no one knows that the Land of Chaos is their arrangement except for the most core high-level army ants. In addition, Shenmue's other card is Super Armor. The current armor and weapons in the universe are all built on technology, only increasing the strength of the armor division. And they are the only force that controls the power armor. This epoch-making battle armor, once it appears, will surely become a killer. But Shenmue now solves some technical problems. It's not other technologies, but the mass production of ether materials. Shenmue spends all day in the research base, dedicated to solving the mass production of ether as soon as possible. Once the problem of mass production of ether substances is solved, the era of super technology has arrived. In an unknown space in the Milky Way, there is a huge space base floating. This space base is very special. The entire marching ant group can approach life within 10 light years of this space base, and it can be counted with one slap. Even the core group of senior leaders in the marching ant group cannot be approached without authorization. As for the role of this space, no one else knows except for a few people. It is a forbidden area. At this time, this base is running at full capacity. The equipment is debugged. In the laboratory, Monu turned her head to look at Chen Mo, waiting for his instructions. Then start. Chen Mo gave orders without hesitation. The special of superpower lies in the consciousness of the living body and the genetic structure of the body, and the war armor that amplifies superpower naturally requires special materials and technology. The armor is made of ether, so it is very troublesome. Chen Mo studied for so long, spent a lot of resources and effort, and finally extracted the ether quality, mixed with synthetic materials, only enough to make 100 sets of super armor. If the problem of mass production of ether is solved, their warhead's ability is enough to sweep all opponents. In the current main universe, dark matter accounts for about 23%, ordinary matter only accounts for 4%, and the remaining 73% is dark energy, which is universal, but you can't feel its existence. Ether is a kind of dark energy. This kind of matter exists in every corner of the universe, but it is very difficult to collect. In the definition of human philosophy, etheric matter is the first most basic element created by the stream of consciousness that composes the space and the spiritual world when it creates the physical phenomenon world. Everything in the world of material phenomena exists within it, so it is often used as a synonym for space. In the traditional Chinese philosophy, the definition of ether is similar to chaos. The nature of the ether is very special. It can be a rigid particle. It is very hard and almost indestructible. It is many times harder than the hardest diamond. At the same time, it is extremely thin. When the matter passes through the ether, you can hardly feel any resistance and subtract. If the starlight travels hundreds of millions of kilometers, it can still be seen when it reaches the Earth. The strange properties of this substance have created its unimaginable speciality, and it is an incredible existence, so that many scientists question whether its existence is possible. When extracted successfully, it will be found that the etheric substance is composed of a dark red fluid-like stream of consciousness, forming a spatial fluid with a relatively stable shape. It has something to do with the fourth dimension, consciousness, and superpower. Even Chen Mo cannot thoroughly study and understand all its attributes. However, it confirmed some of Chen Mo's conjectures that the existing universe may have been formed by the decay of some kind of object in the fourth dimension. It is impossible to solve all the puzzles, but it does not hinder Chen Mo's application of this substance. After a long period of research, his gains are not small. This floating space base is an ether-quality instrument he created. Space technology is used to confine the space, and the space frequency and amplitude are constantly compressed by interference waves, and the ether is resolved from the space. Finally, the quantum degeneracy technology is used to extract a little bit of the ether and store it in a dark matter container. Of course, this is Chen Mo's idea. If this machine is feasible, it can increase the extraction efficiency of ether by tens of thousands of times, and the ether obtained by that time can meet their initial mass production needs. Whether it will work or not, specific tests are needed. The machine's startup process was very slow, and Chen Mo was not in a hurry, staring at the changes of various information and data on the holographic screen, thinking about it from time to time. 4 hours later, Chen Mo finally saw that the data reached his ideal level. 4 more hours passed. "It's done." Mo Niu's voice was a little joyful, as if it were natural. Chapter 1059, Actions of Black Pupil Civilization Thousand Star Alliance. Wan Shanxing has a headache, and the position of the Land of 1,000 Stars is very bad. Caught between the Dark Forest, the Black Pupil and the Zaiwai civilization, there is now another marching ant. It can be said that they are a child around the great powers, and if there is a conflict between these forces, they will be helpless in the Land of 1,000 Stars. The marching ant group quickly won the Sauron alliance, and the silence of their 1,000-star land was broken. Now only the 1,000-star alliance and the Yoshan alliance are left, as well as a number of minor alliances. In short, the Land of 1,000 Stars is scattered with sand, surrounded by giant beasts. If there is no countermeasure, their demise is only a matter of time. At this moment, the sound of the communicator rang. Seeing the caller ID, Wan Tanxing narrowed his eyes and thought about connecting. A holographic projection of a female life appeared before his eyes, full of majestic aura, making Wan Shanxing's heart awe-inspiring. Although he had never touched this life, he was no stranger. The planner of the dark turmoil in the Land of Chaos, the Queen Poisonous Girl of the emerging power of the Dark Star Empire, known as the Black Widow. Some time ago, Hoarfrost was assassinated and killed, and the war in the Land of Chaos has also entered the final stage. There is no accident. It will not be long before the Poisonous Girl will become the Lord of Chaos. Leader Wang, contact you suddenly. Are you abrupt? The Poison Skin Girl asked quietly. Wan Tanxing smiled and said indifferently, Your Majesty's time to contact me is rare, so why is it abrupt? I have something to discuss with Chief Wan. Do you have time? Please say. How did Chief 10,000 think about the current situation in the universe? The Poisonous Girl asked a question unceremoniously, or a more detailed question. How did Chief 10,000 think about the current situation in the Land of 1,000 Stars? Wan Tanxing's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression was a little stiff. Why does Her Majesty the Queen ask? You should be communicating. Speaking of the situation in the universe, anyone with the discerning eye can see that the heroes are fighting for hegemony. As for the land of 1,000 stars, I would like to hear the opinion of Her Majesty the Queen. Yuan Tanxing did not answer directly, but chose to rub the ball. He didn't know the poisonous girl, the purpose of contacting him. As you said, in today's universe, heroes are fighting for hegemony, but does Thismal have the position of 10,000 chiefs? The question of the poisonous girl is not polite. What do you mean? Her Majesty the Queen, please explain. Yuan Tanxing's eyes flickered, and he couldn't see any mood. Literally, today's land of 1,000 stars is a pile of scattered sand, especially after the marching ant group annexed the Sauron Alliance. The situation is even more critical. Near the Black Pupil, Crepe Myrtle, Dark Forest, now there is another marching ant, surrounded by giant beasts. It should be clear that once the fight is complete, you will not even have the chance to struggle under the iron armor of those giant beasts. Yuan Tanxing was silent, and they knew in their hearts that the poisonous girl was telling the truth. At their level, some things can be understood, and if they continue to play dumb, it will be boring to communicate again. In fact, we are facing the same situation as you in the chaotic land, close to the White Star, Thor, and Black Eye. Therefore, this time contacting Chief 10,000 is an important matter. Your Majesty, please speak. Yuan Tanxing thought about it, guessing some signs from a few words, but was not sure. We are all caught in the gap between many overlords. If we continue to fight separately, the final result will be annexed by them. In that case, why don't we join forces and reach an alliance? The two of us have formed an alliance. The strength and size are second only to the many hegemons of the universe. It is restored to the grand status of the 1,000-star empire. It is also a nebula alliance. In the cosmic heroes' battle for hegemony, we may not be unable to hold a place. What do you say? The poisonous woman said. Living in the dark for a long time has allowed her to see countless unknown darkness. Similarly, her control of life's desires has reached a certain point. She is confident that Yuan Tanxing will not refuse this condition. Yuan Tanxing's eyes skyrocketed. Any force in the land of 1,000 stars wants to unify the land of 1,000 stars and restore the strength of the previous 1,000-star civilization, but they have no intentions. I have to say that the condition of the poisonous girl is too tempting. In the troubled times, he naturally has the ambition to dominate the universe, but his strength does not allow it. Now it is an opportunity. I am willing. Other alliances in the land of 1,000 stars may not be willing. Now the land of chaos is in my hands. Once we form an alliance, it will be a small behemoth. Other civilizations agree, we welcome, and we disagree, and we swallow it. The two places are unified, and then we will have the capital to speak. Yuan Tanxing narrowed his eyes. He admitted that he was moved. The technological breakthrough in the initial mass production of the E-theorem made Chen Mo very happy and could not wait to laugh out loud. Ether quality. Super armor. Power armor production? That scene was extremely sour. Thinking of the future with a group of fully armed superpower armored soldiers, they will be rampant in the universe. Mortals tremble. The whole universe is still playing traditional battle armor technology, and they have already begun to prepare for scale replacement of super battle armor. The initial mass production of Ether made Chen Mo high-spirited and continued to focus on the research of the Hand of God project. Once this technology succeeds, they will not be afraid of any forces. And soon after Chen Mo was happy, there was a news. The messenger of the Black Eye civilization went to the 10 Cities Alliance to meet with the Lord of the 10 Cities Alliance. So he told Chen Mo intelligence. Black Eye gave the conditions and is willing to make an alliance with the 10 Cities Alliance and form an alliance, and promised gifts and sales of dark matter and other resources, and if the White Star civilization invades, they can send troops to fight together. But the condition is that the 10-City Alliance must interrupt all cooperation with the marching ants. And when they are at war with us, the 10-City Alliance must declare war with us. The alliance is about 100 years. All city owners? Chen Mo asked with frowning. Yes. And then? What happened? It's not clear for the time being, but it's certain that some of them agreed. Tonking can't sit still, Shenmue murmured. Sure enough, as Zhi's intelligence said, before long, within the 10 Cities Alliance, the conditions and news of the alliance with the Black Eye civilization spread, and there was a cheer in the 10 Cities Alliance. Is it good for Black Pupil civilization or marching ants? There is no doubt that the Black Eye civilization is the most powerful force at present, the old god-level civilization, and friendship with them is undoubtedly the best choice. In fact, the 10 city owners of the 10 Cities Alliance are also arguing over this matter. What do you think about the Black Eye civilization? Khan looked around at the major city lords on the round table, and there was nothing more to say. Between the two forces, they must weigh the pros and cons. The city lord of God Disciple thought for a while and said, I think it is feasible. We form an alliance with the marching ants. The purpose is to resist the Black Pupil and the White Star. Now the Black Pupil is willing to sign the covenant with us, and also promised to help us defend the White Star. Ants are better, and there is 100 years of peace. I also agree that for 100 years of peace, maybe the universe will restore the peaceful environment again and start a new era of universe alliance. At that time, our 10 Cities Alliance will still be able to survive. This time a rough humanoid spoke, with dark muscles. This is the Lord of Hunter City. Khan was not surprised that he could say these things. But these people are still a little self-aware, knowing that they are just to survive, not to say things like fighting for the universe. What about you? Khan looked at the other city lords. I object. The city lord of Yulu City was the first to object, and Khan gave him a deep look. I don't agree. The mermaid clan chief in the seat also shook his head. I don't agree here. The city lord, Demon Luo, also spoke. The 3 people objected, making the eager atmosphere in the conference room instantly cold. Several other city owners on the field looked at the 3 in a daze, and after holding back for a long time, they said, why? Have you never thought about how the Black Pupil civilization would tear up the covenant once the marching ants died? Ling Zai said suddenly. Obviously, he also opposed it. But the city lord of Shenchuo City, but for a long time, could not tell a reason. Believe that the Black Pupil civilization will abide by the covenant? He can believe it, but the others on the court will not believe it. When this kind of agreement is signed, they cannot be invalidated because they will be punished by Black Eye, but when Black Eye is invalidated, they have nothing to do with each other. In the history of the development of cosmic civilization, this kind of tearing up the covenant abounds, and there are even countless ways to tear it openly. Do you still want to form an alliance with marching ants? Do you know that they also have joint command? We are their shield to resist the Black Pupil civilization, and now, we don't have to resist the Black Pupil civilization and the White Star civilization. It is also an alliance. Why do we believe the marching ants and not the Black Pupil? The voice of the Lord of the Hunter City was a little excited. For a while, the meeting room fell into dead silence. I still don't agree. A firm voice sounded. Ling Zai's expression did not change much. Why? From the perspective of allies, the marching ants are more reliable than the Black Eyes. The marching ants are threatened with extinction like us. Without us, he will face the attacks of the 2 god-level civilizations. If they betray this covenant, they will not get it. Good. I have to die. And the Black Pupil civilization betrays this covenant, they can divide us and the marching ants. Take the marching ants first, turn back to tear the covenant, and then take us. The price paid for winning the 2 top power star domains was just a little reputation. 2 star regions and 1 fame. How would Hitomi choose? What if he finds a legitimate excuse to tear up the covenant? Don't even lose a reputation. Do you think you are born to fall, Pi? Chapter 1060, Wings fanned by a small butterfly. Due to the promotion of the Black Eye civilization and other parties, the Zidi massacre of the Zaiwai civilization became more intense. Zijunzai has lost his prestige in the Zaiwai civilization. Almost all ordinary people are opposed to Zijunzai's continued role as Star Master. Even in the military warhead, there are some voices, especially the people who were left behind by the family factions who were slaughtered, The reaction was the most intense. A Star Master who has lost his prestige makes the management of the Zaiwai civilization more difficult. In addition to opposing Zijunzai, one more thing has also become the focus of outside attention. Who will inherit the position of Zijunzai and become the new Star Master of Zaiwai civilization? The situation of Zaiwai civilization is different from that of the outside world. The prestigious families of the older generation were all uprooted by Zidi, almost cutting off their blood. Therefore, after Zijun stepped down, no one in the older generation was suitable for the position of Star Master. So only find suitable candidates among the younger generation. The loudest voice was naturally Fat Ziliuo, who was the commander-in-chief of the War Department. However, Fatty Luo has not appeared in public since the news spread, let alone expressed any attitude to the outside world. The main star of Zaiwai, Ziyun's expression is cold, maintaining the same expression as before. How are you thinking about it? The look of Zijun in front of her was serious, but compared with the last time she appeared, Zijunzai at this time had a lot more tired face, a lot of weight loss and old figure. Obviously, the events of this period made him physically and mentally exhausted. Ziyun shook her head without answering. Now that the critical time is reached, you are the most suitable candidate. For the sake of Crepe Myrtle, I can bear infamy. Zijun's voice was determined. Unless you want to watch Crepe Myrtle perish. Ziyun became quiet, did not speak, obviously a little loose. Let her watch the Crepe Myrtle perish, obviously not what she wants to see. If there is a way, I don't want to put pressure on you. The status quo of Zaiwai is like this. It has rotten to the root, but it has not yet reached the point where it is dying and can be remedied. Zijunzai's face was low with guilt and regret. Why me? Ziyun said coldly. Ziliu is an excellent general. Although Zizhong has a good talent, he ignores world affairs. Among the younger generation, you are the most suitable candidate. Fatty is more suitable than me. Ziliu has enough prestige, but his strength is not strong, and his administrative ability is insufficient. He is an excellent general, not an excellent leader. He also recommends you to come up. As long as you agree, I will help you arrange everything behind. All power is in your hands, and you can do whatever you want. Even if the Zaiwai civilization perishes in your hands, I have no complaints. I didn't have a choice before, but now I still don't have a choice. Zijun's voice has a deep sense of powerlessness. Do I have a choice? Ziyun's voice finally fluctuates. Somi looked at the room in front of him, feeling very unfounded. He is just an ordinary life. Since he was a child, he has lived on an inconspicuous small planet in the constellation of Pisces Cetus. Since the promotion of superpower, his life has changed a lot. He successfully entered the Superpower Academy and joined the life group of Superpower Development. Since entering the Super Academy, he has successfully developed superpowers. Days are getting better every day. He can feel the changes in his body and brain. Although the training courses are very hard, no one has an opinion, because the ability to develop superpowers is an evolution for ordinary life. Super energy development can complete the evolution that their ancestors could not complete for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. Moreover, the teaching level of Super Academy is many times higher than their original academy. Many of their classmates are training frantically, comparing themselves to being a member of the Ants, advanced superpowers, hoping to join the Legion Warhead in the future to serve the Marching Ants. All of their lives have infinite visions for the future. At this moment, they received a notice from the Super Academy that they were admitted by the Marching Ants and went to receive a special training camp. Special training? The students who were named were very puzzled, but they asked all their lives and never heard of this special training. Even the Dean of the Super Academy did not disclose the content. In the Marching Ant star field, especially the Super Academy, they are proud to join the Marching Ants, because the Marching Ants have changed their destiny. Similarly, the Marching Ant War Department is a gathering place for the strong. After careful consideration, Somi chose to join the training camp. He knew that this was an opportunity to make himself stronger. If he doesn't come, he may stay in a small galaxy for the rest of his life, or become a member of all living beings. His life is inconspicuous in the universe. It is better to make his life a little more exciting. Somi was taken aback when he stepped into the room. All the eyes on the field are on him. There are 10 pairs, and the eyes are very sharp. Somi was a little nervous, because the people sitting opposite were all the lives of the marching ant warfare department, and they were all wearing marching ant armed camouflage uniforms. Although he knew this was the selection of the marching ant army, he was still a little nervous. At this moment, Somi was somewhat restrained and did not dare to move. "Don't be nervous, please sit down. What's your name?" "My name is Suomi, Suostar." Suomi said truthfully. "Well, let's ask first, your superpower." "I can let the flowers and plants wilt, and the little stones will weather," Somi hurriedly said. "You will show it." It was Zongul who was talking, and asked someone to bring a pot of flowers and a stone to Somi. This time the instructor asked him to take charge of the selection. Although they were all rookies, he also knew the importance of this task. Suomi sat in a somewhat cramped position, holding the small flower pot with both hands. His attention began to concentrate, and the cramps on his body slowly disappeared. After a while, the flower bone quickly withered and faded, and then, the withered flower slowly returned to its original appearance. Upon seeing this, several interviewers on the court looked solemn and looked at Zongul. They are well informed and have realized the special features of this superpower. "What type of superpower do you personally think?" Zongul asked. "Type?" Somi thought about it for a moment, then said with a little confidence, "It should be related to time." Zongul did not deny, but slightly nodded. "I will first tell you what it means to join this project. This project is a super fighter project. Your joining means that you will become a member of the special super fighter of the marching ants. Do you know what to pay?" Somi pondered for a while before speaking. "Loyal." He is not stupid. Loyalty is the most basic and important thing of a fighter. "Your answer is very good. Now I invite you to join us. Once you join us, your relatives will be treated as military members. Of course, to become a super fighter, you must be mentally prepared because the training is very hard and very special, but you will become very powerful, and at the same time you have to pay what you call loyalty," Zongul said. Somi suddenly became a little excited. "In the army ants, the treatment of the army is the best, and the welfare is much stronger than the average life. Whether in life or other aspects, there will be special conveniences. This is one of the reasons why countless lives want to join the army ants. What's more, he can become stronger. I'm willing to join." Somi seemed to be afraid of Zongul's regret, and excitedly agreed. The truth of the universe makes the life at the bottom feel alive like worms. In order to change their destiny, they have an unparalleled desire and pursuit of power, and he is one of them. Suomi followed the soldiers to leave, and the interviewers next to him looked at Zongul with excitement. What Suomi said just now is correct. His abilities are related to time. They interviewed many lives, but time superpower was the first. They have seen countless lives with superpowers. The proportion of time superpowers is extremely rare, not extremely rare, but almost none. So far, there is only Somi. Because it is so special. "Head, do you want to report to Master Lan?" a subordinate asked. "Well, report to Master Lan and the boss." Zongul nodded and said, "Since the Super War armor came out, the boss has asked them to prepare for the Super War Department." Super War Department. This kind of warhead has never appeared before. The project he is responsible for involves the most secret superpower technology of the marching ants, and the degree of emphasis can be imagined. But the super warhead needs some special superpowers. Superpowers that are conducive to combat, especially combat in space. Among the tens of thousands of superpowers, only a small part of the superpowers are conducive to combat, so they will start this selection. The purpose is to select super talents suitable for super warfare and concentrate them in the Super War Department. In particular, the boss told them that the mass production technology of super battle armor had made breakthroughs, and when the project needed to be accelerated, the core senior management of the combat department was shocked, and their admiration for the boss deepened once more. Hearing that they were going to report to the boss, All the interviewers looked shocked and became extremely serious. Suomi never dreamed that his humble appearance, like the wings fanned by a small butterfly, would have a big impact on the back. Chapter 1061, Time Super Brother Mo. Zongul sent a message saying, they found a life suspected of possessing time superpower. Mo Nu suddenly interrupted Chen Mo, who was studying the Hand of God project. Originally, he concentrated on studying Chen Mo, but suddenly stopped. His eyebrows slightly raised. Time superpower? That's what his news said. It's just suspicion, because he couldn't officially confirm it when it first appeared. And it's not ruled out that it is the superpower of mind. Mo Girl played the video that Zongul had sent. It is the scene where Somi participated in the selection. The flowers in the pots bloom and fall under Somi's control. This scene shocked Chen Mo's spirits. If understood according to the ability of time, this scene is indeed a bit similar. It is not excluded that it is the ability of mind, because the superpower of mind can also do this kind of scene. Chen Mo's mind can do the same thing, but the essence of the two abilities is not the same. Time gives all things the prosperity and decline, and the mind cannot be restored. Suomi's ability is very weak, the range is very small, and now it is just a video. Chen Mo can't really determine whether his ability is time superpower. The power of time is very mysterious. And even now Chen Mo has not grasped the mystery. He has been looking for a way to control time, but he has no clue. Where is this Suomi now? Chen Mo asked. He was selected into the Super War Department. As a member of the Super War Department, he is now training at the base. Mo Nui waved her palm lightly, and the scene of Suomi's training appeared on the holographic platform. Contact Zongul and arrange for me to see him. Chen Mo wasn't sure if this was time's superpower, but he felt anxious. This kind of strong feeling has not appeared for a long time. He even felt that the appearance of this feeling had something to do with the Science and Technology Library. He has a hunch that if it is really time's superpower, maybe he can find the secret of the next mission of the Science and Technology Library. Okay. Mo Nu immediately dialed Zongul's communication. Somi was deeply shocked for the first time. He knew that he was joining a super warfare and he was about to become one of them. But when Zenzen came to the training base, he was still shocked. Due to the special nature of the training camp, their training base is on a planet without intelligent life. This is easy to understand, the reason for confidentiality. He was surprised when he saw these players. Superpowers such as space, object control, gold control, mind, illusion, and mind reading appear on the members of this base, and their superpower level is not weak. After the advent of the superpower era, the major civilizations in the universe have classified superpowers. When he was in the academy, he had known the types of superpowers. The things he saw at the base were some special superpowers. Once they grew up, they were very powerful. Somi, who was already a little unsure, is even more unsure now. But after the surprise, Somi quickly sank into training. The training facilities at the base are very good. And there are also machine-assisted training. Somi can even feel that his superpower is growing. During the training process, the instructors will also organize their members to exchange their own experience in the super advanced process, and share the methods and training methods of super advanced. Somi, who had just come in, immediately fell in love with the training atmosphere. Suomi, who didn't know how to make her super advanced before, began to feel it slowly. Super ability grows rapidly, and given time, one might not be a super master. Somi, you stop. The sound of the earphones rang, making Somi stunned and immediately stopped the training in his hands. Instructor, what's the matter? You come with me. The instructor who trained superpower waved to him, motioning for him to follow. On the way, Somi looked puzzled. Since he entered the base, he has not made any mistakes and training has never failed. Why did the instructor suddenly look for him? Is it because he is too weak and will soon be kicked out of the team? Thinking of this, Somi became nervous. He only came to the base for a few days. Every time he trains, he doesn't say the hardest one, but there is absolutely no laziness. He can feel his progress, But it doesn't take 2 days to become stronger, it can be successful. Somi was thinking to himself, but thinking that he might be eliminated and left, he was a bit bitter. Why is this expression? The instructor who led him asked. His name is Garis, a soldier who was transferred back from the front line. At first, he was reluctant to leave the front line. However, after knowing the importance of this project, he did not refuse, and came here as one of the many instructors. Member, instructor, why are you taking me over now? Somi asked weakly. Good thing. Good thing? Somi let go of his heart. I thought I was going to be driven. If you come in, no one will be opened until the training is officially over. Don't worry. Unless you make a major mistake, you won't be too bad in the future. Garuizi's voice was a little envious. This is a good thing. I want to have this opportunity. What's that? You'll know when you get there. Before long, the two stopped in front of the laboratory in the base. Go in. Suomi couldn't think of a reason, so he opened the door and went in. The moment he saw the situation inside the door clearly, he froze in place, like a clay figure. Hello. Shenmue saw Somi restrained and spoke first. Somi was extremely nervous. He did not expect that the boss was here. How many have joined the lives of marching ants? How many have wanted to see the boss with their own eyes, but never had a chance? He didn't expect that not long after he joined, he would see the boss so close. And the boss greeted him like a dream. No wonder the instructor said this is a good thing. Garis moved him, and he woke up like a dream, and hurriedly said, Boss, how about training at the base? Shenmue motioned for him to sit down. Somi, who was given instructions, sat on the opposite side somewhat restrained, not knowing what to do. At this moment, many thoughts flashed in his mind, but he still didn't understand why the boss would come to him. Fortunately, I really like the current training environment, Somi said truthfully. Your ability is very special. Shenmue cut into the subject. Time is involved. Hearing Shenmue's words, Suomi immediately understood why the boss came to him. It was about his ability. He thought for a while and said, I personally feel that it involves time. Can you show me your ability? Shenmue asked. Yes. Somi agreed without hesitation. To be able to show his abilities to the boss is the pursuit of almost all marching ant-man. For them, this is an honor, and he has no reason to reject this honor. Here is a flower, a radish, a glass of water, and a miniature atomic clock. Use your power to cover it and change it. Shenmue placed 4 objects on the table and asked Somi to show them. It is good. Somi did not refuse, and sat down at the table, holding his palms empty, focusing on a few items on the table. At the moment the effect took effect, all 4 things on the table changed. The flowers bloomed and the radishes quickly withered and decayed. The glass of water was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye from slow to fast, and the time beating on the atomic clock was dizzying. All changes only show one problem. The above time field is changing. This is really about the ability of time. The next moment, Shenmue, who was sitting on the side, changed suddenly. The Science and Technology Library, which had been silent for a long time, was moving again. Chapter 1062. News of the Science and Technology Library. The Science and Technology Library has been silent for so many years. Since he completed the development of quantum life, Shenmue had thought of countless ways to try to trigger the movement of the Science and Technology Library and complete its final task. However, even if he tried harder, he still could not trigger this task. Later, Shen acquiesced that he needed to continuously develop his quantum body's abilities and control the true abilities of this body in order to trigger the task of the Science and Technology Library. But over the years, he has continued to grow stronger and his abilities have increased, and he has still failed to touch the Science and Technology Library. Until now, the emergence of time ability. At the moment there was movement in the Science and Technology Library. Shenmue understood the trigger condition may require him to master the time ability, combine with his existing space ability, and control time and space. Life in the fourth dimension is related to the existing space-time dimensions of the universe. Only in charge of the two most important abilities of time and space and consciousness can he be qualified to become a true fourth-dimensional life. At this moment, all the questions became clear in Chen Mo's mind. He had thought about this reason before, but the ability of time has not been explored, so he has not confirmed this idea. Now after seeing Som show his ability of time, his idea has been confirmed. He is right. Chen Mo looked at Suomi with fiery eyes, as if looking at his long-lost lover. Even Suomi noticed the difference in Chen Mo's eyes and became unnatural. Does the boss have any special hobbies? Thinking of this, Somi's heart fluttered. If it does, he will be miserable. Brother Mo. Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, Mo Nu whispered softly beside him. In an instant, Chen Mo woke up. Realizing that he was out of shape, he also smiled embarrassedly. I just saw your ability demonstration and figured out a key issue of the experiment. I was a little out of shape. Hearing these words, Somi was completely relieved. It turns out that I figured out the experimental subject, and this can understand why the boss's eyes were so hot. Many researchers have figured out the key technical issues, and the state is much crazier than the boss. But the boss is still a great scientist, so Somi admires him. Regardless of the old age or the new age, there is a professional job that is the most difficult, that is, a researcher with the most cutting-edge technology. They are groping for something unknown and need a very powerful brain. And their boss is such a life, which is also one of the reasons why the lives of many marching and star domains worship Chen Mo. Realizing that his ability display helped the boss, Somi's mood suddenly became happy. Your abilities are a bit special and may be helpful to one of my experiments, so I ask you, would you like to join this experiment and help me research this project? The experiment will not be dangerous, but it will involve your privacy, Chen Mo said. Hearing that his privacy was involved, Somi hesitated. Is the project important? It's very important. It's about the future of the marching ants. Chen Mo looked at Somi's eyes and said seriously, okay. Somi gritted his teeth. Isn't it just privacy? It doesn't matter. In the main hall of the star, Xian stared at the location of the hall in a daze. This is the symbol of the supreme power of the oldest god-level civilization. Are you sure you think about it? A thick voice came from behind, and Fatty Luo took a meaty leg, and the sleepy youth Zizong came in, with questions and concerns in their calm eyes. As the high level of Ziwai civilization, their natural way, Xian's decision, means to herself and what to bear. I have no choice. Xian shook her head, her cold voice added a rare warmth. No one has a choice. Most of the time, fate helps him choose. Fatty Luo bit off a piece of meat in his hand and said while eating, I have arranged everything, and the star owner is willing to cooperate. As long as you are sure, you will board. Go to this throne and leave the rest to me and Zizhong. From now on, their Ziwai civilization will be yours. Even if you package it and send it out, we won't have any opinions. Xian showed a rare smile. I did consider giving it away. This is your business. If you are really ready to take over, you must be mentally prepared. You will no longer be you, but the Star Master of the Ziwai civilization. Your decision may be related to a god level inherited for hundreds of millions of years. The survival of civilization. Fatty Luo reminded. Okay. Xian nodded slightly, walked towards the throne, swept the skirt and sat on it. At this moment, Ziluo's body was straight and his face was solemn. Even the drooping eyes of the dozing young man became piercing, and he bowed to Xian slightly. According to your plan, act. Xian closed her eyes, her voice returned to the coldness as before, with sadness hidden. The contradictions within the Ziwai civilization are getting bigger and bigger, and the Black Pupil civilization almost unabashedly puts pressure on it, and the outside world is watching how the Ziwai civilization will respond. But a world-class movement is indeed brewing. When the outside world did not know where the Ziwai civilization should go, Xian stood up. Xian launched a coup and ousted Zhejian Zai. This decision was supported by Ziluo. After that, Xian released a live broadcast of a full Zaiwai civilization speech. In the speech, Xian told the guilt of the top 10 families and the old nobles. At the same time, she denounced that Zhenzai did not use legal means to punish the 10 families, but colluded with the Zidi and massacred the 10 families. Then, Xian announced all the factual evidence, showing the bad guilt of the top 10 families and the means of oppressing the bottom life, and at the same time announced the punishment of Zijun's collusion with the crepe myrtle sinner. And Zhenzai also publicly admitted his crimes. Xian then began to preach the current status of the universe and the current status of the Zaiwai civilization. The inside of the crepe myrtle civilization is clear, but no one has said clearly that today's crepe myrtle civilization is at the lowest point in history. If they are as muddled as before, they may become the second meditation civilization, calling on the citizens of the crepe myrtle civilization to unite and relax anger. Finally, Xian publicly condemned the black pupil civilization for planning this chaos, openly disrupting the internal affairs and order of the Zaiwai civilization, and at the same time announced that it would clean up the internal traitors within the Zaiwai civilization and announced that it would counter the black pupil civilization. At the end of the speech, the universe was in an uproar. The senior officials of Zaiwai civilization have heard of the name Xian, but the outside world has not heard much. However, after Xian was made public, her information was quickly dug up. The most talented woman in Zaiwai civilization has held a variety of important positions and completed various difficult tasks perfectly. Among the younger generation, her prestige is very high, including her deeds in Shiganxing and Tanxing style are also mentioned. Soon, the anger of ordinary people in the Zaiwai civilization towards Zhenzai was extinguished by Xian's passionate speech. Xian also took this opportunity to order people to publicly try the high-level internal traitors who colluded with the black pupil civilization and divert the people's conflicts. Ziluo took advantage of Chen Bing's black pupil civilization boundary star region, and for a time, the two god-level civilizations were at war. After a series of actions, all the Zaiwai people were indignant. Xian received the support of many young people, and some young and energetic youths began to openly demand a war on the black pupil civilization. The contradictions within the Zaiwai civilization are gradually being resolved. The Zaiwai civilization put the emotional vent on the body of the black pupil civilization, coupled with the fierce response from the people, and Xian deliberately induced the contradiction to this. Thus, the battle began. Xian asked Tongqing to step down on the grounds that the Black Hai civilization had blatantly disturbed their national security, and issued a statement of war against the Black Hai civilization. On the same day, Ziluo launched an attack on the Black Hai Wen star domain, and won 28 galaxies. As soon as the news came out, life in the universe was shocked. The two god-level civilizations are at war. The oldest god-level civilization and the strongest god-level civilization currently tell outsiders by various means. The Zaiwai civilization has changed. The situation of Zaiwai civilization has changed from the chaos at the beginning to the unanimous outside world today. This oldest civilization unites again. How terrifying is the energy displayed. No life dares to underestimate the crepe myrtle civilization, nor is it qualified to underestimate the oldest god-level civilization that created the war armor era and survived to this day. But now is the age of superpower. Even if the Zaiwai civilization is powerful, it may not be able to replicate the flourishing age of super civilization. After that, it was surprising that Xian appointed the sleeper Hong in the Legend of Zaiwai civilization as the chief administrative officer, responsible for the highest administrative power of Zaiwai civilization. This decision makes the outside world very puzzled. Is Xian no one available? But they shut up soon. Before Hong was downplaying it, he issued several administrative orders to fully build a super academy within the Zaiwai civilization, abolish the previous regulation of entering the core high-level bloodline, and promote several non-Zaiwai civilization pure blood lives to be treated. The attention of the civilized Zaiwai people diverted again, and the disordered internal order began to recover. After this time, The outside world knew how talented this seemingly lazy young man was. After Zun came to power, the high-level Zaiwa civilization changed again. Except for a few old high levels, most of the high levels of the Zijun faction were cleared. The senior members of the Zaiwa civilization have become younger and show surprising vitality. No one dared to question Ziyun's ability as the Star Master, especially after the 10 major families and some old nobles were eliminated. The emerging families hope to fill some of the gaps and gain some benefits, so they have to do their best to support Ziyun, resolve crises, transfer contradictions, maintain internal stability, and counter opponents. After a lot of thunderous methods, the originally precarious Great Myrtle civilization was surprisingly alleviated, and there was even a momentum of ZTE. Chapter 1063, The Gate of Parallel Time and Space Science and Technology Library. After seeing Somi's abilities, Shenmue sensed some changes in the Science and Technology Library. So he came in and took a look. The tall bookshelves of the past are still displayed in rows, extending to infinity. The Science and Technology ball in the center of the Science and Technology Library was still there. After Shenmue came in, it fell from above and hovered in front of him. Since obtaining the permission of Technology Administrator God, the ball in the center of the Science and Technology Library has turned into a soft transparent color. After that, even if it became a quantum life, there has been no change, and the entire Science and Technology Library has not reappeared. Variety. Shenmue has been looking for a way to the next stage of tasks, but could not find any clues. It wasn't until the emergence of Time superpower that the Science and Technology Library changed again. The brilliance flow inside the Science and Technology sphere became much faster, and the light spots formed a vein, like a universe. Following an impulse in his heart, Shenmue reached out and touched the technology ball. In the next moment, things happened suddenly. The colorful light in the Science and Technology sphere skyrocketed, and the whole Science and Technology Library vibrated slightly. Upon seeing this, Shenmue's eyebrows moved and he was slightly happy. There has been no movement in the Science and Technology Library for a long time. I did not expect that this time there will be movement. This is a welcome change. The tall bookshelves in the front changed, and the tall bookshelves began to move. An avenue leads to the depths of the Science and Technology Library, with 100-meter-high bookshelves on both sides, coldly revealing brilliance, which has never changed. In the next moment, I saw the colorful Science and Technology in front of me, shooting like bullets, and flying along the avenue to the depths of the deep Science and Technology Library. Shenmue was taken aback for a moment, then raised his eyes to the new avenue of the Science and Technology Library. Standing in the middle of the avenue, there is a sense of infinite loneliness and desolation, as if the road in front of you is an endless river of time. Stepping forward, he could clearly hear the footsteps, echoing between the bookshelves, step by step towards the front. I don't know how long I have been walking, it seems to be a minute, it seems to be a long time. Shenmue is on the avenue, without the concept of time. This feeling is special. Suddenly, Shenmue stopped, and there was a door in front of him. Shenmue feels that this gate is similar to the gate of the Science and Technology Library, but the texture is quite different. The texture is like a certain material, and has a special law. The texture on the door changes any time and anywhere. Shenmue is no stranger to this door. When the Science and Technology Library changed and the authority was elevated, a piece of information about the door flashed in his mind, which was in the depths of the Science and Technology Library. He once asked Elder Shu what was behind the door, but unfortunately he didn't get the answer, but let him explore it himself. Now, this door really appeared. This should be the highest secret and mission of the Science and Technology Library. Be mentally prepared. Shenmue reached out and pushed the door. Huh? The next moment, Shenmue was stunned. He didn't touch anything. His palm pierced through the door and reached the back of the door without any resistance. Shenmue tried to step forward, but found that the front was the infinite extension of the Science and Technology Library, and the gate was behind him. What happened? A huge question flashed through Chen Mo's mind. Turning his head, Chen Mo reached out and touched the door again, but he still couldn't reach it. The door in front of him seemed to be in another parallel time and space, close at hand, but never touched, even without any resistance. Chen Mo tried again, and the effect was the same. Is it necessary to master the power of time and space to touch this door? It can only be for this reason, because the appearance of this door is related to time. After a few more attempts, Chen Mo gave up. The door does seem to be in parallel time and space, or in the time dimension. Chen Mo still cannot escape the dimensional constraints, and cannot touch the space parallel to the existing dimensions. Wait for the ability to control time. Master all three abilities of time, space, and consciousness, and come here to unlock the mission behind this door. I am afraid that the difficulty of this task will not be too low. Somi followed Monu into the laboratory. It was the first time he came to the laboratory. The ordinary life of marching ants does not know the existence of this laboratory. The laboratory looks very concise, all in a technological style. Especially in the laboratory, there are all kinds of unknown machinery and equipment, and some text symbols that he can't understand. But he also knows that those are equations that he also studied. He has heard the legend of the boss. The boss brought the marching ants out in the laboratory. Now he has come to the place where the boss works, which is the core and most secret position. The boss was waiting for him in the laboratory. His face was very good. It should be a happy event, but when he saw Chen Mo, he was still a little nervous. How does my laboratory feel? Chen Mo asked. I don't understand. Somi said. The boss is also the object of his admiration. When he comes into contact with the legendary characters so close, although the boss is very peaceful and has no arrogance, he still hasn't let go. I don't understand normality. This is my superpower laboratory. I study superpowers and understandable life in the universe. I can count them in one slap. Chen Mo said. About this experiment, Mo girl will follow. Did you say it? Yeah. I said it all. Somi was shocked when he heard that the boss could replicate his abilities. What a terrifying ability to replicate the ability of others. Moreover, the boss has multiple abilities in the limited record. If he can replicate multiple abilities without restriction, he is a god. Copying your abilities will not damage your own abilities. It may also speed up your abilities. So there is no need to be nervous in the process. Just the brain consciousness that I need to watch. So in the process, it is inevitable to watch to your privacy. In this regard, I will compensate you. Your family, including your future wife, will unconditionally develop abilities for them. In addition, you can make a request to me, within the scope of my ability, without harming the great interests of the marching ants. I will try my best to satisfy you. No, I don't really need it. Somi waved his hand hurriedly. It is an honor for me to be helpful to the boss. And my ability is also developed by the pharmacy given by the Super Academy founded by the group. This is yours, mine, otherwise I am just one of countless ordinary beings in the universe. I speak up. If you have any difficulties or needs in the future, you will find me with this sign. Chen Mo gave Somi a special synthetic metal sign. If you can't find me, you can find the president, and she can help you. You don't need to, and leave to your children and grandchildren also count. Thank you, boss. Somi stopped being hypocritical, and carefully took over the sign Chen Mo gave him. The brand does not see the material, but it is a bit heavy. It feels cold to the touch. It is decorated with the logo of the marching ant group, and behind it is the signature of Chen Mo. It is very simple but very meaningful. If you tell a friend that this is a gift from the boss, you will probably be envious. And this token means that he can get a promise from the boss, and the degree of value is self-evident. Not much polite remarks. It's time to get to the point. Are you ready? Ready. Somi nodded firmly. Wait, you can release your abilities as much as you want, and then leave the rest alone. Stop when you are tired. Chen Mo took him to a chair and sat down with two sensors attached to his forehead. Don't be nervous, try to relax, feel peeped, and don't resist. I will connect your brain consciousness. In this process, You can see your memory and feel the changes in your superpower. His superpower level is above the planet level, much higher than Somi, and Somi resists, and he can see it. It's just that if you resist violently, it may hurt Somi's own brain. Good. Somi nodded seriously. These Mo girls have all told him. Chen Mo also walked behind him, placing his palm on his brain. It has started. Chapter 1064, The Horror of Time Superpower. Time superpower is very special. Chen Mo is immersed in it, hoping to see the fluctuations in it. The fluctuation is very special, and Chen Mo has a feeling of being on the time axis. This feeling is very special. The last time this feeling appeared was when I copied Xiao's superpower. Somi's attention is on the flowers and plants in the laboratory, controlling the growth of the flowers and plants. Chen Mo can clearly see the atomic movement trajectory of flowers and plants. In his eyes, it's not right. In Somi's eyes, the flowers and plants he sees are like watching a movie. He can adjust the timeline at any time. Every time the timeline is adjusted, the plant will bloom and wither, grow and fall leaves, and then grow up little by little. The objective existence of time is formed by the movement and change of matter and then felt by consciousness. Time superpower is similar to mind power, but the essence is different. The power of mind can control the change and movement of matter, but it does not change according to the law of its motion in the future. The power of mind is not time superpower. Mind power is the use of external forces of consciousness to interfere with the original movement of matter. It can fabricate the shape of matter at will, or even change the nature of matter. And time superpower uses consciousness to accelerate the movement and change of matter. What it changes is only the appearance of the object in the objective time, the past and the future, and it cannot be changed into other shapes. Runyan Li can turn a tree into a small sapling or a towering tree, and even turn it into a wooden cup or furniture. The superpower of time can only turn trees into small saplings, or towering trees, and then decay when the tree reaches its age, but it cannot turn it into cups and furniture. When there is no external force interference, what will the future of matter be like? After time superpower interferes with it, it will look like the future, including the position of each atom. Time super can quickly make matter what it looks like in the past or future. Towering tree that mind power makes small saplings become, and towering tree that time super can make small saplings turn into are different in appearance. Time super can generate the future after the small tree itself grows naturally, but Nianli is not. This is the ability in the time dimension. The real-time axis is just like Xiao can see their conscious body. With this ability, he can see the changes in the movement of matter, and then use his own consciousness to change its movement and make it into the past or what the future looks like. When all the matter seen by a living body regresses to the state of the previous minute, it is time to go back and travel back to the previous minute. At this time, the consciousness of the life body still has a memory of what happened in the future 1 minute, which is the time travel of the life body. As long as the control time superpower is strong enough to pull back the time axis of each atom of the Earth to the position and state of 1,000 years ago, and the life form still retains the current memory, then it is quite the life body that travels back to 1,000 years ago. This is the time superpower horror. Of course, all atoms return to their positions and states 1,000 years ago, which means that the current humans will disappear, and the ancient humans that have appeared will redevelop and evolve according to the time axis predetermined for the millennium. If a living entity wants to retain the memory of retrospecting time, it must break free from the shackles of the material and time dimensions, become a life in the fourth dimension, and control time in order to have this terrifying ability. After traversing, actively using external force to change the future trajectory of an atom or object will change the world quite a bit, and will induce the emergence of parallel time and space. Changes in the predetermined trajectory of a single atom or object will cause their butterfly effect. The existence of this kind of butterfly effect, with a long enough time to develop and change, will make the world of parallel time and space gradually differ from the world of original time and space. As time goes by, the difference becomes bigger and bigger. If you want to remove the parallel space-time, you must use mighty force to move time back to the time axis when an object changed, and put the changed atom or object back to its original position. The life that truly controls time can travel back to the time when the enemy is not growing and kill the enemy. This is a weapon of causality in philosophy. It is also the terror of time superpower. In the process of copying Somi's abilities, Shenmue always felt the special nature of time ability, which is a complete fourth-dimensional life that must be controlled. Once the ability to control time, and then developed sufficiently strong, he can freely shuttle through the long river of time and space and parallel time and space. This is the true immortal of the universe, immortal, but if you want to be the in charge of everything, you also need the ability to enter the memory of every life body, that is Xiao's supernatural consciousness, and Shenmue now has it. The last time is superpower. To know the final mission of the Science and Technology Library, he must be in charge of time superpower. He felt that time superpower was the last condition, the condition that triggered the final mission of the Science and Technology Library. Try to set time back. Shenmue reminded Somi. Suomi, who was controlling the flowers and plants, was taken aback when he heard Shenmue's voice in his mind, and then immediately understood. Somi responded and refocused on the flowers and plants in the laboratory, trying to use his own to reverse the growth time of the flowers and plants. Soon, Somi's forehead began to sweat. His body slowly shivered, and his facial muscles also trembled. After a while, he stopped to lose his strength, and his whole body was like a fish, which was very exhausting. "No," Somi said tiredly, her voice a little weak. "He hasn't found the trick to rewind time. There seems to be an invisible barrier that blocks his ability and prevents him from rewinding time." And he felt that his own ability could not set time back. Shenmue also stopped. Just now when Suomi used time to rewind the time of flowers and plants, he also felt a block. It was the reason that Suomi's ability was not developed enough. It may also be that Suomi's current body and consciousness could not bear this kind of time. Backward changes. Thanks for your hard work. Take a break and continue next time. The body is the most important thing, Shenmue said. Somi sat up from the chair, took the towel sent by the robot and wiped off his sweat, and asked curiously, "Does the boss gain anything?" "Some gains." Shenmue nodded. "There are gains, but he has not succeeded in copying, and his time superpower has not yet been mastered. Time superpower is too complicated. It is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It takes time to experience, so I can't rush." In Shenmue's classification of superpowers, consciousness, time, and space belong to the top 3 categories of superpowers, and are at the top of the superpower pyramid. It took Shenmue a lot of effort to understand Xiaoyu's superpower of consciousness at the time. Now, the difficulty of time superpower should not be too low. "Let's go to dinner first, just together." Shenmue took off his experimental robe and led him out of the laboratory. Somi smiled on his tired face. He didn't expect to have dinner with the boss, so he could go back and brag for a long time. Did he? At this moment, a prompt message was sent to Shenmue's communication device. Shenmue paused after scanning the number of the message. The news came directly from the intelligence department. He knew that there was a major event. Monu approached Shenmue and said in a low voice, "Brother Mo, something happened to the 10 Cities Alliance." Seeing the news from the intelligence department, Shenmue fell silent all at once. Something really happened. Chapter 1065. The fury of the 10 Cities Alliance. The Lord of Ximo City and the current 10 Cities Alliance leader Khan, the Demon City Lord Liu Yao, and the 10 Cities Alliance allied commander Ling Zai were assassinated almost simultaneously. Liu Yao, the Lord of Demon Liu City, was stabbed to death. Khan was seriously injured and fled, and Ling Zai was also slightly injured. This is the intelligence message from the 10 Cities Alliance. Khan and Liu Yao have a very good friendship, like brothers, and Liu Yao and Ling Zai's teacher of friendship, and there are some kindnesses to Lynx Eye. This time Liu Yao was killed. I am afraid the 10 Cities Alliance will change the sky. Lan stroked her sharp chin, thinking about the possible changes in the situation. This change was unexpected by them. Chen Mo's heart is heavy, and it seems that the situation is more complicated than expected. Who moved the hand? Uncertain. There are not many clues left by the assassins. Anyway, it is one of Bei Crossing and Black Eye. Lan thought about it and said, based on the current situation of the 10 City Alliance, Bei Xing is more likely to do it. How to say? The plan of the Black Eye civilization to divide the 10 Cities Alliance seems to have some effect. The last time they proposed an alliance with the 10 Cities Alliance, several companies agreed, indicating that their plan is very successful, and they can slowly advance and completely divide the 10 Cities Alliance. But this plan, in addition to threatening us, is also damaging the interests of the White Star civilization, because the success of the Black Eye in the 10 cities, the White Star civilization will gain little. So they have reasons to destroy the Black Pupil civilization plan, or prevent them from following the plan so smoothly, or even want to get a share of the pie. What's the impact? If all three are successfully assassinated, the 10 City Alliance will be destroyed. The 10 City Alliance has no leader. The White Star civilization will launch an offensive without hesitation, and the Black Eye civilization will not lag behind. At that time, they will not be united within the two God-level civilizations. There is only one dead end to attack. But Khan and Lynx Eye failed to assassinate the two most important figures, and the backbone of the 10 Cities Alliance is still there. This assassination roused the anger of Khan and Lynx Eye. They may directly clean the inside of the 10 City Alliance. At that time, both the inside of the White Star civilization or the inside of the Black Eye civilization will suffer. There is no doubt that if the assassination of the White Star civilization fails, the Black Eye civilization plan will also go bankrupt, and the two companies may adopt other methods. What means? Strike up the military plan, then cut down the hand. Secondly, cut down the army, then attack the city. Lan moved a set of Earth's classic war theory. This is left by your ancestors. This theory is very in place, never out of date. You mean they might choose to attack the 10 Cities Alliance? No. Lan shook his head very positively. If I were the decision maker of Black Eye, I would not attack the 10 Cities Alliance. But Lan's analysis is not surprising. The assassination did indeed touch the nerves of the 10 Cities Alliance. At the same time, assassinate three of the most important figures in the 10 City Alliance, without the help of the insiders? The assassins could not know their specific location, so those inside lines will become the first existence of the 10 City Alliance to cleanse. The anger of the 10 Cities Alliance was completely activated after this blatant assassination. That piece of star field? It is the star field that the 10 City Alliance has operated for countless years. Their internal layout and control are deeper than the outside world imagined. Otherwise they would have been swallowed by the Black Pupil civilization. Zai Mushing and Demon Liu Watching were so angry that they didn't plan to leave any room. They didn't want to maintain those hypocritical relationships. Liu Yao's death aroused the anger of the senior leaders of the 10 Cities Alliance. Khan publicly launched a call for the Zymo city as the main, and the Demon Liu city as the auxiliary. Together with Tanlu, Liu Lai, Liu O and Mermaid, they launched a vigorous internal cleaning operation. Soon, some of the inner lines that were arranged by the White Star civilization and the Black Eye civilization to enter their star domain, all were picked up, together with their messengers who were sent to serve as the inner link connectors. They were also arrested. Khan had no mercy and ordered all insiders to be publicly executed, including the messengers sent by Bei Xing and Haitong, who were also executed after the guilt was announced. For a time, it caused a lot of waves. In the 10 Cities Alliance, the thoughts of the Black Eyes who wanted to alliance Black Eyes were calmed down a lot. Yan said with a gloomy expression, the White Star civilization did it. He saw that our plan here is going well, and he directly destroyed our layout. Kill those three, and then they will attack the 10-city alliance and swallow one of them. Now if we failed, it was even more difficult for us to deal with the 10 cities alliance through differentiation. Tong King's expression was also not very good. Unexpectedly, Bai Xing would use such a rude means to enter the arena. Originally, the plan for the 10 cities alliance was progressing smoothly, and they succeeded in disagreement within them. With time, they will be able to successfully divide the major civilizations of the 10 cities alliance. It's just that the White Star civilization suddenly jumped in and destroyed their good situation. Now the 10 cities alliance is united a lot more than before. To deal with them, I am afraid that it will take more thought and cost than before. They are not dealing with the 10 cities alliance. The 10 cities alliance had no threat except one that was difficult to deal with. In Tong King's eyes, the strongest enemy was the White Star civilization, and the most threatening enemy was the Marching Ant group. The White Star civilization is an old opponent. They know the roots. But the Marching Ant group makes him feel threatened, especially since the beginning of the superpower era. The Marching Ant group has shown strong superpower technology and special superpower tactics. The Marching Ant group has shown very terrifying potential and growth. Whether it is single soldier combat or warhead combat, Marching Ants seem to have a much more advanced understanding of superpower than their concepts. Let the Marching Ants continue to develop. The future is definitely a very terrible opponent. When the future superpower era is completely unfolded, their technological advantages as a god-level civilization will disappear. Therefore, they have to think of restricting them and slowing down their development before the Marching Ants are completely formed. When the Black Pupil civilization gains power, they can unite with other old god-level civilizations to destroy the potential threat of Marching Ants in one fell swoop. Now that the layout is completely ruined, Tong King is also in a dilemma. What to do next? The Marching Ant group must be restricted. Yan glanced at the star map and fell into thinking. Obviously, the White Star civilization stepped in and destroyed their great layout. He didn't expect it. If you can't make a plan, just attack the city. Hitomi's black eyes condensed in focus. Assault the 10 cities alliance? No. Ximoshing issued a call to clean the inside line, and blatantly killed our messenger. We naturally found the trouble for Ximoshing. Yan's eyes were shining. The 10 city alliance was originally divided by us, and they are mutually divided. There are more or less old grievances and conflicts of interest. We chose to attack Ximo City this time instead of looking for trouble from other companies, and see how they react. His eyes were blue and bright. They didn't assassinate Khan, and Ximoshing killed their messenger, which can be used as an excuse. If they only choose to trouble the Ximoshing, will the other companies help? If it helps, it is against their Black Eye civilization. If it doesn't help, then the 10 Cities Alliance exists in name only. The 10 Cities Alliance itself is not monolithic, and the Black Eye civilization is so powerful that ordinary civilizations are unwilling to be enemies, and it will be operational by then. Chapter 1066, Gaming. The 10 Cities Alliance was in chaos. The warhead of the Black Eye civilization pointed directly at the magic city of Xin and made it public. Their target was only the city of Xin. Ximoshing publicly executed the Black Pupil messenger. They demanded that Khan, the lord of Ximoshing, step down, and handed Khan to the Black Pupil civilization for trial, asking other civilizations not to interfere with their grievances with Ximoshing. Demon Luo City, Liulai City, Danluz City, and Mermaid City immediately issued a statement of solidarity to Ximo City, and began to dispatch the war headquarters, ready to support. On the other side, Lingzai directly mobilized the warhead to confront the warhead of the Black Eye civilization. The 10 Cities Alliance seemed to be trapped in a gunpowder keg, which could explode at any time. However, Yuelu City, Hunter City, God City, Holy Python City and Luo City remained silent on this and did not issue any statements. In the 10 Cities Alliance, each of them has some rumors circulating. Many lives believed that this was something Khan had caused and that the 10 City Alliance should not be dragged into the water, but there were indeed a few that did not concern themselves. The cracks within the 10 Cities Alliance were unabashedly exposed to the outside world. The Black Eye civilization also took this opportunity to increase the means of exerting pressure on Zymo City. Commander Yan's warhead launched an offensive against the magic city of Xin. The war began, and the 10 Cities Alliance suddenly became nervous, fearing that the Black Eye civilization would trouble them. Ling Zai was not to be outdone, and commanded the warhead to block and defend the warhead of the Black Pupil civilization. The battle situation is changing so fast that people are overwhelmed. The formation of the two warheads attracted the attention of the whole universe. Yan's strength is well known. The Black Pupil civilization is the strongest general star and is also one of the top 10 general stars in the universe. He has a strong strategic overall view and layout means. He once used one enemy and two to hold down the offensive of the White Star civilization and the Thor civilization to help Hitomi. King sat firmly in the position of Speaker Black Eye. Ling Zai is not too weak, and as one of the top 10 generals, he is also a hot figure in the universe. He is in charge of the operations department of the 10 Cities Alliance with his own strength, with good methods and tactics, and a strategic vision of the situation. Because of Ling Zai's existence, White Star Civilization and Black Eye Civilization didn't dare to launch an offensive against the 10 Cities Alliance easily. The battle between the two top generals' attention suddenly rose. However, the White Star Civilization that has not been very active, it seems that this time it is also a bit unwilling to be lonely. A steady stream of warheads appeared in the honky hour of the Gulu Galaxy. There is a posture to launch an offensive to the 10 Cities Alliance. Hosting the White Star War Department, it is the top general of the White Star Civilization. Xingxuan, Goxuan Ziluo and the Marching Ant Group have been defeated one after another. After crossing half of the universe and returning to the White Star Civilization, the arrogance of the whole person has been worn away. The style is much lower key and calm, so her strength is only higher than before, not low. White Star Civilization increases troops. Gulu Honkiao make 10 Cities Alliance nervous. Ling Zai is now doing his best to deal with the Black Eye Civilization. Clone lacks skills. If you deal with the White Star Civilization's warhead, I am afraid that it will be more difficult, so the 10 Cities Alliance can only watch the big moves of the White Star Civilization. The two god-level civilizations are aimed at the Ximoshing. For a time, the lives in Ximo City, everyone is at risk. Just when the outside world thought that the magic city of Ximo was over, the White Star Civilization suddenly stopped moving. After studying deeply, the outside world discovered that a warhead appeared in Ximo City. Marching Ant Group, Ming-Tu War Department. Discussing the strength of the War Department alone, because of the existence of the top General Star Ming-Tu. The War Department is almost the strongest in the single War Department of the Marching Ant Group. As one of the warfare that destroys the civilization of the meditation, the warfare of the meditation is so famous that it is the top General Star cultivated by the civilization of the meditation. The Ming-Tu War Department suddenly appeared in Ximo City. After the news spread, he was concerned about the lives of this war, and he was shocked. It turns out that Marching Ants and Ximoshing have reached an alliance long ago. Marching Ants Group, no one dares to despise this power, especially the War Department that appeared this time is the Ming-Tu War Department. Almost when the Ming-Tu War Department released its array in Ximo City, the War Department of the White Star Civilization stopped moving, and there was no intention to do anything. The situation is deadlocked. Ling Zai confronted the Yan of the Black Eye Civilization, and Ming to contain the conspiracy of the White Star Civilization. The top stars in the universe gathered together. The pressure of this war made many civilizations frightened. The movement of this star field is a space war. If the Greek Demon City is against the Black Eye Civilization, it is the worm shaking the tree, but the Marching Ants enter the arena and unite the 5 cities in the 10-City Alliance. This force may not lose to any god-level civilization. If you want to eliminate these two, You must devote all your efforts to the two god-level civilizations and start an all-out war before they can be swallowed. But if a full-scale war is launched, even if the army ants and the 5 cities are taken, the two god-level civilizations will have to suffer a lot of losses, and it may start the battle of the universe. But the Black Pupil civilization does not seem to want to let go of this opportunity. At the time of the confrontation, prepare to dispatch the Red Army warhead to come, in a posture of full-scale war. However, the Black Eye civilization did not expect that when the Red Army warhead just wanted to leave, the Ziluo of the Zaiwai civilization would dispatch a large fleet to the junction of the stars of the Black Eye civilization. The Red Army warhead, who was about to leave, stopped immediately and did not dare to act rashly. At this time, their Zaiwai civilization stepped in. Do they want to help the marching ants? The Lagostroemius civilization today is still in a period of weakness after the cleansing. The general star talents are not as good as the other god-level civilizations, but the war machinery of the Zaiwai civilization is powerful, and Fatty Luo is strong enough to rank in the forefront of the top 10 generals in the universe. Haitumi civilization didn't dare to take it lightly. On the other hand, Thor civilization was unwilling to be lonely, a little bit ready to move. When the Thor civilization just wanted to pull its army and approach the marching ants, the Nebula Alliance at its border also moved. The warhead of the Nebula Alliance received an order from Tuyan, and Chen Bing was at the border of the Thor star territory. The Nebula Alliance is not as powerful as the Thor civilization, but if they send troops to attack the marching ants, the rear of the Thor civilization will be empty, and the Nebula Alliance has plans to take the back road. Feeling the threat, Thor civilization immediately stopped its actions and deployed troops to deal with the Nebula Alliance. The situation is like igniting a gunpowder barrel with fuse. The marching ants and the 10 Cities Alliance did not reach an agreement on offensive and defensive alliances, but seeing the seriousness of the situation, Zai bypassed the 10 Cities Alliance and reached an offensive and defensive alliance agreement with them in private. The dispatch of Mingde to support Zymo City this time is the content of the agreement, and it is also the meaning of Lan and Chenmo. In any case, the Greek Devil City cannot be destroyed, and the shield of the 10 City Alliance cannot be thrown away, even if only half is left, or all of it cannot be thrown away. Otherwise, facing the two god-level civilizations, the marching ants will be very disadvantaged. Shenmue didn't believe that Tonking dared to start the battle at this time in a full-scale war, not to mention that the Black Eye civilization will definitely win them. Even if they win, they will suffer heavy losses. At that time, they will be cheaper than other companies. Haitumi's ambition is not limited to them, but the entire universe. His ambition of cosmic hegemony is there, and he will definitely not let his warhead fight with them and lose both. The plan of the Black Eye civilization was only to split the 10-city alliance. To achieve this level, their goal had already been achieved. In this confrontation, all the friends and passers-by in the 10 cities alliance were clear, and it was impossible to return to the previous 10 cities alliance. Once the 10-city alliance splits, one of them is quite torn off, and that piece is like scattered sand, and the Black Eye civilization can easily engulf and consolidate itself. But even if he saw the Black Pupil civilization plan, Shenmue was helpless. This is Yangmu, he can't intervene in the affairs of the 10 cities alliance, otherwise he will be used by Tonking to make a fuss. But the current situation is sufficient. They formed alliances with Ximo City, Demon Luo City, Liulai City, Danlux City, and Mermaid City. These civilizations can be built into an iron barrel, and they can also serve as a strategic buffer zone between the marching ants and the Black Pupil civilization. Khan and Lynx Eye have a comprehensive understanding of the current situation, knowing that leaving the marching ants aside, their fate is only to be swallowed up by the god-level civilization. So they clung to the thighs of the marching ant clique. Khan and Lynx Eye see the potential of the marching ant group, whether it is superpower technology or warhead generals. The marching ants are not inferior to the god-level civilization, And there is also a small universe. The marching ants have the conditions for a god-level civilization, and they also have incomparable vitality. It is much better to have this kind of allies than to be swallowed by a god-level civilization. Khan and Ling Zai formed an alliance with the marching ants, but they were opposed by several others, and quarrels and disagreements emerged. The current 10 cities alliance is divided into 3 factions. No, it is 4 factions. Khan carries 5 cities and ally marches ants. The 3 families of God, Saint Python, and Hunter hope to form an alliance with the Black Eye civilization. The Luo family wanted to adhere to the White Star civilization. The last Luo Huking did not make up his mind. In the end is Luo City. The lives of the Luo people are too smart. It is precisely because of their smartness that they weigh the pros and cons too much. They do not know how to choose. They wait for the situation to become clear before making a decision. There is no hope for other big cities, and Khan and Ling Zai don't plan to worry too much. Now I can only rely on marching ants. Khan's tired face didn't stretch. I thought about training you to be the leader of the 10 Cities Alliance, but you only have handsome talents and no kings. Now the Black Eye civilization has come again. With great pressure, the 10 Cities Alliance is in name only. Yeah? Ling Zai smiled bitterly, helplessly. War is to make the situation and make the situation. The game is opened. The momentum is formed, and the players are clear at a glance. Chapter 1067. Wu, how to break the game? This is a question that the forces of the entire universe are thinking about. The degree of tension caused by the confrontation of various forces is a kind of psychological pressure, which is more terrifying than war. Once fire is opened, war will be launched across the board. The top forces in the entire universe are in confrontation, and now the whole world is like a cannonball on a grill. Old ancestor, what should we do? Hu Bingsun looked at the first Chief White Star. This is the question you should think about. The current world is not the world I used to be. Bai Xing will manage it for you, and naturally you will be the master. The old Chief Bai Xing calmly said. However, depending on the current situation, we and the Black Pupil civilization, we can't start a war for the time being. We might as well engage other opponents first. Other opponents? Well, do you think that among our opponents in the universe today, except for the Black Pupil, which force is the most threatening? Old Chief White Star asked. If it is threatening, the threats of several forces are not low, but if it is the most threatening, is Thor civilization? Hu Bing thought for a while and said his answer. Thor civilization? In any era of change, the power to master the core technology of change is the pride of the era. A technological change can turn a small civilization into a cosmic civilization. That's how the Zaiwa civilization rose back then. Now is the age of superpowers. In this era, superpower technology, superpower war mode, superpower application of these core technologies. Does Raytheon civilization master the most advanced technology? Old Chief White Star asked rhetorically. Hu Bingsun was lost in thought and raised his head suddenly. The ancestors mean the marching ant group? All she can think of is the marching ant group. This sudden emergence of civilization is expanding like a violent wind, and if it is against them, the victory or defeat might really belong to whom? After all, the lives of the marching ant group are all terrifying guys. Tong King is so anxious to deal with the marching ant group instead of dealing with the Zaiwai civilization. Think about why? There was a brief silence in the hall. Seeing Hu Bingsun thinking, old Chief Bai Xing did not interrupt. Among his many descendants of Zisi, Hu Bingsun is indeed the best one. He is in charge of the White Star civilization at a young age and is well managed. After this made him appear safely, the White Star civilization relied on its high confidence to get rid of other god-level civilizations, and became the existence second only to the Black Eye civilization. So no matter now or in the future, Hu Bingsun is undoubtedly the successor. It's just a pity, not a man. The natural flaws in female life, let her not have the ambition to dominate the universe. In terms of ambition, She is weaker than men. This is also the reason why the White Star civilization has been low-key before he came out. As if to understand a little bit, Hu Bingxin hesitated and said, Tong King believes that the marching ant group is more threatening than the Zaiwai civilization? Yes, that's true. At least for now, it is. The marching ant group has all the conditions that a god-level civilization should have. Dark matter antimatter extraction technology, leading super energy technology, small universe, top general star, top war technology. The most important thing is that this force has unparalleled vigor and vitality. Energetic, right? Old civilization. After countless years of development, the system has become rigid. Families, groups, factions, etc. have become a part that cannot be ignored, and sometimes they can even influence decision-making. Even our White Star civilization is no exception. The old chief Baixing had a deep gaze and sighed slightly. The Zaiwai civilization is so weak, so I also admire Zijunzai, unknown, nothing special, but ruthlessly put Zidi into the Zaiwai Star, and use him to clean up all the solidified factions of the Zaiwai civilization. The cruel heart is enough for him to become a hero in history. But the marching ants are different. This force, speaking out as a corporate group, has developed in just a few decades. They are in a period of rapid development, and everything is unfinished. Each of them can see the enterprising spirit in them, and their core is Shenmue. This gives them unlimited possibilities. 20 years ago, no one had heard the name Marching Ant Group. Now what? Today's Marching Ant Group is so similar to the Crepe Myrtle civilization back then. I understand. Baixing nodded calmly. Are you ready? All right. After entering the super state, Somi's attention began to focus on the flowers and plants in the laboratory. During this period of time, he used superpowers for a long time, more frequently than training, and his understanding of superpowers increased a lot. At the same time, he also exchanged some ideas and experiences about superpowers with his boss, which greatly benefited him. If this continues, his time super can quickly reach the combat level, because of the particularity of time. The time superpower to reach the combat level is unimaginable. However, when using time superpower, he must carefully control his own state, because excessive use of superpower will lead to mental fatigue. This is related to the strength of consciousness and will, and the boss never seems to be tired, which makes him admire, and also curious about how strong the boss is. As Somi sat on the laboratory chair, the sensing equipment slowly covered his ears and forehead. Shenmue's palm also covers his brain. Lan will deal with matters of war. The top civilizations in the entire universe are now confronting each other, small-scale frictions have already begun, and local wars have started, but they have not yet started across the board. No one can control the consequences of a war across the board. Once out of control, even the god-level civilization cannot control the future direction. So they are all progressing tacitly and steadily. First, some small civilizations and small forces are eliminated, and the chaotic situation is sorted out. Then is the highlight. During this period of time, Shenmue has been committed to the replication of time superpower. After experiencing this period of time, he has a deep understanding of time superpower. Once he gets started, he will be able to go smoothly. Time superpowers are partly about causality and philosophical issues, which are much more complicated than general superpowers. After entering the state, Shenmue focused on the superpower used by Somi. So far, Somi hasn't mastered the technique of backtracking. The difficulty and requirements of time backtracking are too high, and his physical fitness cannot support him to use this technique. Regarding time, it is mentioned in the law of Barati non-conservation that time has the phenomenon of asymmetry and reversal. That is, the conversion process between the two mesons, the time required for forward and reverse is different. For example, when K meson is transformed into anti-K meson, it will be faster for K meson to transform into anti-K meson, while the time for anti-K meson to reverse to K meson is relatively slow. This is the time reversal asymmetry in parity non-conservation. This kind of time asymmetry makes the difficulty of backtracking in time infinite times greater than the acceleration of time. According to the parallel universe and time shuttle theory, every time you look back in time, a single atom or even an object will change the state of the original time axis, causing the time butterfly effect and creating a parallel universe. Therefore, looking back in time, it is necessary to create a universe-like energy. There is only one existence that can withstand this infinite energy, the fourth-dimensional life, which is Chen Mo's current quantum body. It is the fourth-dimensional life that can look back in time. Countless insights flashed in Chen Mo's mind. He felt itchy through his boots, as if he could touch something, but after thinking about it carefully, he didn't get anything. Chen Mo is comprehending the particularity of time. With Sumi's concentration, the flowers and plants in the laboratory are growing and wilting at an extremely fast rate, and then new seeds germinate, grow wildly, and then bloom and die. The whole process is like a time-lapse shot in a documentary. Suddenly, Chen Mo paused. Everything he had seen just now appeared in his mind as if it were flowing backwards, and when he returned to the starting point, he accelerated forward again, cyclically. He somewhat understood the meaning of the concept of the essence of time. Time is the continuous and sequential realization of changes in the movement of matter. Chen Mo froze there. A trace of inspiration made him grasp this. His eyes became out of focus, he was lost in thought, and his brain was thinking crazy about time every second. Feeling the movement of Chen Mo, the Mo girl on the side did not dare to disturb her, and stayed quietly beside him. Suomi didn't realize it, still silently releasing her superpower. In the laboratory, there was a dead silence, only the data was beating, and the flowers and plants in the laboratory grew and withered under Suomi's control. Half an hour later, an invisible wave radiated from Chen Mo's body. Chapter 1068, Sniff the Rose Call. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes again, as if his eyes could penetrate time and space. At this moment, he felt a sense of control, as if he could see the future and the past at a glance, controlling time and space and everything in the universe. When Mo Nu saw this, she looked happy. She was with Chen Mo every day, almost a shadow of Chen Mo. She could clearly feel Chen Mo's changes. Brother Mo, did you succeed? Mo Nu approached Chen Mo and asked softly. Successful. Chen Mo stroked her hair casually, showing a slight smile, then raised his hand and patted Somi, motioning him to stop. Boss, what's the matter? Somi was still blank, wondering why the boss asked him to stop. Thanks for your hard work during this time, Chen Mo said. What does the boss mean? Somi was puzzled. Successful. The experiment is over. Chen Mo stretched out his hand and faced the flowers and plants in the laboratory. In an instant, the flowers and plants that had just sprouted sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and the speed was many times faster than what Somi controlled. Once he started, Chen Mo had a good grasp of this ability. Congratulations to the boss. Suomi was overwhelmed and finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also envied the boss's horrible ability. If you have any difficulties in the future, just ask me or the president. Regarding the advanced method of time superpower, I will give you some tips. You should train well and don't let down this special superpower. It will be a world of superpower in the future. Thank you, boss. Somi exulted. I am back. Chen Mo entered the house and saw the empty house with only a few robot servants, and he was taken aback. The expected welcome did not appear. People. Chen Mo looked at Mo Nu. My parents have gone to travel. Wash Wang is in the research institute. Yuming is studying in the Armed Forces Department. Sister Xiao and Sister Zhao Minutes are in the study room, dealing with work. Mo Nu said. Chen Mo was stunned, then relieved. During this period of time, he concentrated on the understanding of the superpower of time, and only went home after a while, and he didn't ask too much about his family, so he felt a little guilty. Do Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes know that I am back? Chen Mo asked. I don't know, I didn't tell them. Mo Nu shook her head, They are dealing with the group's affairs. I can't bother. Then we go directly to the study. Give them a surprise. Shenmue Shishiran went to the study. During this period of time, the confrontation between the great forces of the universe is at a stalemate. No one dares to start the war lightly. Under such high pressure, the marching ant, one of the protagonists, is too busy. The marching ant group provides logistical support and technical support to the armed forces. Now the entire group is strained. No one knows, will it come first tomorrow or change? Regardless of affairs, Shenmue, Xiao and Zhao Minutes, as the proprietress, naturally have to preside over the overall situation. Until Shenmue entered the study, the two women did not notice his arrival. Seeing the tired look on their faces, Shenmue felt a little distressed. I heard Monu say, since the confrontation, they have not had a good rest for a week. They work at the headquarters regardless of day and night, and then go home and work again. If it is not for good physical fitness, they can't bear it. Two beauties. Is work important or me? Hearing Shenmue's voice, the two women raised their heads. Their complexions were immediately unsightly. Work is important. The abrupt words made Shenmue's face turn green. Just give me face. Are you the boss? Your job, we will handle it for you. You still have the face to ask. Xiaoyu snorted lightly. Thank you. Shenmue walked over and stroked Xiaoyu's head. The contents of the documents they are dealing with are all about the affairs and foreign affairs of some galaxies under the Marching Ant Group, as well as the long-term planning projects of the Marching Ant Group. Nowadays, the star field of the Marching Ant Group is huge, and countless lives live under the jurisdiction, and there are not many things. They use groups instead of civilized forces to manage them. These project documents have been processed and discussed by the management team below, and they will be sent to them for review and signature. I know to go home. Xiaoyu's tone was a little bit resentful. You also know that this project is special, so it took a little longer. Shenmue apologized. I will come back to compensate you this time, and I will accompany you well in the future. Really? Really? Shenmue definitely nodded. Seeing that you are so sincere, forgive you for the time being. But you may not be able to accompany us for the time being. Now the universe is so tense and there are too many things in the group. If you are the shopkeeper, we don't have time. Xiaoyu said. I am the leader of the Marching Ants. I still don't know the situation of the Marching Ants. The group is so big. If the leader disappears for a few days and it can't operate, then I might as well disband the group. That's the truth. But it's a time of war. Zhao Minutes interrupted. It's the same during the war. If one day I hide in the laboratory and disappear for a few days, the group won't function. It's better to admit defeat as soon as possible, Shenmue said. Although he stayed in the laboratory, if something happened to affect the general trend of the Marching Ant Group, he knew immediately that he did not seem to pay much attention to the affairs of the Marching Ants. But he knew everything about the Marching Ants. Chest. And if there is a big event, he can make a decision in the first place. A true mature leader, like a chess player, will be wiped out while talking and laughing. Since the boss has spoken, we don't have to be busy. Zhao Minutes stretched out, and the curve was drawn with the clothes. Let's go. These files will be fine for a few days. I will deal with them in a few days. There are particularly important matters. Monui told them to deal with them in the laboratory. Shenmue took the two women and left the study. That night, Shenmue was sitting on the sofa, holding a hair dryer, carefully blowing Xiaoyu's hair. This is a small habit they have cultivated since they fell in love. Every time Xiaoyu washed her hair, as long as Shenmue was there, she would blow dry her. During this time, Shenmue was either in the laboratory or in the conference room of the war department, and had little time to go home. Because of this, after Shenmue successfully mastered the time superpower, he would go home to accompany them as soon as possible. Seeing you are in a good mood today, is there a happy event? Xiaoyu's face was ruddy at this time, enjoying the feeling of Shenmue's big hand touching her hair, with a faint smile on his face. It's a good event. It's superpower to control time, Shenmue said. Xiaoyu looked happy. So fast. Well, it went well, so it ended early. I will stay with you for 3 days. What do you want to go, or do you want? Will you accompany you when shopping? Xiaoyu said. Still so unpromising. Chen Mo was immediately happy. Every time I asked them to make a request, Xiaoyu's request was to go shopping, but Chen Mo laughed and scolded each time. But Chen Mo also knew that Xiaoyu didn't ask much, as long as he was by his side, and this it is one of her few pleasures. I just didn't succeed, Xiaoyu said triumphantly. After the hair was blown dry, Chen Mo put the hair dryer aside and said earnestly, "You must be with you." The overlord of the universe also does trivial things like shopping with his wife, Xiaoyu said jokingly. As a leader, I have the courage to scold Fang Ku, but at home, I should accompany his wife or his wife. What is this ... Have a tiger in your heart? Sniff the rose? You sniff the rose, why do you sniff me? Xiaoyu smiled and cursed when Chen Mo stretched his head and moved her nose. What do you mean? Big villain. 1 hour, after Xiaoyu was so tired that he fell asleep, Chen Mo quietly left and went to Zhao Minit's room. No way, he wants rain and dew, and he cannot favor one another. Chapter 1069. Alliance. Chen Mo woke up. The sunlight outside the window sneaked into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains, opened the curtains, and the rising sunlight fell on him with a hint of warmth. It's been a long time since I rested so comfortably, I don't have to think about anything. After washing briefly, Chen Mo left the room. Mo Nu was busy in the kitchen, and when Chen Mo came out, she smiled sweetly at him. Although her consciousness was generated by quantum, this body was cloned by human genes. After years of learning, she had already had the complete human emotions. Brother Mo, don't you sleep more? It's the same whether I sleep or not. It's rare to go home and make breakfast for you and my sister. Mo Nu said. Mo Nu's physique is the same as him. They don't need to eat, sleep, or get tired. In the laboratory, they can concentrate on the research for a long time without eating or drinking. But going home is different. This is home, where he lives. Chen Mo prefers to be like a normal person. 2 hours later, Xiaoyu and Zhao Minitz came out of the room one after another. After working for so many days without a good rest and finally relaxing once, Chen Mo didn't wake them up, let them wake up naturally. Chen Mo wanted to develop their physique, but the two women refused. They had no idea of developing their physique for the time being. They said that they would wait for a while and make some psychological preparations. Chen Mo did not insist on bikeget.info, but followed them. Go for breakfast. Mo Nu's craftsmanship. Chen Mo put down the documents in his hand and went to the restaurant with them. A home-cooked breakfast, passing in a warm atmosphere. Several people rested at home for a long time, and then dressed up again. It was not until noon that they left home and started shopping, or ordinary shopping on the Earth. But there are still not many aliens on the Earth now. They are all relatives of the high-ranking army ants group, and they can only enter the Earth with knowledge. After all, the Earth has a special status. It's like a royal garden in a kingdom, or a military compound. You can't let other lives come close. The scene on the street, in line with the interstellar style, showing a majestic sci-fi style, suspended vehicles and aircraft that can be seen everywhere. There are also battle armors. However, in the shopping mall in the shopping area, armor and aircraft are not allowed to enter here, and can only be entered on foot, retaining the original cultural atmosphere. People coming and going around. Chen Mo felt unconsciously relaxed. Very ordinary life. Only by experiencing the vastness of the universe and the smallness of life, and seeing a cosmic war in which a bullet destroys a living planet, can you realize that this ordinary life is hard won. I haven't given you a gift for a long time. What do you want in particular? I will give it to you today. You said it. Xiaoyu said politely. They don't lack anything. They don't lack money. They can buy anything they want. But Chen Mo gave them to them, and they bought them themselves. The meaning is completely different. I said, then I want to spend. You're still the dull little fisher. Chen Mo squeezed Xiaoyu's face. This little fisher has to spend every time? Chen Mo still gave it to her in a different way. In addition to the Earth's species and the famous flower species in the universe, he also sent a lot. But every time she asked her to make a request, It was just flowers. There are a lot of small hobbies. I like shopping and flowers. From the beginning to the present, it has never changed. Then you send it or not? Send. Chen Mo nodded without hesitation, and looked at Zhao Minutes, and Mo knew. What about you? I want to watch a movie. Zhao Minutes said. Mo Niu smiled softly. I want a couple outfit. As a typical science girl, she has a special identity. She has everything she wants. The biggest ideal is to be with Chen Mo. But this is not ideal. She just follows Chen Mo every day, like a shadow. I also want. Seeing the joy on their faces, Chen Mo showed a knowing smile. Yes, you can do whatever you want today. The Hand of God project, followed by war, and then there is time for superpower projects. He absolutely spends most of his time in the laboratory, compared with before, now spends much less time with them. But Xiaoyu and the others have never complained. It is easy to be satisfied by spending time with them and buying a small gift. Sometimes Chen Mo loved them a little bit, but now the outer environment of the universe is special, and there is not much time to spare. Dinan smiled on the rough beast face when he saw the messenger who came. Although the mood is peaceful, the smile on this face looks chilling. The messenger of the White Star Civilization? Interesting. He just received the news that the White Star Civilization sent an envoy over to see him. He was a little surprised by the sudden visit of the White Star Civilization envoy. The visitor was a leopard girl of the orc race, and she looked pretty. Perceiving Dinan's scrutiny gaze, Beijia felt a little uncomfortable. These dark forests civilization-like orc races are indeed wild and untamable, and this kind of look makes people unable to mention too much goodwill. If it weren't for the order of the lady, she would never come here. As the leader of a top power, Dinan naturally has no shortage of etiquette. He just looked back and looked back. White Star Messenger, please sit down. Thank you, King. Beijia thanked him and took his seat safely. What's the matter with the messenger coming this time? Dinan asked. Madam asked me to come and talk to the king about the alliance. Alliance? Dinan's eyebrows twitched, his eyes twitched slightly. He didn't know his happiness or anger. Madam didn't contact me in advance about the alliance. Because the matter is of great importance, my wife thought that the two sides need to talk face to face. So I was sent here as a representative to meet with the king to show sincerity. Beijia said. Let's talk. How to form an alliance? Dinan said in a deep voice. Lord, please see. Beiyou took out a holographic projection communicator and placed it on the table, only to see a figure that appeared in the hall, which was the projection of Hu Bingxin. Mrs. Baixing, the woman who manages the Baixing civilization, has long sleeves, is good at dancing, and is wise. As a high-level god-level civilization, he naturally met Hu Bingxin on important occasions on some cosmic platforms. Lord, long time no see. Hu Bingxin said first. Mrs. Baixing, long time no see. Dinan smiled. Your messenger said, this time for the alliance? Hu Bing was non-committal. Let's talk about the conditions of the alliance. Dinan is straightforward. No hurry. Let me talk about the king first. Is the king still fighting Dinan Miro? Hu Bingxin said in a hurry. What's your opinion, madam? The direction of the king is wrong. What do you mean, madam? Dinan narrowed his eyes slightly. His voice was slightly dull, took a sip of the scarlet blood wine in his hand, and licked his scarlet tongue. The king and Dinan Miro will never die. I have nothing to say. Now that the king controls half of the Dark Forest, it is a foregone conclusion, but the king has fought with Dinan Miro for many years. What is the result? The strength of the two of you is almost the same. If there are no accidents, it is still deadlock and consumes oneself. Dinan did not refute, but acquiesced in what she said and let her continue. If the king continues to consume like this, and when the king's strength declines, I am afraid that the surrounding civilizations will not miss such a good opportunity. The result of the Pluto civilization. The king has seen it. Having said that, Hu Bingxin stopped deliberately. Madame has something to say. You might as well finish it. Have you ever thought about strengthening your own strength first? and then fighting Din and Miro later, so you can annex him and reunify the Dark Forest. You White Star Civilization want to help me? No. You help yourself. The current situation in the universe is complicated. We form an alliance with the king. The king can use this to expand his strength. When the situation becomes clear and the king's strength increases, I will get rid of my hand and send troops to support the king's unification of the Dark Forest. It's not a problem at all. Dinan drank a glass of blood wine again, and the unpleasant smell filled Beijiao's eyes. But he dared not speak. This is what you promised to benefit. What conditions do I have to pay? The king is refreshing. Fox Binksin smiled. Chapter 1070. Technology Administrator. Wait a minute, if I have any movement, don't bother me. Chen Mo told Mo Nu. Yeah? Mo Nu nodded gently, guarding beside Chen Mo. She knew that Chen Mo was going to do that technology inheritance. It is no secret that Chen Mo has a technological heritage, but the outside world does not know how this technological heritage exists. Only Xiaoyu and others who are closest to Chen Mo know where the technological heritage lies. Lying on the chair, Chen Mo closed his eyes full. In the depths of the Science and Technology Library, Chen Mo is here again. As early as when he mastered time superpower, he had an urge to come in, but he resisted it. He didn't know what a big disturbance would happen again this time. The previous few times, his brain and body were tortured enough, so he wanted to go in the best condition. After spending these 2 days with his family, he chose to come in after the rest. Chen Mo has always wanted to know the final mission of the Science and Technology Library. After waiting for so many years, this puzzle that has kept him curious for so many years will soon be revealed. Chen Mo was also a little expectant and nervous. In front of the gate deep in the Science and Technology Library, Chen Mo circled around. The gate has not changed. After thinking about it, Chen Mo slowly stretched out his hand and pushed towards the door. Then, Chen Mo was taken aback. Still didn't touch the door. What's the problem? Although the Science and Technology Library did not prompt, he was sure that the opening conditions should be met. The status is wrong. After thinking about it, Chen Mo entered a super state, where the superpowers of time and space operate simultaneously. That's it. In Chen Mo's eyes, an almost insignificant film of time and space enveloped the gate. What a special feeling. This is the existence of time and space. After Chen Mo developed his physique, for the first time he felt that he could escape from time and space. After careful observation, he stretched out his hand and lightly touched the space-time film. Sure enough, his palm passed through the film unimpeded and pressed against the door. With just a light push, the door opened. Chen Mo looked inside. It was dark. Seeing nothing, he stepped through that layer of time and space film. Enter the door. At the moment the door closes, in reality, things happened suddenly. Mo Nu kept quietly beside Chen Mo, her eyes on Chen Mo. The lingering attachment. Ever since she remembered, Chen Mo was to her. Chen Mo was everything, so she never rejected Chen Mo. She wanted to follow Chen Mo as his shadow. Thinking of this, Mo Nu smiled slightly. Suddenly, an invisible wave came from Chen Mo's body. She was awakened. Her physique is the same as Chen Mo's. After quantum life development, she can feel the fluctuations in Chen Missouri. The fluctuation of time and space. She could feel Chen Mo's body undergoing insignificant changes. Okay. Mo girl's pupils shrank. She clearly saw Chen Mo's body slowly became illusory, like a ghost, until it disappeared without leaving any traces. Brother Mo disappeared before her eyes. She was panicked for the first time. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes walked into the study quickly. They looked a little panicked. Xiaoyu was wearing a wet night dress. She was in the shower just now. She ran over without even drying her hair. Zhao Minutes is also in pajamas. Just removed her makeup. Just now Mo Nu asked the robot to tell them. Chen Mo suddenly disappeared. This time it disappeared without warning. The monitoring of the study room recorded the entire process of Chen Mo's disappearance. Like the disappearance of a holographic projection, it slowly faded without any movement. Xiaoyu's face was pale. Brother Mo just entered the inheritance, and told me that if there is any movement, Don't disturb him. After a while, he slowly disappeared. Mo knew his eyes were red, and the whole person was confused. This is since she was emotional. For the first time there was such a big mood swing. Before he disappeared, what was the abnormal situation? Xiaoyu asked. Yes, his body fluctuates in time and space. Mo Niu tried to control her emotions. Don't worry. His body is a little special. It may be related to that inheritance. This time such anxious comprehension of time superpower, it should be related to time. Zhao Mingqiang endured the panic and calmed them. The study fell into dead silence, and they could even hear each other's breathing. Xiaoyu entered a super state. Looking around, her body disappeared, and her consciousness should still be there. However, no matter what she did, she couldn't find any traces. Every second is a torment for them. Chen Mo entered a very special space. The space was small and special, surrounded by colorful flowing shadows, covering this special space like a water curtain. This is like a secret room in a science and technology library. In the center of the secret room, there is a transparent sphere floating with brilliance, which is the science and technology sphere that Chen Mo has seen in the science and technology library. After thinking about it, Chen Mo stretched out his hand and attached it to the tech ball. In the next moment, the science and technology ball fell into the desert like a water drop, following Chen Mo's palm and blending into his body. Chen Mo, who had been prepared for pain, was taken aback. The whole technology ball was integrated into his body without any discomfort. Afterwards, the surrounding secret room like a curtain of water disappeared like blisters, and Chen Mo went black without warning and lost consciousness. Opening his eyes again, Chen Mo looked down at the galaxy in front of him like a god. The movement of every life in the galaxy and the beating of every atom were all present in his mind. He has a feeling that as long as he has a thought, the galaxy in front of him will be annihilated, leaving no trace. He cannot sense the passage of time, nor any changes in space. It seems to be walking on time, quietly watching one life being born, then birth, old, sick, and death. And then the next generation continues to grow and pass on from generation to generation. He even witnessed the whole process of the development of a civilized planet. This kind of development takes hundreds of millions of years, but Chen Mo feels that everything seems to be in an instant. Billions of years have passed. Where is Xiao? His mind was awake for an instant, pulling him back to reality, and the scene before him rewinded and returned to the original point. Endless information came into his mind. Technology administrator. The suffix he dreamed of disappeared. After digesting all the information he received, Chen Mo froze in a shocked expression, and remained silent for a long time. Withdrawing from the shocked state, he saw three women in the study with an anxious expression, staring at the chair in the study. This is his study, 3 women, Xiaoyu and others. Xiaoyu, Chen Mo shouted. Xiaoyu seemed to feel something in his heart, and looked back at him, but looked a little dazed, as if he hadn't seen him. Is time and space wrong? Chen Mo murmured. I feel my husband is by my side. Xiaoyu looked around blankly, but did not see any shadow of Chen Mo. Even in the super state, Chen Mo's consciousness did not exist. She was sure that she didn't feel wrong. The sense of security that Chen Mo was around was exactly what she felt right now. The two had already had a good understanding, but she could not see where Chen Mo was. My husband, where are you? Come out quickly, Xiaoyu shouted. Only the empty echo of the study, but no one can be seen. Mo Niu and Zhao Minitz also looked around, and Xiaoyu said that Chen Mo was in the room and it should not be wrong. Husband. Okay. A response appeared suddenly, and Chen Mo's figure slowly appeared behind Xiaoyu, smiling at her. You still know it. Chapter 1071, Means of the White Star Civilization. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minitz sat opposite Chen Mo in a posture of a 3-court trial. Now Mo Niu's eyes are still red, and she is a little scared. If Chen Mo disappears in front of her for no reason, she really doesn't know what to do. but it's just a false alarm. Shenmue coaxed them for a while before comforting them. What happened just now? Zhao Minutes first asked his doubts. Shenmue remembered the final mission of the Science and Technology Library, and shook his head without telling them. Upon seeing this, the three women tacitly agreed and did not ask any more questions. Shenmue did not want to say. Naturally there was a reason why he did not want to say. They should be told. Shenmue never concealed them. I'll help you develop your physique, Shenmue said suddenly, after a time travel. He felt a panic. Before time, any life is just a fleeting firework. He is now a quantum life, theoretically immortal, but Xiaoyu, Zhao Minutes, and his family are not. The current god-level life has a lifespan of 10,000 years, but the body functions will also age. What about 10,000 years later? Or what accident happened during the period? And the mission of the Science and Technology Library made Shenmue feel his scalp numb. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes looked at each other. Shenmue said it before, but they were not in a hurry, and Shenmue didn't mention it again. Now Shenmue said it again, and it was still so serious. Okay. Xiaoyu chose to agree. She was just a little scared before, but Shenmue said she promised nothing. She didn't worry. She just wanted to keep Shenmue busy for this period of time before talking about it. Now Shenmue put forward this idea again. She also understands Shenmue's painstaking efforts. I will live forever, what many people dream of. I will be crazy with you. Zhao Minutes also chose to agree. Dark Forest Civilization. This group of wild beasts entered in an unexpected way. No one thought that the confrontation between the great forces of the universe would break the deadlock by the Dark Forest Civilization in internal strife. Dinani suddenly dispatched battleships to attack the IN supercluster under the Marching Ant Group. On the other hand, the Black Forest Civilization controlled by Din and Miro also began to attack the Honkiao of the Marching Ant Group from the Mu Honkiao side. Everything came without warning. These two brothers who had turned against each other suddenly turned their fingers at them. Let Lan realize the seriousness of the situation. Almost at the same time, Lan made Suoli and Xiaoli begin to deal with the Dark Forest Civilized Legion, while Wang Hai was still responsible for the defense of Mu Honkiao, the current marching ants. It seems that they have the same situation as the meditation civilization in the past. They are facing the danger of being besieged. There are forces behind the scenes. The two brothers were fighting to the death, but they suddenly agreed to a truce. They pointed the finger at them. If something goes wrong, there will be demons. The action of the two brothers means a change in the direction of the local war. Later, White Star Civilization also took action, launching an attack at Gulu Honkiao in Tanlu City. On the other hand, the Black Pupil Civilization is about to move, but the Nebula Alliance has been silent. The predicament of marching ants is too deep. Almost no solution. Suddenly facing the siege of the three god-level civilizations. Also guard against the defection of your allies. The 5 cities led by the Nebula Alliance and Khan are definitely their allies. But in this era, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The entire Marching Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group is the center of this confrontation storm. The goal of the Black Eye Civilization is them. Now the other two god-level civilizations are also targeting them. Now that someone breaks the deadlock, they have become targets in the eyes of everyone. The situation in the universe? Precarious. Originally, the internal consumption of the two brothers in the Dark Forest was not disturbed by the outside. Shenmue just wanted them to consume it, but didn't want it. The two suddenly ceased fighting and pointed their guns at them. The siege of the three houses put great pressure on the Marching Ant Group. In just 1 month, all kinds of equipment and personnel of the Marching Ant Group have been continuously put into the battlefield. Things are developing too fast, so fast that they will shock the outside world. The Marching Ant Group fell into the center of an unprecedented storm. In the meeting room, Lan and others looked solemn. The crisis of the Marching Ant Group spread in the universe, and when the Dark Forest Civilization made a big move, the high-level officials received the news. As the star, They are naturally aware of the seriousness of this problem. Lan didn't expect that the two brothers in the Dark Forest turned their heads around tacitly, attacking their star field and Honkiao without warning, and the original balance of confrontation was broken. The siege of the three god-level civilizations has maximized the crisis of the marching ant group, and has now entered a situation of embarrassment on all sides. Even if the marching ant group is more powerful, it will be hard to beat with four hands while facing the offensives of the three god-level civilizations from different directions. The Dark Forest civilization is extremely vicious. The balance was broken, and the marching ants fell into a dilemma of being completely besieged, and the three powerhouses surrounded the confidence of those who wanted to form an alliance. Lan is not stupid. He knows that the powerful enemy that appears inexplicably is definitely more than simple. Sure enough, the manipulating hands behind his back soon surfaced. The means of the White Star civilization. The news that Zahi brought back made the marching ants dignified. The methods of the White Star civilization were beyond their expectations. As a force that is not weaker than the Black Pupil civilization, the White Star civilization is almost one of the best in the universe, and its background cannot be ignored. The White Star civilization promised Dinan to help him increase his strength. When the war here is stable, they can send troops to help Dinan complete the unification of the Dark Forest. The condition is to jointly besiege us. When Zahi said intelligence, his heart was very heavy. Why did Din and Miro attack us? Can you find it? Lan asked. It stands to reason that the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Din and Miro and the Dinan brothers turned against each other, and they were making a lot of noise, almost endlessly. Now Din and Miro is also attacking them, which is a bit puzzling. This can't be found. Huh? Lan frowned, unable to relax. Army ants are facing an unprecedented crisis. Once the situation is completely out of control, or the White Star civilization has the upper hand, I am afraid that the 5 cities led by the Nebula Alliance and Khan may not follow him all the way to the Black. This group of god-level civilizations really can stand up to them. Yan leaned on the chair and looked very pleased. It seems that White Star civilization is also aware of the threat of marching ants. This trick is quite beautiful. Break the balance and hit all the offensive on the marching ants group. See how Chen Mo responds this time. Tong King was obviously in a good mood. I didn't expect that the White Star civilization would come to this trick, but it made me admire. But I don't understand Din and Miro. Why didn't he choose to form an alliance with Chen Mo? Yan stared at the map and analyzed. In the star field of marching ants, there are 2 Honkiao bridges connecting the 2 ends of the original Dark Forest civilization. From the above situation, if Din and Miro chooses to form an alliance with the marching ants, they can form a stance of flanking Din and Yi. Who knows what Din and Miro thinks? Maybe he thinks that he controls the Dark Forest once, or wants to restore the glory of the Dark Forest by himself. Haitumi smiled and shook his head, and said, do we want to do something? Put some pressure on the forces of the 10 Cities Alliance. We will put pressure on the marching ants from the direction of the 10 Cities Alliance. Don't let Ling Zai help them. This time, let's look at the actions of the White Star civilization. If necessary, we will cooperate with the White Star civilization. Yan was extremely happy. Good. Tong King agreed without hesitation. Regardless of the final result of the Dark Forest civilization, the marching ants pose a greater threat to them. As long as he participated in the containment of the marching ants at the end, Tong King didn't care about their ending. When the siege posture of the 3 god-level civilizations is formed, the marching ant group will only be left with the battle of the trapped beasts. At that time, he can only hide in his own small universe. What he fears most is the uncertain factor of the marching ant group. As long as this confidant is removed, the future hegemony is just around the corner. Chapter 1072, Attitude. The messenger of the White Star civilization went to meet several other leaders. The subordinate reported. To Yun's calm face was expressionless. What did they talk about? As the current leader of the Nebula Alliance, the messenger of the White Star civilization first came to see him, but he was concerned about the taboos of the marching ants. but he did not see him. He is not stupid. As long as he sees the messengers of the White Star Civilization, the marching ants don't know their specific conversations, and will suspect them more or less, and their alliance will have gaps. If the White Star Civilization releases some more smoke bombs, then it will only fall into the consequence of being led by the White Star Civilization. However, as a franchise, the Nebula Alliance is formed by the alliance of several top forces. He is only the current leader and cannot prevent other franchisees from meeting the envoy of the White Star Civilization. The White Star Civilization provides conditions. As long as we attack the marching ant group, they are willing to provide us with unlimited dark matter. The contract is for 100 years. The two sides have reached an alliance. If there is an enemy in the future, they will also send troops to help us. How did they react? They didn't give the answer head on. The subordinate said, "Hey, it seems that we are going to quarrel." Taeyeon smiled coldly. He knew that there must be a leader's heart. Unexpectedly, in the meeting the next day, several leaders raised this issue. The messenger of the White Star Civilization came and wanted to form an alliance with us. What does the leader think? One of the leaders was straightforward. "What do you think?" Taeyeon asked without expression. On his right, a leader thought about it and said, "I personally think it is possible. The alliance with the marching ants is also an alliance. And the alliance with the White Star Civilization is also an alliance. We just want to survive in this troubled world. The strength of the White Star Civilization is stronger, a better ally than marching ants." Taeyeon listened quietly, without expressing any thoughts, but looked at other leaders. "I also think it is feasible. The 100-year contract. By that time, the space war may have passed long ago, and we can survive." The other leader also nodded in agreement. The others either nodded or remained silent, obviously not opposed to this idea. "I don't agree," Taeyeon said coldly. The meeting room, which was originally a bit eager, was instantly cold, and several leaders looked at Taeyeon in a daze, and said nothing for a long time. Why? They don't understand Taeyeon's opposition. Obviously this is a better choice. After the army ants are destroyed, who are we going to face? Black Eye Civilization or Thor Civilization? Taeyeon said coldly. At that time, in the event of a war, you promise that the White Star Civilization will help us, not against us. Cannon fodder. But is the agreement written by both parties? They will send troops. We have still written the agreement with the marching ants. But what are we discussing now? Can we abandon the agreement with the marching ants and turn our heads to form an alliance with the White Star Civilization? Why can't the White Star Civilization betray the agreement? Taeyeon is not polite, said sarcastically. The meeting room fell silent. Shenmue hugged Xiaoyu out of the quantum life ball and placed it gently on the bed. Next to her, Zhao Minutes is lying. Two body signs are stable. It's just vital data, completely different from before. The two women have just finished their physical transformations and are still sleeping. Need to wait for them to wake up, then slowly adapt to their physical changes. After Shenmue's improvement, the shortcomings of the quantum life sphere have long since disappeared. And now it can be used with confidence. Shenmue stroked the two women's foreheads. Close the quantum life orb and go back. Solar system, marching ant armed department. When Shenmue entered the combat department, many high-level officials seemed to have taken a reassurance. Secretly relieved, the atmosphere in the combat room was also quietly changing. Now the marching ants are in the midst of survival. Shenmue is undoubtedly their best spiritual support. Shenmue already knows the current situation. They are currently under siege, almost embarrassed on all sides. The entire armed forces, all warfare departments. This war, they cannot afford to lose. How is the situation? Shenmue asked when he saw Lan. It's a bit urgent. The An's Transcendent Galaxy cluster has started fighting. Xili and Suoli are dealing with it. On the Muhonkiao side, Wang Hai is defending. The White Star Civilization is also testing in Gulihonkiao. And the Black Eye Civilization grants the 10 Cities Alliance pressure. It can be said that a pack of wolves is waiting. Lan pointed to a few red areas in the holographic star map, where the war was taking place. At this time, They deeply felt the state of the underworld civilization being under siege. "Can you deal with it?" Shenmue asked. "It's okay to persist for a period of time, mainly depending on the Nebula Alliance and Khan. The White Star Civilization has sent envoys to the Nebula Alliance. If the cloud is turned back, Khan can't stand the pressure of the Black Pupil Civilization, and we are a little troubled." Lan pointed to two areas of the Nebula Alliance and the 10 Cities Alliance. "For the Marching Ants, now is not the most critical time. They are not bordered by the Black Eye Civilization, nor are they truly bordered by the White Star Civilization. Gulu Honkiao is the star region of the 10 Cities Alliance. Although the two brothers Dinan and Dinamiro are coming fiercely, they can still be separated from the War Department. The most important thing is the attitude of the Nebula Alliance and the 10 Cities Alliance. If the two succumb to the pressure of the White Star Civilization and the Black Pupil Civilization, they will face siege from all directions. At that time, it will be the most critical time. If they are not handled well, they will follow the footsteps of the Pluto Civilization. Don't we still have several whole cards?" Lan's spirit was shocked. "Do you want to use your whole cards?" "Don't move, it's not time yet." Shenmue stared at the star map with an extremely calm voice, as if he was not worried about the situation in front of him. At this moment, Mo Nu suddenly said, "Brother Mo, Khan is here to contact." Khan in the holographic projection, his face is a bit more tired than before. During this period, the pressure on the 10 Cities Alliance was beyond imagination. The 10 City Alliance exists in name only, and now only their 5 cities are of the same heart, and they are now facing increasing pressure from the Black Eye Civilization, especially when the White Star Civilization and the Dark Forest joined to contain the Marching Ants. The internal differences became bigger and bigger. Many beings advocate accepting the alliance conditions of the Black Pupil Civilization so that they can survive. This kind of intrigue can be harder than on the battlefield. "Mr. Shenmue, don't be unharmed." Khan maintained a calm face. "This is the basic quality that a leader should possess. Even in the face of strong pressure, he must be calm and unhurried. The current situation does not allow me to say no harm," Shenmue said. Khan was taken aback, and then smiled bitterly. "That's right, the current situation is indeed ill. As far as I know, the White Star Civilization has given Dinan good conditions, and they promised Dinan to help him fight after the incident. Dinan Miro, unify the Dark Forest." Moreover, on the Nebula Alliance side, the White Star Civilization seems to have also sent envoys. White Star Civilization is indeed beautiful. Shenmue remained calm, not surprised by this news, because he also got the same information here. White Star Civilization's move this time can be said to be at no cost. "Your marching ants don't seem to be doing very well now. How do you plan to deal with it?" Khan looked at Shenmue's face, hoping to see something in his expression. "Don't talk about us yet. Where is your side?" Shenmue asked back. "The people below are arguing fiercely, wanting to accept the conditions of the Black Pupil Civilization, at least to survive." Hearing these thoughts, Shenmue was not surprised. It made sense. "How are you marching ants planning?" Khan stared at Shenmue's face. Shenmue is the youngest leader he has ever seen. From Shenmue's information, he can understand that no matter how strong, courageous, magnanimous and charismatic he is no weaker than the veteran leader like Tong King. This is the best life he has ever seen. None of them. Now the marching ants have come to life and death. This predicament completely tests a leader's ability to face the crisis. Shenmue's existence made even Black Eye and Bei Ixing jealous. He also wanted to see how this guy who was jealous of the two major civilizations faced a life and death crisis. "I just want to hear your choices now." Shenmue didn't answer him head on, but chose to ask back. Yes. Your choice. As you said just now, the people below are noisy and want to agree to the conditions of the Black Pupil, at least to survive. But that is the idea of the people below, not the high-level ones. In fact, there is nothing wrong with their thinking. In the troubled times, to survive is the best choice. Then they will be used as guns and cannon fodder. You should know that Hitomi's ambition is not just as simple as a certain family. His ambition is the entire universe. Even if you promise them, when we disintegrate, he will deal with it later. For sure it is one of the other god-level civilizations, and then you will be treated as a pioneer cannon fodder army. A somewhat combative, but also strong cannon fodder can consume the enemy and is the most convenient to use. Khan's breath stagnated, his expression hard to look. Shenmue said that he was in an alliance with the Black Eye civilization. The so-called alliance was nothing but a means by Tong King to control them. Once he was disobedient in the future, Hitomi could make an excuse, saying that he did not abide by the alliance agreement and killed him backhand. At least I can live for a few more days, isn't it? The insects still cherish their lives, let alone my intelligent life sitting in a high position. Shenmue smiled coldly and said, then you have to live well.